Councilmember Matias. I'm calling the meeting to order. The time is now 7:07. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please conduct the roll call?
Council members Gordon,
Present.
Leduc, Matias,
Here.
and Matulak.
Present.
And I will note for the record, Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Bergenzer, and Councilmember Palmeras are absent.
Thank you for that. Please join the council for the Pledge of Allegiance. Manny, could we get some assistance with the... Moving on to agenda item number 4, report out of closed sessions, which there was none. And then, so moving on to agenda item 5, presentations and commendations. There are none, so we are at our first community forum. I will now ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on the meeting agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either signed into the electronic speaker's kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually. Anyone signing into the kiosk to speak or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community forum towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda. Any interested members of the general public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the first community forum, maximum of 15 minutes, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code, Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again during the last community forum held prior to the adjournment of the meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. We do have about 6 speakers in person with 3 hands raised online.
Let's go ahead and take the first in-person speakers, and then we'll figure out the remaining queue at the end.
Our first public speaker is Ms. Eli Smith.
Hi, I'm here to talk about my friend Michael Mardell, who recently died after experiencing many years of homelessness in Vallejo, and whose picture you should have on the dais in front of you. After Michael passed, his brother Randall and I spoke for many hours. We talked about Michael's resiliency, his faith, and his relentless spirit, which kept him moving forward against all odds. Michael had a severe disability from birth. I always told him his whole life, "You're the toughest person I know," his brother shared with me. But despite that, he said, he still needed help, a lot of help. However, Michael always persevered. He had goals and dreams, and he never gave up on them. He was deeply religious and attended weekly Bible study faithfully here in Vallejo. Michael was also a founding member of the Vallejo Homeless Union and one of its most dedicated members. The union is often misunderstood to be a group that is primarily focused on agitation, but its true purpose is to help people reclaim their voice and rightful place as members of the community. Michael believed in that mission and attended almost every single meeting every single week. Michael did not give speeches. He did not write agendas or make proposals, but he was present and he was committed, and he was always bringing other people to our meetings. And he was driven by the faith that people are fundamentally good and that a fair and just world is possible if only we can find the courage to fight for it. Michael's brother confided in me that he worried that Michael was lonely, that his disability drove him to a life of aloneness. I was able to tell him in all honesty that Michael was not lonely here in Vallejo. He went through great hardship, but he also found kindness, friendship, and respect. He was one of a select few that was chosen by his peers to try to create a prototype of a truly functional, self-governing community. He cared for many people, and other people cared for him. Michael might have seen the worst of Vallejo, but he also saw it at its best. His family wrote in his obituary, his whole life, Michael tried hard and did the best he could. And his best was better than most. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing Michael's story with us.
Ms. Kat McNeil.
Hello. This is also about Michael. In honor of Michael, with respect for his advocacy and care for his community, we want to read out loud excerpts from his story, which he wrote by hand in 2024, a year before his death. Michael speaks about the hardships of his situation, but he also speaks of the great kindness, care, and resilience of his community. My dog, who is like my son, and I are living in a houseless encampment on Mare Island with a small group of people, and we feel safer. Me and my dog have some more security now, better than we were by ourselves. It is important to us that our small group of people are not bothering anyone in our current living place. From any residential or commercial neighborhoods, our group respects and trusts each other and the rest of the city. We as a group dispose of our garbage and our sewage properly. We care about issues of crimes and fires. At this point, we have 0 fires and 0 crimes. There are elderly people here who have grandchildren who visit them, and other disabled people. I myself have a mental impairment, a disability from birth. I get things backward and have trouble focusing and organizing my thoughts and making decisions. I have hearing loss and back problems and many other hardships. We're living with other people. I'm able to get goals accomplished and become more organized with the help of my friends. Because of them, I was able to organize my things, let go of things, make space, and we moved from living in our truck to our travel trailer. And me and my dog could rest easier. My friends helped me make a plan with my things so I can sell my things like I wanted and to go home to my family in Arizona. The city of Vallejo posted Michael's vehicle with tow notices the summer of 2024, which he felt overwhelmed by. He wrote the following: "To leave with my trailer, I would have to get someone to tow me. I did not know what to do. Where we were at is far from houses and businesses. We were out of the way. I would have left. If I left, I would have to go closer to the city, and I knew I would be harassed by people and reported. I would also probably be alone again, and we wanted to stick together to stay safe. I waited, hoping someone would help me tell me what to do. The city came in with dump trucks and the tractors at 8:15, probably. It was a foggy morning. They gave us 15 minutes to pack up everything and move our vehicles as they were going to get towed. Natalie Pearson was walking around saying, 15 minutes, you've got 15 minutes. That's the only thing she said to me. And she was with a whole group of people walking around, but nobody said anything to me. I was trying to help Jim and Pam at the time, who are disabled and elderly. I was also trying to help other people pack their stuff and what was left of their possessions. I was probably 10 or 11 when I realized they were going to tow my truck, or tow my trailer, and I was doing that.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for continuing Michael's story, and also thank you, Eli, for sharing this picture of Michael with us.
Mr. Jose Carzales.
Jose Carrizales. They had a tractor there and a dump truck, and they were just scooping people's stuff up and throwing it into the dump truck. I am now alone, and me and my dog are sleeping upright in my truck again. My quality of life has gone downhill. I have back pain, and I am not really able to recline because the truck is so packed full of whatever I was able to grab and pack up when the city showed up, and dog food and the crate for my dog, Danny. My travel trailer had stuff I had my whole entire life, from one place to another, since I was a little boy, a young boy growing up. My teddy bears, some stuffed animals my mother bought me. I lost all my clothes, my tools, my food. I lost my dog's toys, my dog food, my dog's medicine. I lost some of my own medicine. I got some of it back, but I was not able to get everything. Worst of all, as he writes, I lost my family's cremated remains, my rabbits and dogs. They are all still in the trailer that was taken from me. We can't leave the city because of how they move us around, because they take my money, my possessions. I can't organize without help. I still keep our area clean around my remaining vehicle, and we are waiting for our family to arrive from another state real soon to help us move out of this state and away from all of this situation of violence and much poverty and much homelessness. Me and my dog, my son, who I call, cannot afford to end up losing our remaining vehicle and fall into worse poverty, become more helpless, and suffer much greater anxiety to try and protect each other and ourselves from dangerous people, and much more anger if we are forced onto the concrete sidewalks to live the rest of our lives. As a deeply religious person, Michael says, I would want his words to be taken as they are, with no malice, in the hope of his experience will help this city move forward. Please consider his story as validation of the suggestions that our valued community partners and friends who work in homelessness make, particularly now, during the bitterly cold months of winter. And as we approach the date of pit count, Michael was a full person. And he wanted the best for this community. Michael passed 3 weeks ago. This is a story that he wrote a year ago. In his honor, we felt it was appropriate, with the permission of his family, to retell the experiences, the stresses that he faced in the city of Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrizales.
Miss Lily Hurd.
Morning and Merry Christmas to all. Lily Hurd. Make this short and sweet. I was here for about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I handed letters to all of you. Mr. Murray, I haven't heard from Alicia. If there's any way that you can have her answer the letters, please. I spoke to you about a week ago, and you did ask for a meeting with me, and I thought about it. And first, I would like the answer to those letters, because that will tell me a lot. Thank you so much. You're bowing yes. Thank you so much. I just received another letter on a decline of another rent increase, and the reasons they gave were ludicrous. And I will be answering that complaint and giving you all a copy. It's ludicrous. They cut the rent when the lady moved in July. They told me to, I don't know if you guys know this, but once a tenant moves in, they tell you, and the tenant is there for 60 days, you can get an increase. They denied me. So what they say, they don't do. So I'll put that in writing. While the time is here, I found another tenant just coming from Oakland. I just found out today. There's 4 in her family. She has a 3-bedroom certificate. When she gets to Vallejo, they will cut her to a 2, Mr. Murray. It's the lady being taken care of by her 44-year-old daughter. The lady has a son 12 and a son 22. It's a 3-bedroom cert. They've had it in Oakland for years. When she comes to Vallejo, they will be cut to 2. The mother and the daughter in one bed, and the old boy and the young boy in the same bed. I will put that in writing tomorrow because this is urgent. And as I told you guys before, I'm telling you again, I hope you read the information I gave you. That's just a tip of the iceberg, what's been happening to me. And I'm going to reiterate again and give her her glory. Beverly Marshall was here 6 weeks. She did more in 6 weeks than anybody did in 6 months for me. And I told her that. I called and congratulated her again the other day. Get back to me. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. We have time for one more speaker to close out our 15-minute session.
Mr. Daniel Boone.
Hello. I'll be brief, and maybe you can squeeze in another speaker or two. Madam Clerk handed out a handout to each of you that is pretty self-explanatory, so I won't spend any time explaining it. It tells the tale of why we keep showing up to talk to you about Mare Island CFDs. But what I really wanted to talk to you about, and anyone listening or watching, is the point that I mentioned last week, and that is, if there is any more shopping to be done between now and Christmas time, there are businesses here in Vallejo in every council district, 1 through 6, that have things right on hand to be acquired rather than ordered from some faraway place, and maybe they'll get here before Christmas, maybe not. So let's patronize those businesses that are here in Vallejo, keep the money here at home, and we'll all be better for that. I also want to thank all the speakers tonight who spoke about Michael. It's a reminder, a good time of year, but really any time to remember that we are all made of the same stuff. Carbon, water, molecules, atoms, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. How many other speakers? We have one more speaker. Let's go ahead and take that speaker.
Ms. Cheryl E. Yamu. And if I've said your name incorrectly, please correct me once you come in.
It was a collaborative effort, right? You got it. I don't get that too often, but you got it right. Okay. If you don't mind, can I give this to you? I can make 2 copies.
And feel free to lower the podium or bend the mic towards you.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Happy holidays. My name is Cheryl Yamu. I've been on you guys' platform October 9th, 2025.
If you could speak into the microphone, please.
Okay. I've been on your platform. The first time I've been on your platform was October 9th, 2025. And it's an ongoing issue. I'm just going to read what I wrote, because I don't want to get off track. So I wrote, to whom it may concern, I've been on your platform October 9th, 2025, about all my housing issues, and your whole entire office, even the mayor's assistant, refused to issue me my Section 8 voucher. After I've proven I vacated November 29th, 2025, turned in my RTA that you guys neglected to give me after all my inhabitable housing situation. I was living in a spot and they failed them 3 times, and housing still allowed me to stay there. They failed 3 times. So with that being said, that's all in there in proof. So my son and I are living either at a motel, which my family and I probably helped pay for after scramble up money, or at my niece's house, which is, I have a voucher. I have not, I'm not getting evicted. I pay my rent. I gave a notice. All I need is my voucher. And because of me not getting my voucher, I did an RTA. I'm in danger of losing another spot. All I need is my voucher. I've done nothing wrong. I'm not getting evicted. I paid my rent. I gave my 30-day notice. I sent the keys back. I've done everything properly. And I understand you guys are short-staffed it. but this has been going on for a minute. And if you see the documentation that I sent you guys, I'm not even going to read too much into this. I'm just going to leave this alone, but I gave you guys document. I'm just going to leave it alone. And I just want to say happy holiday. And my son's birthday is the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, and my new landlord is ready to rent to me, but I don't have a voucher to present her. We did the RTA, but without the voucher. So, happy holidays.
Thank you for that, Ms.
Thank you.
Yamu. And are you done? Are you?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
done.
no,
I'm
no,
gonna save time for somebody else.
No, and I just wanted to share for Ms. Hurd and Ms. Yamu, right before we had our city council meeting, we had our housing authority meeting. So that would have been a great opportunity to kind of share what issues you guys were going through, because we had our Director Jones was here then, so you could have had your, oh,
Got my voucher in hand. Can I get it now? Can I get it
oh, there
right
she,
now?
oh, there. So if you do have that opportunity, I think Ms. Jones is in the audience, and I think she can coordinate a meeting or a conversation with you, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And so that brings us to the end of our 15-minute first community forum. Those that were not able to speak at this first community forum, we look forward to hearing from you at our second community forum towards the end of our meeting. Moving on to agenda item number 8, consent calendar and approval of the agenda. Do any members of the council wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Councilmember Matias?
You know I'm going to remove items. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, so E, K, and N.
Okay. And N. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with moving item 8E to item 8.1, item 8K to item 8.2, and item 8N, as in Nancy, to item 8.3?
Councilmember Matulik, before you do that, you do need to open the consent calendar up for public comment.
My apologies, yes. So go ahead and open the public hearing for the consent calendar. Many of you, the fact you've already started 2-minute clock, we'll go ahead and wait to see if that is, once that concludes, if there's any comments for our consent calendar.
Through the chair, as the timer continues to run down, we do have a speaker who has raised their hand that wanted to speak on consent.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have that speaker.
Speaker McDonald, please unmute yourself. Which item on the consent calendar would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on G and I.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the city's continued stewardship of the participatory budget process and the transparent closeout of prior year's projects. It's been an honor to serve on the participatory budget. It has been an important tool for elevating community voice and investing in resident priorities across Vallejo. As funds are reallocated and remaining balances returned to the PB, I encourage the city to continue to strengthen communication with community-based organizations that support resident engagement, outreach, and follow-through. Organizations like Vallejo Together, Vallejo Project, and others have long supported neighborhood level participation in civic education, community problem solving, which help ensure PB reflects both community interest and lived experience. And then regarding this is a grant that recently was received the Proposition 47 grant, Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act. This is cohort 5, and we've been in conversation with the city's grant writer, Mr. Sidney Wilson, about the possibility of being able to provide housing for this program under the Center for Urban Excellence. And we're still in communication about that, but we just want for, city council members and for the city to recognize us as a facility that has been providing housing for a year and a half now, and at 2160 Sacramento Street. I appreciate the continued investment and partnerships with trusted local organizations, including the Center for Urban Excellence, that have been working for years to address root causes and instability through housing advocacy, community education, and skills building. And those are some of the areas that Vallejo Project has been really successful in. And I just hope that you guys would keep us in mind with these kinds of partnerships. As you continue to implement this grant, I just encourage ongoing collaboration, transparency, and outcome reporting so that these resources remain grounded in community trust and measurable impact, and continue to see opportunities for other organizations that can still provide services under the scope of the work that's being done under the current grant cycle for Prop 47. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we're have completed the 2-minute timer, are there any in-person or virtual speakers wishing to speak to items on the consent calendar only?
No other speakers at this time.
Thank you for that. So back to the council. Are there, other than 3 items that Councilmember Matias had chosen to take off the consent calendar, any other items that we wish to take off the calendar? Seeing none? Oh.
I was going to ask about G, but it's okay.
Okay, seeing no more wishes to take any other consent calendar or items off the calendar, is there a motion?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve our agenda and accept our consent calendar with the exception of pulling off item E as 8.1, item K as 8.2, and item N as 8.3.
Thank you for that. Go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Braganza, and Councilmember Palmer is absent.
Thank you for that. Moving to item 8.1. Madam Clerk, could you read that item for us, which is previously item 8E?
Adopt a resolution 1, finding the streets overlay pavement maintenance and rehabilitation project, streets categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301C. 2, approving the project plans and specifications for the project. 3, awarding a construction contract to McGuire and Hester of Oakland, California, in an amount not to exceed $5,174,152.25, including base bid and alternate. 4, rejecting all other bids. And 5, authorizing city manager to execute said contract with McGuire and Hester as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for this project.
Thank you. Go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. So I read through the staff report 1, 2 times, 3 times, and I just want to better understand. I have 2 questions on this item. Can you quickly walk through base plan and alternative 4? Because when I was reading through the staff report, I was like, okay, $5 million makes total sense. It's going to these streets. But then there was a line in there that sort of spoke to, well, if there's more funding made available, then we'll go with alternative 4. And I'm like, well, I thought the earlier part of the staff report said that alternative 4 was baked into the base plan. So I just want to understand what it is that we're doing with this scope of work at a very high level, because all of these different alternatives and all these charts got me all, after a very long year, very confused. So if you can just explain that to me, that would be very helpful.
Good evening, council members. Oscar Alcantara, Interim Public Works Director. So we put this out with a base number of streets without knowing if the funding we had available was going to be enough to add the alternatives. The alternatives were added in case we had enough funding. Once the original bids came in, we had favorable funding, and we decided of the alternatives which one would make most sense to put into this project, and we chose alternative 4.
Can you walk through alternative 4? Why did you select that one out of the other, compared to the other ones that were listed on there?
We chose that one because, as the other ones, and let me go through the other ones. So Fairgrounds Drive, as you know, STA is doing a project currently on Fairgrounds Drive. We didn't want to spend funds that the STA was going to cover, so we pulled that one out. G Street, we pulled it out because of the current construction on the bridge. We pulled Nebraska out because of it has a high PCI compared to the other ones, so it's in the best condition of the remaining ones. And we left Redwood Street. We added Redwood Street.
Okay. All right. So that's question 1. And then question 2 has to do with a series of questions I asked you guys at the July 22nd meeting. And this is tangentially related to this item. There's a slurry seal component to this project for 2025, and then there's the repavement portion, which is what we're approving this evening. On that date, I asked both you and the city manager, the slurry seal portion of the project, are you going to be able to get this done in the fall, even though there's going to be rain? And you guys said, yes, we'll be able to carry it out, even though there's going to be rain. So that didn't happen. It's now, I guess, shifting over to the spring, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to better understand what occurred that contributed to that delay. And I just want to preface this with the following, which is, I usually ask for a lot of updates, as you know, over email. Sometimes, I'm just kind of going off of what I ask you in the meetings. You tell me you're going to do something. I'm like, okay, so I'll just keep tabs on it. And so I was very surprised to just learn, I think it was like a week or 2 ago, that you guys were pushing that out to the spring. And so I'd want to just better understand why, knowing that there was going to be rain, that didn't occur. Was it a contractor thing? Was it on our side?
No, we know the winter's coming, and we know that there's a chance that it may not happen. We did everything we could, that we pushed on the contractor to get it done, and that was their intent as well. They completed 92 ADA ramps and a lot of paving around those ramps, and their intent at the beginning was also to get it done this year. They're in it to make money, so they want to do it as fast as they can, within reason. Once the temperature starts to drop below 50 degrees, then it's not doable. So for that reason, it got pushed back. A lot of the project did get completed. The slurry seal piece, or the Cape seal actually piece of it, got delayed. But as soon as the weather changes, they'll be back on it.
Okay. And yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Martin.
if I may, Interim Director Alcantar, my recollection serves me, we had some rains earlier this season than we'd expected, and I think that was the source of the delay. It wasn't that we weren't anticipating winter weather at its normal timing. What happened is that we had rains earlier than is normal, and we thought we were going to be able to complete the work before those rains occurred. They happened earlier, and so the whole thing needed to be deferred until the dry season. So in terms of getting the contractor on board, we were anticipating that we were going to be able to deliver this fall before the rains came, and that we would have been able to do that if the rains had come at their normal time, but they came earlier. Is my recollection correct,
Yes.
Oscar?
Yes, yes. So we were full intention to get it done as soon as possible. Just that portion of the project got pushed back.
And, I've been saying this the whole year. I know you're doing 3 or 4 jobs, so I want to obviously commend you for a Herculean effort this year while we staff up Public Works. At the same time, I just would like for you guys to better communicate these things as you learn of them, because, I was going around telling folks this is going to happen in the fall, right? And so I just want to make sure that our communication is aligned as an agency and we learn of these things as soon as possible. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments from City Council? Seeing nothing, seeing none, is there a motion?
So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution, excuse me, finding the streets overlay pavement maintenance and rehabilitation project, MP 2025 Streets Overlay Project, categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA Guidelines, Section 15301C, approving the project plans and specifications for the project, awarding a construction contract to McGuire and Hester of Oakland, California, in an amount not to exceed $5,174,152.25, including base bid and alternate, rejecting all other bids, and authorizing the city manager to execute said contract with McGuire and Hester as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for this project.
And as a clarification, the actual amount is $5,174,152.25.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Bergenser, and Councilmember Paul Mayer is absent.
Thank you for that. Moving on to item 8.2, previously item 8K. If the city clerk could please read that.
Adopt a resolution approving a second amendment to the consultant and professional services agreement with Joe A. Gonzalez and Son to provide state lobbying services, increase compensation to a new not-to-exceed amount of $158,000, and extending the contract end date to December 31st, 2026, and authorizing the city manager to execute same.
Thank you for that. And turning it over to Councilmember Palmer, or Councilmember Matias.
I just want to make a quick comment on this one. So I would be supportive of this resolution provided 2 things happen, because Councilmember Letterju has been asking about this for, 11 months now. One, I want to have the lobbyists attend our goal setting. And 2, I want to get some briefing, and Councilmember Letterju, again, has been asking about this for some time, from this service provider. We're being asked to approve this contract, and I generally don't have any understanding of what it is that the lobbyist is advocating for on our behalf from a legislative standpoint or a project standpoint, and it would be great to talk to them or to have them sit in on our goal setting and sort of understand, like, hey, we've got these funding needs, or we're trying to solve this issue. I don't think we've had that opportunity yet, and I just want to make sure that that's part of the motion this evening.
So that city staff is perfectly happy to arrange to invite them to attend goal setting. Regarding the request that the lobbyists make a presentation to council. I think that was a referral, but if you want to, as part of the motion this evening, provide that direction, then we can get that established for a time certain.
Councilmember Ledeju, is that fine? I'm just, you asked
So I'm
about it.
gonna, that's fine. I actually was gonna vote no on it, so.
Okay.
Because I've asked a million times, so you make the motion.
Okay.
Go for it.
Before we do that, I just want to get clarification from the city attorney. And I think I realize this, maybe this is after the fact, but I did not open public hearing for the last item, and do we need to open public hearing for this item for conversation?
Yes, for the conversation, not technically a public hearing, but just the public portion of the meeting for comment, yes.
Correct. Do we need to backtrack for the last item, the fact that that did not occur?
It did not occur for 8.1.
Yes.
I think you can ask the public if anybody wanted to speak to 8.1.
Thank you for that clarification.
And then we can come back to it if we need to. Yeah.
Correct. So if Manny could start the 2-minute clock for that item to make sure that we do get a person that would like to speak to that on that, and concurrently, if there's a person that would like to speak on this item, to please include that for this 2-minute timer that Manny is running right now. So, are there any other discussions or conversations from the City Council? So we'll go ahead and wait for the 2-minute clock to run out for both item 8.1 and 8.2 to see if there is any public comment.
Do you want me to read the motion while we?
Sure, yeah, go ahead while we, assuming that we don't have any public comment, go ahead and read the motion you would like for item 8.2.
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. So 8.2 is, so I move to adopt a resolution approving a second amendment to the consultant and professional services agreement with Joe Gonsalves and Son to provide state lobbying services, increased compensation to a new not-to-exceed amount of $158,000 and extending the contract end date to December 31st, 2026, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same, in addition to requesting that this state lobbyist attend our upcoming goal setting in 2026, and that they provide a briefing within 60 days to the council.
Thank you for that. And as we wait for the 30 seconds left on the timer to see if there's any public comment, we'll go ahead and wait for that.
Councilmember Matias, a point of clarification. When you say a briefing to council, do you mean at a council meeting? Or do you mean in a written form or some other form?
I mean, we've never had that. I would want a briefing because I want to hear what my peers have to say.
Clear, at a council
Thank
meeting.
you.
Okay.
Now that the timer is done, completed, Manny, are there any other comments, either in person or virtually, for item either 8.1 or 8.2?
And no speakers at this time.
Thank you for that. So I think that confirms that item 8.1 has is approved with the public hearing or public comment section bypassed, along with item 8.2 now ready to vote.
Motion carries with Council Member Ledeju opposed and Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Bergenser, and Council Member Palmer is absent.
Thank you for that.
There's a mistake on screen. I don't know if it matters, but it says the mayor have voted for it. Yeah, it's weird.
Forgot to switch the seats. That's on me.
I think the name is not correct up here. Is that what you're saying, Manny? Yeah. Yeah, where you're sitting, Councilmember Natulik, it shows Mayor Source.
So,
But we know you vote, I know you voted in favor of it. Manny, can we get that?
with that for anyone,
Okay.
Dawn, with that for anyone who is watching at home and may have been confused by what was appearing on the screen, Mayor Source did not vote since she's not here, and the I recorded as Mayor Source was actually Councilmember Matulak.
Thank you for that. And Was that the only item where got this confused, or was it all the previous? Okay, thank you for that clarification. So now moving
Clarification.
on to item 8.
Clarification to the chair.
Yes.
So did that last one pass or no?
It carried. It
Thank
did
you.
pass.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now moving on to item 8.3, previously 8N as in Nancy. If we could have this clerk, please read that item.
Adopt a resolution approving the AB 1600 Annual Development Impact Fee Reports for the Neighborhood Parks Impact Mitigation Fee Fund 137, Transportation Impact Mitigation Fee Fund 203, and the Hidden Brook Overpass Mitigation Fee Fund 211 for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025.
Thank you for that. And Manny, if you could please start the 2-minute clock on that one as we have Director Alcantar kind of go through his presentation.
No,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Matias
This-
says, start with your, as you pull this item.
This will be quick too. So there's 3 funds in this staff report, and 2 of the 3 are outlining the uses of those funds. Like, it's going to traffic calming, it's going to the overpass, it's going to this, it's going to that. For the GVRD, though, it seems like that one is on a reimbursement basis. And so my question to you and the city manager and the city attorney is, why don't we just ask for a plan from GVRD on how they're intending to utilize those funds so that they can have access to that funding ahead of time? Or maybe I'm misreading this, because it seems like you guys have allocated those buckets, those monies into different buckets, but then there's like an added layer that GVRD is going through from what I'm just seeing on the staff report. So is that an option, or is that not? Because the criteria says you have to show what you're spending the money on.
So it has to be an eligible expenditure for under AB 1600 for what are essentially development impact fees, and an eligible expenditure under Quimby for what is a Quimby fee. That has a process in the ordinance, and the process that we are following that requires them to submit on a case-by-case basis is the process that is outlined in the ordinance. It's also the process that would be required under state law. We can't alter it.
So there's no alteration on it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then my final question is specifically around Hidden Brook. Staff report says Caltrans sent you some comments. You guys are reviewing them. Can you just for folks from my district, just share out some next steps and timeline around that, the overpass project, if you know it off the top of your head?
So I know that Mark Thomas, Sorry about that. I know that Mark Thomas, our consultant on this project, is working with Caltrans. They provided comments. Caltrans sent those made some red lines, sent those comments back, so they're working together on it. I did reach out to Mark Thomas and tell him and notified him that we expect quarterly updates on that to provide to you and to the council.
So, okay, so just from your end, sometime in the summer, that project is going to be moving forward?
I'll get an update in January and then provide quarterly updates.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I got, Councilmember Matulak. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other, Councilmember Ledeju?
So back to the Neighborhood Parks Impact Mitigation Fund, Fund 137. While it's true, the requirement by the state as well as it's in our policies, what precludes what precludes GBRD for at least being able to have a plan or submit a plan so that we can begin to say, plan in advance and know that those funds can be used in the work that they're trying to do and really use those funds appropriately without making it painstaking, without making it, really just cumbersome, but having a plan and knowing that, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and it actually does meet the requirements for these dollars. And we then know that, yes, they can do their work, and they know they're going to be reimbursed for those dollars, and it should be a really simple task.
So it is significantly more complicated than that to a certain extent by design in state law. So nothing prevents the plan, which gives us some foresight, and the plan is actually contemplated by our ordinance. But what you don't know is the amount of the actual costs for any specific project. And because each type of fee in that pot is governed by a different law, which governs the payment out of those fees, and each one is, how do I put this? You couldn't overspend for a project once you got the bid in to actually do that project. So I think the plan gives us foresight, which is very helpful and can help to streamline the process some. And it is contemplated that that process would be more streamlined if that plan existed. But realistically, we pay on a reimbursement basis based on them submitting what the project actually cost. And if the fees are not there to pay for that project's actual cost, then we cannot pay it. And if the actual costs aren't in keeping with the law, we cannot pay it. So basically the answer is the process, while somewhat cumbersome, has gotten more streamlined, certainly as we've worked with GVRD staff to try to do that. And, 2 years ago it was kind of tough and harder. This year, their reimbursement request was much smoother. So I do think that we can keep working towards streamlining, but realistically, they do have to submit for each project on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you for that. And true that they have to submit, but the fund balance is $2.5 million. So at the very least, just having a process in place for those said dollars potentially to be used on X, Y, and Z, I think just makes it much more easier to communicate. Is this particular project feasible? Do we have the dollars? And then it's also being able to show the community, here are the things that we're going to do based on these potential dollars that we plan on meeting the expectation towards. Those dollars aren't going anywhere. They're there at this moment in time, correct?
It is correct that they are there in this moment in time, but they're reported in the aggregate, like for right now. But staff has a separate accounting for each of those because, in fact, the fees are eligible for different pots. So you can't really say that that total amount is available for all projects that might be proposed by GVRD. Some might not be eligible at all. Some might be eligible for one part of the pot or a different
So
part
that's
of the
my
pot.
point.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point
Right.
about planning. It's no different than for Hidden Brook overpass mitigation fees, for transportation impact mitigation fees. If we're saying these are the dollars that are allocated, so there should be a plan, a reasonable plan that these dollars are allocated for these exact things that we say we're going to do, because the dollars are there, they do have special criteria, and we should know how we plan on spending those dollars within the framework of the law.
So just to answer your question, the process that is outlined in our code starts with GVRD submitting their plan, and then we go over that plan to look at the eligibility. So yes, you are correct in general that there is a process we can use, and we can talk about it in more detail. We have been talking about it with GVRD.
Okay, so I'm recommending that we use the process if we're not really fully using the process, because I think it's just helpful in the planning and the expectation of what we're going to complete year over year and how we're using dollars, and that we're making sure that we're not shifting the dollars somewhere else when we aggregate the pots, but that we actually are committed to doing certain things in all of these areas. So that would be fundamentally my request. It's like, what are the plans? Even share those plans with the council so that we're also aware, what are you trying to accomplish? And I would look at that more from a finance perspective, a budget perspective, when we're talking about this as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Matias, and kind of to follow up with that, to Councilmember Letterju's point and to Councilmember Matias's point, and this isn't the first time we heard the word GVRD. And the fact that we don't really get a presentation or a collaboration effort with GVRD, I think that speaks to Councilmember Letterju's project issue of the process, to where if there's no communication going back between these two agencies, sometimes we don't know what the left hand is doing versus what the right hand is doing. So, and the fact that there's fees tied to this that are tied to our constituents, I think we owe it to our constituents to help them understand what this whole process is, so that what we're voting on and what we're approving, especially something on the consent calendar, that unless this was pulled, this wouldn't have been discussed, that there should have been some sort of town hall, some sort of communication, not only with the council and GVRD, but with the community to have their input.
So let's talk about what item N is, because it is on consent. So item N is actually merely a report. Item N is not a planning document for the expenditure of future fees. It's just a report on what we've done annually, what our annual expenditures were during the time period. It's required by statute. It's merely a statutory report. It isn't optional in any way. We do this report on an annual basis. If we have to do a report in what are called the 5-year increments, then we do that one as well. This year, that was not necessary. So as we move forward, as GVRD moves forward to come up with what plan they wish to propose, then that's the time to sort of engage the community in that planning process. But here, this is looking backwards, not forwards.
Thank you for that clarification and that better understanding of it. Councilmember Matias?
So just to put a finer point on this, City Attorney Nebb, I'm not voting to approve this report while I'm in office unless I see an accompanying report from GVRD on how they're spending those funds. Because right now, we have 2 staff reports that say this is where all the money's going to, and then for GVRD, we've just got a fund balance for $2.5 million. Like, that's not really getting information out to the public. And again, we're just approving things, and then we are gonna figure out how they're gonna spend it. Like, this is more of a management point that I'm trying to make, and less so a legalistic one, which is in the future, that should also be a part of this staff report. It should be coming from GVRD.
So I don't think there's anybody here from finance tonight that I see. Is that true? Okay. So Finance Division does have the backup for the 24-25 amounts of reimbursements that did go to GVRD during the year. That can be provided to the council, which is really what you're asking for. So the process is they submit it to finance, it is reviewed, and then approved as appropriate, and then it comes forward in this report. But if council wants to see that backup, you can continue this item, and we can bring forward, I mean, this is a fiscal year-end report from the end of last fiscal year. So finance staff can bring forward the receipts and the backup that goes to that amount of money if you would like to see it. Otherwise, it can just be forwarded to the council if you'd like that as well.
Can we approve the other 2 and then bring that one back?
It's a, for lack of a better word, one-shot report. I can tell you that Finance Division, I know because I was in contact with them when they approved this, did go through all of those receipts with regard to this item that is indicated on page 633. So if, either way, either you can continue the entirety of the item, it's all one report, we can bring it back at your next meeting, your first meeting in January, or alternatively, staff can send out the backup to the council and have it available to anyone who wants to see it.
So I would be for continuing it.
Okay.
But I don't know if Councilmember Gordon, you wanted to share something.
Through the chair, I know that this has been an ongoing conversations for all of areas of Vallejo with regards to GVRD, including in District 6. and the concerns that we have there with our impact fees, we don't ever see what GVRD is receiving, what the work is for. Not criticizing anything, just saying that we would like to see the report. Not that I would want to move this to January, but I would like to see the actual report, including for District 6.
So the reports are only for projects that were completed during the year of the reporting. So there may be no projects in, it may have been one project in one district because that's what they submitted for. So I hear what you're saying, but the answer could be none in some instances. No, ma'am, it's only for what they are actually expending the money on. Yeah.
I apologize. I'm saying that there was supposed to be a lot of work and projects done, particularly in District 6, for example. But again, going to what my colleague is stating here, we don't see any reports ever. We just see a bill. You might see them, but as a council, I don't see anything, whether it's District 6, District 1, 3, wherever. I just want to see the contracts that we have for GVRD. But this is not the place, I get that. I'm just asking that that's been a concern.
Sure. I think if council wants to continue the item, I think that's fine. Again, I don't have a clear recollection of whether or not when we do the reimbursements that comes to the council or not, or if it's automatic. My recollection is that it actually does, but I would have to check on that. So I don't want to make that representation at present. So we can have all of that information for the council when you bring this item back at your next meeting, if that is your desired. Again, I'm a little crippled here with finance not being here, so I'm just, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So is there the sense I'm getting is there is a request to potentially table this item to the next meeting. And with that being said, I think that speaks to, once again, based on the conversations, discussions, and mostly questions that have been happening here, I think that behooves a more collaborative, more transparent process and understanding for us, council, along with GVRD, and even with our constituents, to understand the process and understanding where some of these impact fees are going to, and what is getting done, and in a lot of cases, what is not getting done, and for what reason. So, so is there a motion?
I have a question before we make a
sure,
motion.
go ahead, Councilmember Ledeju.
So are you able to tell me if the amount of interest earned, are those dollars still restricted to this fund? The earned interest, or do they become unreserved?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm also wrong about your being able to continue it, because pursuant to the Mitigation Fee Act, the annual report has to be approved within 180 days of the last day of the fiscal year for which you are reporting. So if the last day of the fiscal year for which you are reporting is June 30 of 2025, you can't wait till January to approve it.
Are we able to approve this with the caveat of having follow-up information that we're requesting?
Yes.
Okay, so are my fellow council members open to that suggestion? So I'm open for a motion.
I'm not making a motion.
You're not?
No, because I'm going to vote no on it, so you can make it.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
I was going to do it.
I move to adopt a resolution approving the AB 1600 annual development impact fee reports for the Neighborhood Impact Parks Impact Mitigation Fee Fund 137, Transportation Impact Mitigation Fee Fund 203, and the Hidden Brook Overpass Mitigation Fee Fund 211 for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025, with the follow-up information and requested by council to be provided at a later time. Please vote.
Well, the motion dies because you have a tie vote. You have Councilmember Gordon and Matulak as an aye, and Councilmembers Ledeju and Matias opposed.
And so just a follow-up question to our city attorney, where does that leave us with this particular item and its impact to?
Statutorily out of compliance.
Through the chair,
So,
clarification?
so AB 1600, which is a portion of these fees, requires that report to be given within 180 days following the close of the fiscal year in which the funds were expended. That amount of time does not extend into January.
So my question is, we had 180 days and it just came to the council at the last moment. I'm not voting yes on it. And I don't understand, if we had 180 days that we brought it to the council at the very last moment, there's been no discussion in one-on-ones with the council regarding this item.
Question to the city attorney, is there a follow-up vote that would maybe quote-unquote fix this sooner rather than later?
A follow-up vote that would. Only if you held another meeting before the end of the year, which I don't think is likely to occur or would be very difficult to have that occur. So again, I think you can, I can't speak to the question of timing here. The city manager is, taking a look at that. I think, no, it's finance division.
So this is not your report. With all due respect to our city attorney, this is not your report. So I think the city manager should be able to respond if this is not your report. And I appreciate you giving us the legal parameters.
Sure, happy to respond. I would suggest that we take items out of order and we see if the finance staff can come down and join us and we take this up later in the meeting. It's pretty common for this report to come towards the end of the calendar year. So I don't think the timing is unusual in every city in which I've worked. This has been the normal timing. And this is a this is a very basic report, which is just what has been expended. There's no decision-making that happens as part of this report, so it's usually not a controversial item. That said, I understand the City Council's desire for some visibility into how these funds are being created. I happened to learn just during the course of this dialogue that GVRD sent over to us a plan for the expenditure just earlier today, a plan for the expenditure. That timing is interesting to me. I don't know if that's coincidental, but they may have divined that this would be a topic of conversation. So we're happy to work with GVRD to ask them for a forecast of the projects that they're going to be working on. But the item before you this evening, I think, is pretty straightforward. We're required by state legislation to just report, what has been expended for this purpose. That's a report of this. So you're happy to, you can act on it now. We can continue this item till later in the evening and see if finance can come down and join us. And if they can provide additional background on it.
The fact we've already voted on it and it didn't pass, then how do we reopen it to redo it? We can't. We already voted on it.
Yeah. You certainly can at the point at which we could take it up again. A motion to reconsider is proper if one of the council members who voted
no.
on the prevailing side, which is a no because it was a tie vote, so one of the two who had not voted in favor of the motion makes a motion to reconsider the item.
Go ahead,
To
Councilmember
have the
Matias.
information, because it's possible that finance, I think what the city manager just said was he's trying to get the finance division to come down to give you the needed information that you were asking for tonight.
We can cross that bridge later in the meeting. I just to respond to City Manager Murray, while I appreciate your explanation and understand that this may not be a controversial item, I think from my seat, the amount of questions I've gotten about GVRD and how it's spending its money and all of that, it has been probably much more time than I anticipated spending on like GVRD this year. And I think part of that is because there's lack of clarity around where those dollars are going to. And that's part of the push on my part. Like I need to, as someone who appoints members to that body, who oversee that district, understand how we're spending those dollars. And I still, 11 months in, continue to get questions and can't really get many answers unless I email you guys. So that's my, I guess, response to that.
And thank you for that. And with all due respect, with the belief that this may not be a controversial item, this council has been very clear, and I think myself on previous council, we have been very clear. We do not want items brought before us at the 11th hour with no time to ask questions and ask for clarifying information, if there is any, with the assumption, with staff's assumption that it should be a no-brainer. So I think this is probably the lesson of, we're not going to be putting up with 11th hour decisions when, to Councilmember Letterger's point, we've had 180 days to go over this. So if we could have done this 3 weeks ago or two, whatever, and then by this time we could have had this approved by today. So I think this is probably a lesson learned, and knowing that this council is a little bit more critical with 11th hour items that may be a pushover in previous councils. So. So is there, so what has been presented, we do have a couple of options in front of us. If one of the nay voters on this wanted to reconsider this for a later time, and I think Councilmember Matias pointed out, he'll think about it and cross that bridge towards the end of the meeting, or if there is the opportunity to call a special meeting before the end of the year, that is also open to us. But once again, that is a collaborative and coordinated effort that would need to happen outside of this meeting. So, with that being said, I'm sorry, yes, are there any public speakers on this item?
To the chair, can you clarify, please? If we was to not make another motion before we end this, would it be considered to be dropped? Or does the motion needs to be made?
No,
now?
it is a concluded item unless one of the no voters chooses to reconsider.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Why don't we just keep the meeting rolling and we can come back?
Yes, we're going to go ahead and do that. And then it looks like, Manny, we do have a public speaker on this item.
Sorry, that was our assistant finance director.
Oh, okay.
Here to answer any questions if you want to reconsider this item now. That's up to the council.
Is the council open to hearing someone from finance to speak to this, or?
Can we just get through some of the other items and we can come back to it? Because I kind of feel like we've spent like a lot of time on this item and we got to get to some of the other stuff. We can come back to it.
No, once you close this, I was just clarifying.
No,
the city attorney said we can move to reconsider later in the meeting.
Later in the meeting. We can
Okay,
do that later.
thank
At any time during the meeting, you can move to reconsider the item.
Thank you for that clarification. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 9, the action calendar. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9A?
Adopt a resolution making appointments to Code Enforcement Appeals Board and the Commission on Culture plus the Arts.
Thank you for that. And so, Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually, after the end of the 2 minute will not be recognized. City Clerk Abrahamson, please lead us through the appointment process.
Okay, so council members Matulik and Matias conducted applicant interviews on November 13th. And on your nomination log before you are the applicants who participated in the interviews that are eligible for appointment. For Code Enforcement Appeals Board, you have 4 vacancies, and you only had 3 applicants that interviewed. So if the council wishes by acclamation, you could appoint all 3 of these applicants to fill at least 3 out of the 4 vacancies. Their terms would start January 1 of 2026 and commence on December 31st of 2029. For Commission on Culture and the Arts, there are 2 vacancies, and the council members interviewed the 4 applicants as presented in the nomination log. So for that commission, you will need to go through the nomination process.
Thank you for that, City Clerk. And I know that staff did send out the video of the interviews, so we trust that all the council members did have an opportunity to watch the interviews. Council, do we have any questions for staff? Seeing none, staff, how many virtual, are there any speakers for this item, Manny?
None at this time.
Thank you for that. So do any of my council members have any opposition to the acclamation vote for the Code Enforcement Appeals Board? Seeing none, would you like to go through that? And then I will go ahead and turn over the floor to Council Member Matias, who is the liaison for the Commission on Culture of the Arts, and to start with his votes or any comments.
Do we need to take a vote on the last one, or?
You will be doing it all as part of adopting the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Just want to, again, and Councilmember Matulik, you can speak to this. What a year just interviewing residents from across the city with so much expertise and so many ideas for moving our city forward. These have all been incredibly difficult decisions to make. And I just want to, and this is something you share every meeting, like just want to continue encouraging folks to apply. We do have openings in other commissions, and we need every single one of you to move our city forward. And so having said that, I will be nominating this evening Monique Schieffer, who's already serving on our Commission on Culture and the Arts, and Mr. Justin Colonia.
Thank you for that. And Don, did you want to go down the line to get each council member's vote?
Why don't we go with you, Councilmember Matulik, since you did participate in the interviews as well?
Thank you for that. And to echo what Councilmember Matias said, is that this has been a great year interviewing for a lot of the commissions and the boards. And I mean, I think the GVRD one was the example of it, to where there was one opening, and how many interviews did we have? So we had that many, and we wish all of them were like that, because we see all the great voices out there, and especially seeing, for me, seeing the people we don't really see out in the community come and participate in this, so we can put a face with a name and then try to include them in other opportunities within the city. So thank you all, and we encourage everyone to apply and use this as a starting point to get involved in their civics with the city of Vallejo. With that being said, my votes go to Justin Colonia and Monique Schaefer.
Thank you. Councilmember Lettigiu.
My votes are the same as Councilmember Matias and Matulik.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I'd like to select Ms. Hanif and Monique Schaefer.
Okay. So Justin received 3 nominations. Hanif received 1, and Monique Schaefer received 4. So it looks like your appointment is Monique Schaefer and Justin Colonia.
Congratulations to Justin Colonia and Monique Schaefer. And How would you like to read the motion to approve both these boards?
It would be appropriate to adopt a resolution making those three appointments to the Code Enforcement Appeals Board of Lindsay Ullum, Kevin Tennyson, and Edgar Rida, and the appointments of Justin Calonia and Monique Schaefer to the Commission on Culture and the Arts. That would be the motion.
Can we parrot that, exactly what you said, or do we need to say that verbatim again as a formal motion?
Whoever's making the motion could just concur with what I said unless the council would like me to repeat it. I want to make sure you're clear.
Is there a motion on the table? Just concur.
I concur.
Oh, okay. That motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Beginser, and Councilmember Palmera is absent.
Thank you for that. Moving on to action item 9B. City Clerk, could you please read that item?
Consider and make a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety.
Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Chief Todd, do we have a presentation?
Yes, council members, good evening. Jason Taw, Vallejo Chief of Police. So tonight I'm going to provide you all with an update on our public safety staffing. And starting with this slide, a lot of these slides are a little bit redundant, but we're just going to update just so you have good context. You're looking at just a 2005 to current projection on a snapshot of just staffing. So in 2005, we had 147 sworn, and then currently in 2025, we have about 80. So as you can see from 2023, starting in 24 and moving into 25, we are on a pretty good upward trajectory. These are the 4 phases that originally in 2023, when we started entering into staffing emergency, these 4 phases were discussed, I think, in later on tonight. We'll talk about a service model reduction program that concerns alarm calls. But currently, we are in phase 2, so we do fill some vacant slots when they do occur. We haven't had to use detectives or other folks outside of patrol to fill those slots. We got as high as phase 3, but we never ended up in phase 4. Next slide, Manny. So as I had mentioned, staffing is increasing modestly. These are just some highlights in red. In September, we assigned 2 additional officers back to traffic. We have significant traffic issues to include fatalities that are of utmost concern. We are hopeful to put another task force officer back into the FBI task force so we can work some joint operations with our federal partners under the PSP program. Effective in September, we were able to form our POP team, which is our problem-oriented policing proactive team, consisting of 4 individuals, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 2 officers. And in October of last year, we were able to put a full-time police assistant to deal with abandoned vehicles. So we'll go over that a little bit more operational detail at the operations report out. This kind of gives you all just an idea on how we're going to build back some of the areas that we had to flatten. So this is an assumption of a +7 every year. The next slide, you'll kind of see our projection on not only the +7 that we anticipate as modest and consistent growth, but we also anticipate possibly 5 additional laterals. So that will bring us to a +12. 12 every year. A little bit blurry, but I'm just going to point you out to the orange in the center and then the yellow just to the right. So orange is July of 2025. So we're kind of in between the yellow and the orange. But just so you can kind of understand the backdrop, the column on the left are patrol officers and the column on the right are total sworn. So for example, in July of 2026, we'll have about what we anticipate conservatively about 50 patrol officers and about 89 total sworn. So that's with an assumption rate of a +7 every year. So we are on track, though, to meet those goals. And as we start building back, again, we're going to bring back a task force officer. Slowly, we'll build back our patrol division, our traffic division, and our school resource officers. And eventually, at the end of 2026, we hope to bring back the swing shift team that we had to flatten out. So that would likely happen the same time the sheriff partnership will conclude. This is a graphic just showing the growth rate that I had mentioned. Current staffing is on the far left and what we anticipate in 2028 on the far right. So this again is with the assumption of 5 entry or recruit officers and an additional, 7 entry or recruit officers and 5 lateral officers. So with the lateral incentive program, we had enough funding for about 3 years. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing 2026, 2027, 2028, 5, 5, and 5 to conclude our funding for that program. Next slide.
My apologies to interrupt. Students in the back, are you needing signatures for your participation? You already got them? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Chief Ta.
No problem. So this is just a side-by-side. I mean, you can see month to month, we don't see a lot of gain, but obviously from 2023 to current, there's a significant amount of gain. So just from 9/9 to today's reporting, you can kind of see the numbers currently. So total sworn staffing is 80. We actually have 2 officers graduating from the academy very soon, so that will bring our numbers up to 82 very soon. And so you can kind of see that officers in FTO, I'm going a little bit out of sequence, but we swore in 2 officers also recently this week. So those 2 officers are in field training program. We currently have still 2 officers on some sort of modified duty, 1 officer on long-term disability, bringing us to currently 77 full-duty officers. 39 are working patrol. You can see it's a decrease from last time because we've built the POP team out. We also put another officer in traffic and another officer in detectives. So you can kind of see that as we're building back staffing, we're putting some of these officers in key areas that can significantly help operations within the city and help community with some very serious type of follow-up investigations. Currently still 5 supervisors, sergeants in patrol. As I had mentioned, we had 2 officers just recently sworn in. They're in field training. Last report out, we had 1 person resign. That was really more for personal reasons, logistically. So currently, we do not anticipate anyone resigning. And then we have 2 officers starting very soon, Thursday. They start Thursday. Okay, exploring other options. A lot of these we've talked about. Obviously, the most important one is the sheriff partnership that's going to start in January. So we originally planned to start January 1. We are on track to start January 7th. So that is the 2nd Wednesday of the month. They are planning on working Wednesday through Saturday. So a 1-week delay just to get kind of logistics in. I'm pretty happy with that time frame still. We are still receiving CHP support, so we're getting additional enforcement as CHP officers have free patrol time. They come off onto the service streets and conduct additional enforcement on our surface streets. And we are still receiving assistance to have sideshow deterrence and reckless driving campaigns with CHP monthly. We expanded our security guard program, so we deployed this program at the end of November, so we're hoping to kind of recircle back and see where we are mid-January, kind of evaluate the areas of deployment, evaluate how the areas kind of responded, and just make any adjustments that seem to be needed. We are also, though, talking with some of the labor unions involved to kind of increase some of the personnel that we can utilize for this program. So that is ongoing in terms of discussion. And then lastly, we are still using some technology to kind of help fill out some of the vacancies that we have, to include the mobile towers. So those towers, we've been running for maybe 6 or 8 months. They've actually been pretty effective, in the areas that we've deployed them thus far. ALPRs are still being utilized and very effective. And we'll talk about the Raven technology, which is the gunshot detection technology, later on this evening. This is good news. What you're looking at is average response times. The first table at the top shows an average response time of a period of 1 year from November to December of 2024. The bottom table shows a 1 year time snapshot as well from November to December of 2025. So we are roughly having the same number of officers as we did in 2024, 38 compared to 39 in patrol. What you can see, though, is significant improvement. So if you look towards the bottom, you'll see that priority 1 calls, we improved from 14 minutes to under 9 minutes. Priority 2s, we improved from 325 minutes to 184 minutes. And priority 3s, we improved from 497 to 320. So these are significant improvements. What I believe is occurring, obviously, is as crime reduces, call volume also reduces, kind of commensurate with that. So we're seeing that when we get to the operations report. We'll talk about some of the crime patterns that we're tracking. However, we're still here talking about this because even if you look at the great news of 33% improvement, 43% improvement, 35% improvement, we're still responding 3 hours into a priority 2 currently. That's great, 5.5 hours to 3 hours, but that is still, in my opinion, a long time. And we are still taking 5 hours on a priority 3. Next slide. This is a little bit blurry, but I'm just going to hit some of the highlighted areas. What you're looking at the very top right are arrests, so the felony arrests and misdemeanor arrests. So total arrests is 216. You can see towards the center column under patrol division, you can see the number of use of force incidences. Generally, we see that force occurs during some sort of enforcement or arrest. So we've had 16 of those for the month of October. So, that's about a 7% force rate during arrests. But what I want to point out is that's a 93% of our arrests are not using force at all. So I'm happy that the majority of the arrests are non-use of force related. Moving to the left of this chart, you can see under traffic the number of fatal collisions. In 2024, year to date, we had 8. We were at 10. I think, when the next op report comes out, we might be a little bit more, with 1, potentially 2 in the fatal collision category. Moving down towards the abandoned vehicle section. So as we talked about earlier on an earlier slide, for about a year, we've had a full-time police assistant really working on the abandoned vehicle backlog. It started out with about 4,500 pending inspections. We're averaging, towing about 60 vehicles a month. And so we are slowly making significant progress on that area. And then moving over to the crime report, you can see by and large crime at all the categories with the green arrows are trending downward. So significant downward trends on homicides, on sexual assaults, significant downward trend On larcenies, stolen vehicles, very significant downward trends, and shootings, very significant downward trends. Where we're seeing an uptick, though, is domestic violence. So part of the aggravated assaults and simple assaults and some of the kidnappings or abductions are directly related to domestic violence cases. So we've launched an initiative to really look comprehensively at what's occurring in our city from 2024 and 2025 in terms of domestic violence cases. And so that was presented to the Public Safety Subcommittee. We got good discussion on that, really good direction. So with that, we are intending to expand our gun violence restraining order program and the initiatives behind when we use a gun violence restraining order, specifically related to domestic violence. We're going to look closely at the repeat offenders. We had a bunch of repeat offenders from 2024 and 2025, so we want to see what's working well and what's not working well. And then lastly, we'll look to see the trends on locations, age brackets. You know, we have to do, in my opinion, a better job with informing some of the public that could be victims, and informing some of the public that could be offenders. You know, we have to do a better job, in my opinion, in intervention and prevention activities. Next slide. We're still poised to roll out a volunteer program. Initially, our intent was to have this program stood up by January. It is still on track for a very good opening date. However, we're closer into March instead. Sergeant Hollis gave me an update a couple of weeks ago, and the primary reason for the delay is that we've got to get some of these folks in the background process. So that backgrounding can take anywhere between 30 and 45 days, and so that is the reason why there's a slight delay on the program. But we're hopeful that once these backgrounds are completed, if they're done early, we might be able to stand the program up a little bit sooner. Next slide. So this is just a chart just on iHeart. You know, iHeart is the alternative response model that we partner with Felton Institute. And so just a summary from 2025, their monthly report just kind of gives you all a snapshot of what they were involved in the month of September. So they responded to 135 calls, 64% were successfully resolved. Their services include de-escalation, counseling, linkages to other care and resources. They place family into emergency housing. They link clients to mental health services. We've expanded their presence in schools and senior centers and senior community members. And they are also working very closely with our unsheltered individuals, reaching out to 76 plus individuals for the month of September. So they strengthen partnerships with other of our other partners within the city, Vallejo Together, House of Acts, and the Navigation Center. They've really started to reach out more for youth engagement. We're looking to really engage some of the Hispanic youth coming up in 2026. So iHeart is a very good partner in that endeavor. Prevention and diversion programming is also going to be launching very soon. So this report is available on our website monthly. And with that, this concludes my presentation. Just based on the information I've set forward today, I think there are significant improvements from 2023, but I do believe that we would like council to consider finding and continuing our declared state of emergency. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Manny, are there any in-person speakers or virtual speakers to open the public hearing?
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. We do have one speaker online that has their hand raised. If you would like to hear them.
Go ahead and have the speaker.
Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Carol, please unmute your microphone. You have the floor.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I was hoping the chief would be talking a little bit about the status of the Public Safety Subcommittee. He mentioned it, but he didn't say anything about how the operation is going, his relationship with the committee. So if he could take a minute or two, or three, to just give us an update on that, because there's not much on the website about it. So I don't know what's going on there. I'd love to hear just an overview, if that's possible. And that's just my question. Thank you.
And what specific committee are you referring to?
The Public Safety Subcommittee?
Thank you for that clarification. Chief, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, just a quick kind of overview on that subcommittee. That's comprised of 3 council members. Actually, 2 of them are here currently, so if you guys want to speak about that, I think it would be enlightening for the public. But essentially, the subcommittee has certain requests that they want to hear, certain things that not only affects PD, but it could affect other aspects of public safety. So for example, if it's a streets and traffic issue, then we would bring in folks from Public Works, talk about what they're doing environmentally or engineering-wise that could help reduce traffic hazards and driving behavior. If it's something to do with the fire department, then that would be an appropriate setting as well. So we've talked about several different topic items to include sex trafficking. We talk about the operations report. We get some really good feedback from a lot of the folks here in our meeting tonight. Also come to the Public Safety Subcommittee meeting, and we had a really robust discussion on domestic violence. So I think there's only been 3 meetings, and they generally meet once a month.
Thank you for that. Chief Ty, are there any members of the council that are on that Public Safety Committee that would like to add to anything that Chief Ty has said? Seeing none, are there any other speakers, Manny?
Thank you. Yes, we do have one more speaker online.
Go ahead, have that speaker.
Joe McDonald, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I was wondering if the chief could say a little bit about any other partners, community partners, or if they have a process for any other community partners to engage with VPD outside of Felton. I know that they have had opportunities to engage on funding partnerships in the past with community-based organizations, and I was wondering if they have any plans for that in the near future.
So previously, when we had some programming, and depending on what the programming is, generally we would put out an RFP. So I'll use the Felton contract as an example, since the caller mentioned Felton. So when there is a program, we put out an RFP that really details what we're looking for, what the company is able to provide, and then we rank all the folks that apply with a very objective criteria, just to see if they're able to do the programming, and if we have multiple vendors that can do the programming, which would do it the best and maybe the most economic. So that's generally how we had done it in the past. I know the city has changed up their process a little bit because we've moved to an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications. And what that does is that kind of, in layman's terms, it allows people that are in a certain space to apply for certain qualified areas. So that way we could have a list of service providers that, let's say, work in that space. That way we don't have to be pressed, with very strict time and limitations when we apply for grants. We already have a request for qualifications already established. So that's how the city has kind of poised itself moving forward to be fair for folks to be able to apply for some of these opportunities ahead of time. And that way, when these opportunities materialize in a grant possibility, we will then go back to the RFQs to then draw from those community organizations.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other speakers, Manny?
None at this time.
Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the council? Go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much for this report. I truly appreciate it. Going back to iHeart, actually going back to your graph, your data graph. I think, Manny, could you please pull that out from us, the Operation Brio for October 2025? Could you please pull that out for me, please? Right here in the presentation. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't have a page, so I can't see it. Yeah, thank you. I know you can't separate from adult crimes to youth crime, or can you? Youth versus adults, whether it be.
Yeah, we can, filter different crime types. This report is an overview, so it doesn't have that level of detail. Now, some of the iHeart monthly reports may have a little bit more fine details on which calls they respond to that deal with adult persons or juvenile persons, but this operations report does not have that level of detail in it.
You mind, do I ask this question of you, city manager? For future, city manager? Sorry. For future, excuse me, sorry about that. For future, I would like to know if we can have data that states adults versus youth, because we have already lost 4 youth since I've been sitting, including a 19-year-old, and we need to talk about that, because this is becoming bigger than what we anticipated. So I wanted to know if that's possible, because it is becoming more of an issue. So if you can help me.
So differentiating between adult and juvenile victims of what types of crime?
Really any, but particularly loss of life.
Do you mean homicides?
Yes.
Okay.
Or even collisions or hit and runs or anything in that nature.
Okay, I think there are some legal restrictions on what we can share about juveniles. I'll let the city attorney weigh in, and then I'll ask the police department to talk about the reporting capabilities related to that.
So, yes, there are restrictions on what information relating to juveniles can, in fact, be released. We can look at that and see if it's, in some instances, it would be sufficient to be anonymous where there are multiples. I don't know whether it would be in other circumstances, but we can look at it and get back to the council on that.
I appreciate that, because I do know that we do put out a press release, and we did indicate an age just recently, and that's why I'm asking if we can see that in the data. We want the constituents to know that we are taking it serious, and it's becoming a bigger concern than probably in the past.
And I'll ask Chief Taw and Deputy Chief Knight if our reporting tools would allow us to differentiate that in our reports.
Yes, Councilmember Gordon, this is a very good question and a significant concern, to say the least. We do have those crime analytical capabilities to catalog demographics to include age of victims and offenders. and can do that for particular crime types. For purposes of the operations report, just for clarification, these crimes, as they're listed, don't differentiate between adult and juvenile because these are the crime types that are reported to the national reporting system called NIBRS. But if there's any particular crime type that you would like a greater detailed breakdown for the year, for the past couple of years, that's something we can do relatively easily through our crime analyst. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. I would like to see that. You don't have to say age, but just anything, data that could be under 18 or under 21 and 21 above.
I think
if that's possible.
If the information in the data is aggregate data, I think that would probably be fine. We could put age types as long as there's not one with a particular age. We could do ranges. So there's ways I think we can kind of work around it.
I think we can look at it and see what we can produce that wouldn't violate the statute. That's fine.
Thank you, because I think we need to look at some type of campaigning. You know, we have calls after calls, looking to see what the city is doing. So I think if we put some highlight on it, we could better advocate and look for funding and sources to do better campaigning to let our families know who have lived experience that we are paying attention to that need. Thank you.
So just to close the loop on that, Councilmember Gordon, are you requesting that be part of a revised version of the monthly report going forward?
Please.
Okay, and
I would appreciate that.
so VPD, is that feasible?
It is feasible to accomplish that. Maybe not as part of the operations report, but that is a separate report we can do monthly. We've done it in the past related to murders, and we could just update that information. So that's something we can produce.
Would that be acceptable to Councilmember
Yes,
Gordon?
absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Matias?
One more question, sorry, one more question. I apologize, Council Member. One more. I also want to include in your iHeart monthly report, thank you so much for that, but what's missing from here is the neighborhood watch that they attend. Everyone's I've been, unless I overlooked it, if we can also include, because they have attended every neighborhood watch meetings, and I would like to know regarding your youth engagement. I noticed that you do have Hispanic youth, and it should be recognized, but I also am concerned that what about African Americans, and if so, is it because it's already happening? Maybe you can put some light onto that for me.
Yeah, we can include both. I mean, I'd mentioned the Hispanic youth because we've had a lot of issues with ICE recently.
Okay.
And then so there has been a lot more concern. Not saying that any one particular category of youth is more or less important, but that has been something that has been of heightened concern, and so we're aware of that, and we want to do something to kind of address that. And then these are just snapshots of iHeart. The monthly reports are a little bit more detailed. We just wanted to put some bullet points in there. So we'll add the neighborhood watch bullet point for the next report out.
Thank you, because I would like to let you know a lot of people ask questions from them, so it's not like they're just there. And we want the community to know that amongst their already busy day, they still take the time to come to those meetings and be there 100%. Thank you. Excellent report, by the way.
Councilmember Matias?
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. So I'm going to repeat something I shared at the Public Safety Subcommittee meeting, and just for the public speaker who dialed in, the first couple meetings, we were not broadcasting those meetings, but the city manager has committed to broadcasting those on a go-forward basis, beginning with the January one. So thank you for that, City Manager Murray. So folks can tune in virtually. Back to what I was going to say, however, what is happening on Sonoma Boulevard is, I'm going to use a very strong word, it's an atrocity. And we have to do something about it right away. The amount of fatal collisions, to Councilmember Gordon's point, that have occurred on Sonoma Boulevard this year have been I mean, it's unacceptable to have one. We've had, just on Sonoma Boulevard this year, I've lost count of how many news articles I've read about folks losing their lives on a hit and run on Sonoma Boulevard. There should be a team comprised of Caltrans, our city staff, PD, CHP, really identifying, not just from a like patrol standpoint, but also from an engineering standpoint, like what can we do? Speed tables, radar, you name it. We cannot continue to lose lives on that corridor. It is unacceptable. And every single month, that number keeps creeping up, and we're just kind of taking it as there's nothing we can do about it. And it's like, no, we can actually do something about it. Somebody got hit on City Park this summer, and the team mobilized right away, and they implemented a set of solutions to like slow down speeding. And so I want to see that same level of coordination on Sonoma Boulevard right now. And I'm not saying that's on PD, because I've called out, Caltrans, it's a state road. I've called out our Public Works Department, and even personnel from Caltrans. Like, you guys have to start meeting right now and put something down, because it doesn't matter if, like, we've lost folks from American Canyon just driving by, from here, from other parts of the Bay Area, and we've done nothing. Nothing. That number that you guys put up, I think it was 10. I think that's up to what, 14 now? 12? So just in the past month, we've lost 2 more lives. And so, again, you guys are doing the best you possibly can, but that should have been happening a long time ago. And I don't want to keep seeing folks losing their life because of hit and runs, because there's no lighting, there's no speed tables, there's no nothing on Sonoma Boulevard. So that's not, I don't know if we can include that as part of the public safety emergency or the staffing emergency, but the city manager's office has to work on this like right away. We cannot continue having accidents there, or we've got to bring it down. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm not an expert in any of those areas. But if you compare just on that boulevard, how many lives we've lost this year to other parts of the city, I mean, there's no comparisons, apples and oranges. So that's my only comment. I appreciate all of the progress that you guys have made. You've deployed the POP team. You've proposed a plan through the Public Safety Subcommittee to start to address trafficking, and we had a discussion with other partners. We had a very robust discussion last month around domestic violence, which will continue in January. So I really appreciate the partnership. You guys are coming in, proposing solutions. Some of these conversations are really difficult, and some of these conversations also include an element of admission that we haven't done enough, and you guys have showed up and have admitted to that in those meetings, and so I appreciate that. I know the city has not done enough for years in some of these areas that we're trying to tackle, and I'm looking forward to having the full council have presentations on some of the items that we've recommended to have move forward to the full body. So that's all I got, Councilmember Matulak, but I will say enough is enough with the fatal collisions on Sonoma Boulevard. It is crazy. We've done nothing this year around that. I mean, I said another word, in the back, you know what I'm saying? This is just wild, and it shouldn't be happening. We need to stop. We need to save lives.
Through the council, I just want to tell Councilmember Matias I agree with you wholeheartedly. Those numbers are unacceptable. Since you brought it up in the Public Safety Subcommittee, I have done some research into this. I'm happy to report, first of all, we're going to get you the data for the next month's meeting in terms of fatalities and plot those out on a map. You are right, there's a significant number that are on Snow Boulevard. I was happy to learn that our traffic division does meet with the Public Works Traffic Engineering Department quarterly, so that infrastructure is in place. I don't know, I suspect possibly not, that Caltrans is not at the table for that. So I think there's a framework that is there that we can build on. So that was something that I was happy to learn about. So looking forward to working together.
Councilmember Ledesju.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work, and I think we've had about 3 meetings, and they've been really productive, and you all have been extremely responsive to the many things that we have brought forward as a safety committee. And one of the things that I'd like to daylight and highlight, many cities have campaigns around speed, and I've not found that yet here in our city. So what can we do? And it's not just on Sonoma Boulevard. Just if you're right on the other side where Provision is, I forget the name of that street, people act like there's no stop sign there. They just come right across. And many other roads, Crotola Parkway, so forth and on. And I think since the pandemic, our level of patience as we drive has really deteriorated holistically. The other thing that, and I know this is not just not necessarily a police task perhaps, but it is a conversation between PD, Public Works. You know, I go down some of the streets, and particularly in my district, going down rolling hills and so forth and on, and it is so dark. I've been in District 1 trying to get home. You can't even see the signs, and so I'm saying this to the city manager too. Our signs are not lit, our streets are not lit. We have bus stops, and I've seen people sitting on the bus stop at 5 when now it's getting dark. You don't even know they're there. And so, you know, when we talk about safety and traffic, all of these things are part of safety in traffic. And we as a city, this is not just to VPD, this is not your sole issue. This is to our city manager too. We need to go out and survey our streets. I don't know, honestly, and it's not to be disrespectful, but I just shake my head when I'm driving through the city thinking about, do our staff, our public works staff, when they're driving around, even in the evenings, do they recognize the conditions of the lighting around our different streets? And what is the plan? Do we have a comprehensive plan that speaks to the things that we need to do? It's true we cannot do everything, but the reality is no plan means you do nothing for sure. We need to have a plan how our streets are better lit. And that is a part of the safety. Because I'm telling you, trying to get home sometimes in different areas, if I don't particularly know the streets, and there's other cars behind me, I'm gonna miss my street because there's no light on the street sign. And I was really shocked by that a couple weeks ago as I was driving home from a certain location, the back way, trying to get home. And I'm like, wow. And I had somebody standing on the bus stop and just thinking, they're sitting in the dark, it's 5:30 at night, 5:30, and who's gonna know that they're sitting there? You can barely see. So I think, you know, the other question is to the city manager from a safety perspective. How are we surveying our streets, the lighting for safety? We need to come up with a safety plan around our streets, around our lighting. And this is not BPD's, you know, baby. It should be part of Public Works baby. But we need to come up with what those plans look like. We need to have campaigns around speeding and helping the public really become more aware about how we are using our streets, the lives that we're losing, and really have a campaign around commitment to saving lives, to driving more safely. Cities do this
this is not an anomaly. Cities do this work. They don't allow their numbers to just keep climbing. And so I'd like to ask for the city manager, along with the Department of Public Works, along with VPD, our engineers, to really think about what kind of campaign can we have around safety. We need to do that in this city. So thank you.
Thank you. And kind of continue on with this theme of traffic. I think that's been my greatest concern over the past year or so, to see the numbers that they're at right now. I'm glad to see a lot of the other crime statistics are going down, but this seems to be going up for whatever reason. And so that to me, this brings up the question is, being a state of emergency, what does that entitle us to? What does that allow us to do that we wouldn't normally be able to do, specifically related to traffic? To the question of Councilmember Matias's, since Caltrans is not coming to the table, does us being in a state of emergency, does that allow us to, quote unquote, force them to be at the table?
I can just answer from my perspective. The state of emergency that we're in, it kind of allows for us to do things internally, to try to get to the forefront of anything that we may have to do with our city staff to increase public safety. So to Councilwoman Lediju's point, I agree. Everybody has to be kind of working together to figure out how we can, as a city, reduce these type of driving behaviors and these bad outcomes. Enforcement is always, what we do. That's in our wheelhouse. However, just as a backstory for you all, plus the community, in 2023, when we had to flatten everything out, we were left with one person in traffic that's sworn and one person that was a clerk in traffic, just to basically just keep the lights on. We had to give grant money back, OTS money, so Office of Transportation Safety. We could not exercise all of the campaign funds that were available, whether it be distracted driving, crosswalk safety, speed campaigns, DUI checkpoints. I mean, all these add to a robust enforcement strategy to correct driving behavior. And so those were some of the challenges that we faced in 23. Now we have 5 full-time dedicated staff there, 3 of which are sworn. So they still do have a lot of responsibility with some of the call-outs that they have to respond to after hours and on the weekends for the fatal injury accidents and some of the major injury accidents that don't result in a fatal collision. So there is a lot of work still. And then so as we talked about that previous slide, as our staffing gets healthier, we're building detectives just as aggressively as traffic, because that is a very high need area.
Thank you for that. And as a further clarification, when the fatal traffic incidents are noted here, is that vehicular traffic collisions, or are those pedestrian versus vehicular? Does that also include that number in there?
Yes, it's a mix of both.
Okay,
And
it's a
that's going to be part of the breakdown we provide and make publicly available as part of the Public Safety Subcommittee. Also, I just want a point of clarification, because I don't want to misrepresent those internal meetings with our traffic division and Public Works Traffic Engineering. I'm not saying Caltrans is not coming. I don't even know if they're invited. So that's part of the infrastructure that we need to ensure that they are invited and that they can participate. So I don't want it to represent that they don't want to come. So I just don't know.
Understood. And when they gave the presentation of the Sonoma Boulevard upgrade, when we asked the question of, when we brought up this whole issue of fatalities along Sonoma Boulevard, the best we got out of them is we'll take it into consideration. I mean, for me, that's a nothing answer, to where if there's accidents happening, to where if we're not doing anything, what I mean, because obviously it sounds like they have the ultimate say of what actually gets implemented on Sonoma Boulevard. So that's where my question is, if we have solutions or recommendations that we would like to see done, if they don't want it, or for whatever reason, then it doesn't happen, it sounds like.
So as a state highway, Caltrans has the sole and absolute authority to address what is essentially the state highway that is named Sonoma Boulevard here within the city limits. Having said that, however, we have had fairly good luck as respects entering into agreements and having those conversations with Caltrans as we've moved forward through some of our processes, including the project, the Divergent Diamond project that's going forward. There was a lot of give and take with regard to that project, who had responsibility for what, et cetera. So the conversations can take place, and they do take place. Where we land on them sometimes is a little bit of whose responsibility is it and how do we work together. But nothing stops us from having the conversation, certainly, to begin with.
I appreciate that. And it sounds like we do have what sounds like a relatively positive relationship and at least a conversational relationship with them. But I think we as a council is when we see this data that all these fatalities are happening and sounds like nothing's actually happened, we would like to take it to that next level of how do we implement what we believe would potentially work, but also get their feedback on what their recommendations are, because if they're snubbing their nose to when we're saying all these fatalities happen and they're not willing to quote unquote budge on any of this stuff, I would like to understand that who do we have to talk to, how do we have those conversations to at least start a dialogue. And this goes to potentially the relationship building of what we have, which I think it sounds like it's in a positive light. So let's continue that from that standpoint. But then that brings us to me to the further part, to where I think our residents have a bigger concern is in their own neighborhoods of a lot of these traffic where red lights, or not red lights, stop signs don't even exist. And so, so when you talk about the state of emergency allows us internally to make some changes or do certain things. From our resident standpoint, what could that potentially look like? Because I know, and I appreciate the CHP supporting us, and I would like to say on my way here to the city council meetings, I saw 2 CHP officers do traffic stops, one in the Rancho area. So I know they've been supporting that, which has been a great help, and I anticipate the sheriff's department will be doing the same thing. But I think from a resident standpoint, in our own neighborhoods, I think the lawlessness of the just not even paying attention to stop signs, and especially specifically around schools. That's the biggest concern that I hear, is a lot of these lawless traffic incidents are near accidents, near whatever collisions happening around schools. So I would like to have that dialogue, and hopefully if it does come in front of the Public Safety Committee, this can be a standing agenda item of how the traffic side or whatever it may be. I know you guys have a lot on your plate in those Public Safety Committee, but I think this falls within that realm, that world of these are issues that our own constituents are bringing up, and at least we can have that conversation and dialogue to at least respond back to the concerns our own constituents and our own neighborhoods have, especially at our schools. So just throwing that out there for having that conversation and stuff. So, because I know from the past, what this entitled us to do was that 1.9 million that we were able to, quote unquote, expedite for the security towers, for the subsidies to GVRD. We were able to do that in a lickety-split moment, where in the past it would have been molasses, taking us forever to have to go through that. So I would like to have those triggers to address what appears to be a more increasing concern of the traffic, not just the collisions and fatalities, but the incidents that are happening from the lawlessness of how people are driving, especially in residential areas. So just want to throw that out there. Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to say, to the point of Caltrans, I don't know if the city manager was going to talk on this. Were you going to say something about that? We had Caltrans came out and to survey Sonoma Boulevard from Cartola to the Carquinez Bridge, and them being there in the presence, they were able to feel what we were actually saying, and that was not part of their data. And they were able to say, hey, we might need to go back into the drawing board, because just standing there, and when the car's got a green light, and you can see their whole body literally move. The whole car moved, a vehicle moved. So they stressed to me, at least, that they do want to have a more engaging partnership with us, and they were very concerned. They walked away feeling that they didn't want to see these numbers either. So I think we do have a good relationship with Caltrans. I just maybe like DC Knight stated that maybe they haven't been to the table, haven't been invited, or are they even getting this data so that when they're planning future projects, they can take these in consideration. And also so you know, they do have a plan to implement safety, including light, including more robust, I think they're called HOVs, where, you know, the lights, when the students walk up, they can feel it. They don't even have to touch it. It'll change. So we're not going to be doing that at first from Cartola to the Carquinez Bridge, but having that in-person feeling and seeing and hearing testimonies, and the business owners show them videos of individuals who lost their lives on that street. So since we've been seated, so they do want to have a better, and I sense that from them compassionately. Also, too, CHP is, I've always seen them on my neck of the woods, but they have been Johnny on the spot, trust me. And then my last one I was going to mention was, I do notice the kidnapping and what's going on there, number one. And number two, I do notice the zeros as well in your report for the officer-involved shooting and assault on officers. So do you contribute that to reform, education?
Yeah, Councilwoman Gordon. So I'll just talk about the kidnapping. A lot of the kidnapping, and I'm just looking at just kind of the overall totals, they're generally related to some sort of domestic incident. So it could be a custody issue between parents. Oftentimes when you don't provide your child when you're supposed to, that could be construed as abduction, you know, because the other parent should be having that child during the time that the other parent still has a child. Now, there are instances where we have robberies that are connected to the kidnappings. So those are a little bit more rare, but they're a combination of everything. But if I were to tell you the predominant kidnapping and abduction, most of those are not due to strangers being involved. It's somebody with a relationship, whether it's a parent or a child. It could be a sibling, it could be a relative, but those are the primary kidnapping / abduction categories that we see. The other piece, you talk about officer-involved shootings and assaults on officers. I think to our credit, I think our officers, despite being very new, very young, we're really stressing to them to de-escalate, to slow things down, to get the necessary resources to them, whether they're equipment resources or other personnel resources. We need them to get what they need before they engage in whatever that call for service is or whatever that event entails. So I think that just that basic principle is really kind of emulated throughout all of our staff. So we have seen very positive results as a result of this this way of thinking.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lediju?
So what is the purpose of continuing with a state of emergency?
we have completed the sheriff contract, which really was the driving force towards that. So we've made a lot of progress in many areas. So why are we continuing to ask for state of emergency? What does it bring from a funding perspective, federal or state?
I think to some degree that's up to you all to decide. You know, what is the reasoning behind it, what the benefits are, either for or against. I can just tell you from my personal opinion, are we out of a state of emergency? No, we're not out. Now, whether or not that changes anything in terms of what we receive in help from our partners, we are getting help from CHP. You know, and we're very glad that they're helping us. But at some point, when we decide that, when you all decide that we are not any longer in a state of emergency, then we may not get the help or the attention that some of the partners are providing currently.
So
I don't know.
Have we had that discussion with CHP? I mean, when I think about a state of emergency, I think of something being tied that's very tangible as it relates to resources. And so at this very moment in time, no different than any other law enforcement organization, you know, throughout the state of California, where possible, CHP is helping in different ways, just because of some of the unusual activities around sideshows and so forth and on. So, you know, again, what I say, I hear what you're saying from your perspective. You sit there every day. I don't. Your organization is a byproduct of what is supposed to guard my constitutional rights, keep me safe, right? So, but as someone who's worked in law enforcement, someone who understands the color of money and who understands what a state of emergency means, I'm really trying to figure out what's tied to this at this moment in time. Because again, the legislation that Senator Dodd brought forward was really tied to that state of emergency, frankly, from my perspective. Because we did not receive money from FEMA, from the federal government, as a result of a state of emergency, but it did something else for us at a state level, which this council has been able to complete and move that forward. So, again, when I think about a state of emergency, I think about resources, money in particular, that is allocated through state, through feds. Or in this case, we had legislation. So when we frame it differently, are we really in a state of an emergency as it relates to that being the condition to receive some special treatment, some additional assistance? And that, I think that's a really important question for us as a council when we think about that.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think it is a leadership perspective, because I also think that, you know, at some point when we have ample amount of staffing and we can adequately respond in a reasonable period of time, in my mind, that's when we're doing well. We're not doing well, not even close to doing well yet. Now, from a leadership perspective, though, when the city is in a state of emergency because of public safety, in my mind, regardless of what department is affecting PD, for example, human resource, if we need some extra help for retention, recruitment, or referral, they put that on the very tip top of their priority scale because the city is in a state of emergency.
But we're talking about, those are internal decisions.
Correct.
And I don't need, so I'll say this to the city manager, with all due respect to everyone, I don't need to be in a state of emergency for someone to recognize that recruitment is important and this particular department is down by 10 positions and we need to do something because here's the impact. That doesn't require a state of emergency. That requires, what is the prioritization of hiring within a city context, and the leadership should be able to delineate that without me declaring a state of an emergency. That is an operational issue. And so if we're having that issue and we can't define it without saying I'm in a state of emergency, then we need to have a different conversation. And the council needs to direct something different to the city manager. And that is, no, PD recruitments are a priority. Can you make that happen, sir, please? I mean, because when you say state of an emergency to the public, it really means something very different. And we have to delineate that, those differences for the sake of how we lead, how we ensure that community is not alarmed unnecessary, and we're working our way through process. And what we need to do from an operation perspective versus what we need to do external facing, where I'm leaning on FEMA, I'm leaning on the state or the Fed, if you will, because I have a state of emergency that warrants someone, another agency outside of our organization to come in from external to come and help me internal. And that's really where I speak in the framework of this emergency. Does this change does it change the fact that the CHP will allocate however many hours they've been allocating? Because really there has been, and I don't know if this is still going on, there's been a task force, down the 80 corridor, because when we were having so many issues Bay Area wide around the sideshows, so I think we really need to parse out what does that mean as we continue going forward. That's important. And I understand your perspective because you're sitting in this every day, but those are two different, they're very different. External support versus what I need internally, and I need prioritization to continue on this trajectory of becoming more healthy and meeting the goals that we have talked about meeting as it relates to hiring. Because one of the commitments we have made in being able to obtain the sheriff's participation in helping us with certain beats is that in this year, we're going to aggressively hire, train, and have a little bit of rest so that our force can continue on. And as time goes on over this year, really know that when we finish with this 1 year with the sheriff, we are in a much more healthier state. That's an operation issue. That is an operation commitment that this council is strongly behind. And we can give direction if we don't believe that hiring is going fast enough, that it is a priority. So those are very different things, and I really want to be able to delineate that tonight versus continuously saying, we're in a state of an emergency. No, we need to shift how we're operating. The PD needs X, Y, and Z. How are we going to make that happen internally? Because it's a commitment to that contract, And definitely that's not just your sole decision, because it requires other resources throughout the city, and it's something that the city manager needs to figure out versus you. But as a council, I want to understand externally, what is the benefit of me continuing to say we're in a state of an emergency? Because I feel like we've done the hard work as it relates to that contract and getting outside resources. There's no funding coming from FEMA or anywhere else.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, yeah, I agree. So I think one of the ambitions of the state of emergency was to potentially draw in some external resources, and we've already discussed what form those resources have come in, which is state legislation, which led to the sheriff's contract and also support from CHP. I think, we are worried that if we're no longer kind of frame it as being in a state of emergency, then we might lose that CHP assistance. We are getting special assistance that's beyond what other cities on the I-80 corridor are getting, two forms of additional assistance. Those are not going to be indefinite in any event, so they're on a limited clock, I think. I don't think I would characterize it as though we've used the state of emergency to resolve internal prioritization. We're already doing that internally. I think there was, although this predates my time here, I think there was also an idea that this would allow the city to streamline certain administrative processes. So let's say, for instance, that we needed to procure some services. We might be able to use a streamlined procurement process if we're in the state of emergency. To my knowledge, we haven't done that, and that's because we haven't gone through procurement processes specifically related to that. So I don't know that we've taken full advantage of what a state of emergency has offered, and I think it's a reasonable question of the councils now that we've gotten this significant CHP investment that isn't going to be indefinite, and we've gotten this state legislation and are close to kicking things off the sheriffs, whether there's any advantage, because I know that certainly for some members of the community, just the idea that we're continue to be in a state of emergency weighs on people and is a concern. So I think we're nearing that point. At one time, we had talked about whether we have a clear delineation of when we think we are out of a state of emergency. I think we've discussed when we get back to full staffing, but we're already on a positive trajectory in terms of what our public safety capabilities are and staffing are. So, it might not be getting to that full point, which is still a number of years away.
So I don't think we've answered the question. In the state of emergency at this moment in time, what are we going to lose if we declare that we're not in a state of emergency? Has anybody really asked that question? And I think that's a really important question. And if you remember the last time that this was brought before the city manager Murray, not everybody voted on it. And it is true, we need to come to a place of really understanding what does it mean. For me, it means the legislation. Because again, I've worked in law enforcement, I've worked for the state of California, I know what it is to have FEMA, I know what it means to have a true, what you are declaring as a state of emergency and what's tied to that. And I have not really seen that other than the piece of legislation.
So I think the most specific potential outcome of leaving the state of emergency is signaling to other partners that we no longer need the same level of assistance, and the type of assistance we're getting right now, I think, that's related to the state of emergency is the additional, surface patrols on free patrol time by the CHP and the dedication of their task force now once per month. And I know that Chief Ta has discussed this matter of that support with the CHP. I don't know what he's able to share publicly. I think that literally is what is at risk, and I think he can tell us to what degree he thinks it's at risk if we were to exit the state of emergency. And I completely understand some council members' desire to move into the next phase.
Yeah, that's, in my opinion too, that's really what may change. I mean, CHP has been tasked with a lot of other additional responsibilities statewide. And so they're tapped pretty thinly. And at some point, when we no longer need their assistance, they're going to be needed elsewhere. So I think just bluntly stated, that's probably the most impactful piece of this decision.
So one of the things that I'd like, and I don't want to vote on this because I want more clarity and I want you all to do some real work around this. And I wish that there had been more attention paid to what was said the last time that this subject matter was brought forward. I would like for you to have a direct conversation with CHP. Because the reality is, again, when I think about the 80 quarter and all of the things that were going on and the task force that were announced, it wasn't just announced because of Vallejo. It was announced because the 9 Bay Area counties were having such issues around the sideshows. And there had been a commitment as a task force throughout the 9 Bay Area counties to figure out what they could do, even down to Sacramento, around all of these sideshows. That task force, even before we, I think, got really involved, it was happening further north. So the real question is, is that really dependent upon Vallejo being in a state of emergency, or is that work that CHP is doing? I'm very familiar with CHP. I worked for CHP. And there's a lot of different things that, from a statewide perspective, they get involved in. So I want to know, is that their direct involvement of even offering the 1 month or whatever they're offering, and you may not be able to, delineate what's going on, but are they here because that task force exists, and throughout the state, we are trying to minimize that type of behavior? That's important to understand. The other thing is, CHP is down the street, right there off the freeway. They're around here anyway. Nothing's stopping them from coming through Vallejo. And there's the state highway down here, Sonoma Boulevard, it's part of the state. So nothing is stopping them from doing this. This is all very logical to me. So I don't see the tie-in specifically to it being a state of an emergency. It probably helped the conversation, but they're doing this kind of work, or patrolling. So I really want to know, what is the impact of not or being in a state of emergency as it relates to what CHP will do? I know what the governor said months ago. So it has something more to do with than just us. This work is going on. So we really need to delineate that, because we need to figure out concretely, when are we really exiting this conversation and moving towards our continued commitment around the work we're going to do with the sheriff and moving our city forward, and making sure that we're, increasing the number of applicants going through the recruiting process, as I know you've been working on. That's been much more helpful. All of these different things that operationally we have control over to see better results in how many individuals get hired. I think it's really important for the community at large.
Yeah, I agree with all your points. The only thing I can offer as somewhat of background information was, in the beginning, when this all kind of unfolded in the summer of 2023, I specifically asked and spoke with CHP leadership many times, and we were told no many times for help. And that's when we had a very bad staffing situation. So CHP was resistant for a number of months after the state of emergency was actually entered by the council at the time. And I think it was as a result of a large community involvement in the form of a petition that really got some of the state legislature's attention, that it really kind of changed the tide. And so I just offer that as some additional information. They, at that time, were very tight on staffing, and they still are, very strapped in terms of their responsibilities throughout the state. And since then, they have also committed to, I think, 5 or 6 other cities to provide some additional support. So it's much appreciated work. I do understand exactly what you're saying. Of course, I'm biased, right? I want the best for the community with the best amount of services that we can provide, whether it's through us or the other partners that are helping us in the region.
But are those other 5 or 6 cities declaring a state of emergency?
No.
Okay. I'm just making a point, and I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the care that you're exercising, but we really need to have this conversation. It's really important. And there's some of this is about political will. We know that, to be very frank about it. And so I'm grateful that the governor and the CHP commissioner and, his staff have agreed to assist, and my hope is that they will continue. They're right down the street from us, and it's not, they have to ride through the city anyway. But I am also very concerned about this continued being in a state of emergency. It's troublesome. And I just want, again, from a leadership perspective, what are the real questions we need to be asking so that we really know where we're exiting? We need to start exiting. It's time, from my perspective. So thank you.
Thank you for that. So the fact we're going into round 4, do
Yeah.
we have new questions or new items to add, or are we repeating something that we've already talked about?
I think it's important for me to be able to share what my thoughts are. I want to make sure that we understand that the state of emergency allowed us to qualify for not only the CHP, but the sheriff. And also, too, if you remember earlier on when we got seated, we also had service helpers from the Fed, I believe, to help us with those investigations that we didn't have the ability. And if I remember her correctly saying, the only reason why we qualify for that was because we were in the state of emergency. So if you can elaborate a little bit more on that. And if we don't stay in this position for right now, why we're still building not only our capacity of our police officers, but these, if you look at the numbers, they're still high. But if you can elaborate a little bit more about that, because I think we had a conversation, and I did talk to a representative from the CHP, not the gentleman that I've been trying to reach to. We've been playing phone tags, but the reason why we're able to get certain things is because of the funding is important, and how we qualify, to my understanding. Because I was like you know, but sitting in this seat, you get to unfortunately hear more than you probably want to. That there's more crime out there than we realize. Some, like the city manager stated, they can't discuss it because some things are still in investigation mode. But there's a lot happening, as you and I both know, sitting here with my colleague. How many murders have happened since we've been seated, right? And prior to that, one is enough for me. So maybe if you can elaborate a little bit more of the partners that we've had and to help us.
Yeah, Councilwoman, so I understand, I fully understand the stigma of what the state of emergency creates for the image of our city and for our citizens. However, it has created attention, which came in positive outcomes with the Senate bill, came in some partnerships with CHP. I can tell you I meet with all of our law enforcement partners every month, federal, state, local. They're all very eager to help us. So whenever there's a complex investigation, whether it's at the FBI, whether it's at DEA, or whatever the other agencies are, they know that that crime kind of intersects. And they go out of their way to try to help us every way they can. To some degree, I believe that they're compelled to do so because they know that we need a lot of help. And so there are other intangible examples I can give you all. We met with a elected official for a community project, and so we were awarded tentatively, and we'll know by the end of the month, some funding to establish a new mobile command center, a new hostage rescue vehicle, and also a tactical vehicle. So I do believe there are positive byproducts, although I do also recognize that the stigma that our community has had to endure as a result of this state of emergency for the past couple of years is problematic.
Thank you. And I do agree. appreciate you sharing the resources that we normally would not receive had we not or not be in a state of emergency. That was my point I was trying to make with DEI and other, and I know that we can't really talk about it because we don't want to cause any light on those who may be investigated, but that was the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights for any conversation, is there a motion on the table?
Yes, I would like to, do I have to read it off? Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Yes, go ahead, City Attorney.
Just to avoid another question that comes up after the vote instead of before the vote, I thought I'd weigh in here. So if you do not vote to continue the state of emergency this evening, it will expire before your next council meeting. So I want to make sure you all knew and understood that. And there is at least an argument that you all four would have to vote in favor for that to occur, which was what we were just talking about.
So to be clear, you're saying that we would have to vote unanimously to
There's at least an argument that I cannot research in this 5 minutes that we're sitting here because of the charter. So if the majority, if it only takes 3 votes, I cannot tell you sitting here right this moment whether that would be effective or would not be effective.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is there a motion on the table? Nope.
More than 15 minutes.
You need more than 15 minutes to give us a concrete answer, then you need to take those 15 minutes. And I would suggest
But if
that
you-
we- I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was going to say, then I suggest that you take the 15 minutes to figure it out, and we can hear something else since we haven't made a motion on it.
My only statement would be if there are 2 no votes anyway, it doesn't really matter.
So I'm just letting you guys know, I'm not voting to extend it. And I didn't vote for it the last time, and I've been warning, I've been talking about this for a few months now. So if you guys want to do something else, that's fine, but I'm not continuing it. Councilmember Matulak, and I asked what is the sort of delineation at which point we leave the state of emergency, and I didn't get a follow-up around that, and I asked in previous meetings, like, hey, you guys got to present a plan to us, and I never got a response to that question. That's one. The other thing is, if you're always in a perpetual state of emergency, when you really need help down the road, they're not going to really come in with the help. So the perfect example of that is what I just called out a few minutes ago, or maybe 20 minutes ago now, which is what's happening on Sonoma Boulevard. We got people getting hit left and right. We're a CHP with 90 cars at least patrolling that state highway, knowing that so many people are getting hit and losing their lives. And we're in a supposed staffing emergency. So we've done all the things that we said we were going to do this year. Sheriff's contract's done, security guard contract's online, numbers are up, we got more officers on the pipeline, security towers are up, recruitment and retention bonus was approved. I just rattled off at least 7 things we did. We got to move. Otherwise, you're also signaling to folks like, yeah, there's a staffing emergency, so come here and commit crimes. Nobody should come to Vallejo to commit crimes anymore. You're going to get caught. We got officers, we got towers, we got the sheriff coming in a few weeks. So us continuing to extend this is just also sending the wrong message. And folks need to think about that too.
Thank you for that. Is there a motion on the table? All right, I'll go ahead and read it. So I move that we consider and make a finding to continue the state of local emergency relating to public safety. Please vote.
Motion dies with Councilmember Gordon and Matulik in favor and Councilmembers Litigio and Matias opposed.
Thank you for that. And just as a time check, we are 2.5 hours into this, and we are done with 2 out of the 6 action items we still have on the calendar. Are we willing to power through at this point, or are we needing to take a break, a 5-minute break?
What do we have next? Which one's the next one? Is it the ordinance or is it the?
It's the robbery and panic alarm ordinance.
It is the alarm.
Yes, the alarm.
Yeah, so that one's gonna take some. Can we just take a short break?
All right, go ahead and take a 5-minute break at this point, because once again, we still have 4 more action items we have to get through with a potential other consideration to look at. So we are in recess. If we can go ahead and reconvene, it's past the 5 minutes recess. All right, calling this meeting back to order. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9C?
Introduction of an ordinance entitled a Burglary, Robbery, and Panic Alarm Ordinance replacing Chapter 7.81 of the Vallejo Municipal Code in its entirety and deleting Chapter 5.55 in its entirety. This is the first reading.
Thank you for that. And Manning, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. City Attorney Nebb, do we have a presentation?
We do. Chief Assistant Randy Reisner will be making that presentation this evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. This is an ordinance that Council requested we bring back to Council. That was originally requested by the Chief of Police, who's here as well, who can talk to you or answer any questions about the reasons the ordinance is needed. I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we've done, what the ordinance does, and then if you have questions or want to know about the origins of it, you can discuss that with the Chief. So this ordinance amends an existing alarm ordinance. We have an ordinance that provides for fines in the event that there are false alarms. So when an alarm goes off, police department gets a call, they send an officer to investigate to see what's going on. If it's a false alarm, then the alarm company or the owner of the alarm, the homeowner or the business owner would get a fine, a citation for that. And the fines are anywhere from $150 all the way up to $350. The new ordinance would change that and make it different. It would require that every alarm that goes off, before PD would respond to that alarm, would have to be a verified alarm. And so verification is one of 5 different things. It can be on-site verification where there's an actual person there that verifies that there is a crime being committed. Utilization of a remote audio or video system monitored by an alarm company operator. For a commercial alarm system, separate alarm activations monitored by an alarm company operator for the same commercial premises within a 10-minute period and triggered by separate devices causing 2 distinct operations. And for a residential alarm system, 2 separate alarm activations monitored by an alarm company operator from the same premises within a 10-minute period with the activations triggered by the same or different motion sensors. And number 5, any other form of verification as from time to time may be adopted as policy by the police department and published on its website. Unless one of those 5 types of verifications occurred, the police department would not respond to an alarm unless it was a medical emergency alarm, a robbery alarm, or a panic alarm. Those would be alarms that you would typically find in banks, retail establishments that are triggered by pushing a button that the person involved in the crime can't see. And if resources are available, the police will respond to those alarms. In order to enforce the new alarm verification process, the Chief of Police would have the power to suspend an alarm company's City of Vallejo alarm business permit. Each of the following would be sufficient reason to suspend a license. So if any of these happened, the Chief could suspend the license. False or incomplete statements on an application for an alarm business permit, including renewals. Programming any automatic dialer to automatically select and dial any City of Vallejo telephone line to call in the event an alarm is triggered. Failure to provide current information about the alarm company as required by the ordinance. Failure of an alarm company employee to identify themselves by operator number, company name, address, and telephone number at the request of the police department dispatcher. failure to pay any fees associated with the alarm business permit application or renewal, or any penalties or fines required by the ordinance. The criminal conviction of an owner, principal, officer, or operator of an alarm company for any felony or any misdemeanor offense involving moral turpitude. The suspension or revocation of the California license issued to an alarm company under the California Alarm Company Act, and any violation of the alarm ordinance itself. In the event that the chief determined that there needs to be a suspension of an alarm business permit, the alarm business owner would have the opportunity, if they so chose, to appeal that decision to the city manager or the city manager's designee. There would also be fines for fraudulent verification of an alarm, as well as prohibited calls, which are calls to police dispatch requesting that the police respond to an unverified alarm. Fines and penalties could also be appealed. Those would be appealed to the assistant city manager or their designee. If council determines that they want to ultimately adopt the ordinance, which you won't be doing tonight, this would be for introduction if council so chooses. The ordinance sunsets on December 31st, 2026, which means that it goes out of effect and we go back to the old regime once it sunsets. And that completes my report, unless there are questions by the council or you'd like for Chief Todd to talk about the reasons for the need for the ordinance change.
Do we have any questions from council at this moment? Seeing none. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, I'll just give kind of a really quick overview. In essence, this is one of the service model reduction suggestions when we first entered the emergency, the state of emergency, that I had recommended that we take a look at. And it was something that came in front of the previous council. Now it's coming back to you all. As a backdrop, we did a very comprehensive review of false alarms all the way dating back to 2020 and concluding in year-to-date 2023. So we didn't have all year-to-date 2023 data yet, but it seemed relatively consistent. I'm going to go over some data with you, but just high level, what it really points to is how many false alarms we respond to yearly, and what does that look like in terms of personnel time. And so, in essence, we found overall there's a 97 to 98% false alarm response rate, and consequently, the last data that we have is roughly that we respond to about 148 staff hours per month. And that's what we're really kind of looking at to see, perhaps, if we do not respond to false alarms, where can we provide that additional service at 148 hours per month? So with that, I'm going to have Manny, just can you pop open that slide deck? So I'm going to go through this a little bit quick, but we can pause on certain areas if you all would like some more detail.
Chief
So
Ta, I'm sorry. So do we not have current data for the last, did we not include data for at least 23, 24?
No, we do not have.
Okay.
This is our latest data crunch, which was, I believe, June to July of 2023, and every year preceding that. So if you'd like to see this data, I can share it with you. If you rather not, then I won't.
I would like to see more current data. And, I would say, this is from my perspective, I understand, based on that data, you said that you spent 148 hours, you brought this to prior council, and I think we asked for it back or something. I'm not sure, I don't recall. But, I think about the pandemic, I think, we're in post-pandemic, and even the fact that still a lot of people are at home working, I want to see how much the data has changed. That's really important to me.
Okay, I'll skip the presentation then, so unless you guys have some questions.
That's me. I'm only one person, so I don't know how everyone else feels. I'm just asking for more current data.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I definitely need to see more recent data because I think the pandemic presents one picture, and then everything since then would present another picture. However, I think the thing I'm struggling with is like if we wait for that information, but we at least don't see one half of it, then we're essentially stacking the next conversation to be a long one. So if we at least get through this half of it, we can ask you to come back with more information before the full council makes a decision on this. Does that work?
You're only introducing tonight, so you're not adopting. So yes, the answer is yes, we could come back with additional information the next time this is on the agenda for approval.
Okay.
Yes, and I think that makes sense to the point of the more data we can review now and digest, that would potentially eliminate questions for the next round. I think that would be helpful. Because the last thing I think we want to do, once again, we talked about having things at the 11th hour. If we get the information at the 11th hour and then we have questions from that, then it just drags it out to where it may be continued. So I think the more information we get sooner rather than later helps us before we get to step 2. Just throwing that out there. Did you have stuff to continue, Chief Taw?
No, we'll come back.
Yeah, can you share it? So wait, so what are we doing? So are we sharing it or?
Yeah, if there was if there was
Yeah,
more
if you could just
information.
walk
Okay,
through
so
it.
you want
Yeah.
me to go through it? Okay, no problem.
And I think we can just share out all the questions we have,
Yep.
and then you guys can bring it back so the full council can review today's presentation and then whatever we ask for today.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, Manny, can you go to page numbers are at the bottom right? Page 1 is good right there. So just the objectives of review, those one page back, Manny. There you go. So the objectives of review. So the first objective was really to determine the amount of false or unfounded alarm calls and the associated criminal cases that resulted from any of those alarm activations. Number 2, we looked at the cost of officer response. So we put that in terms of not only time, but also monetary costs. And then number 3, we looked at the average amount of daily alarm triggers, for the years of the study. So it was 2020, 21, 22, and year-to-date 2023, which was basically to mid-year 2023. So I'm going to go over just some high-level stats. I know that we want to get to more of the recent stats, but if Manny, you can go to page 4. So page 4 really talks about the most recent data we had at that time, so 2023. So what you're looking at on the pie chart on the left really signifies the number of false alarms, and so that's at 97%, and the number of criminal cases was hovering about 3%. You could see some of the associated data on the right side in terms of number. So for example, number of false alarms, 2,130. Number of criminal cases or reports generated was 72. So you can kind of see towards the bottom chart there, kind of the breakdown of how they were basically dispositioned. So different types of events were kind of changed. So not all of them were just alarms. So you can see that some of them were disturbances, some of them were welfare checks, suspicious circumstances. So it kind of gives you a breakdown of how we came across these alarm calls. So now we're going to go to 2022, kind of the same Actually, go to page 5, Manny. So this kind of gives you a kind of a breakdown on average minutes. So you can see the chart on the left for 2023 talks about en route time. That gives you just number of minutes that it took the officers to travel to the call. The on-scene time is how long the officers were on scene, and the total time is the combination of both. So you can kind of see how those kind of totaled out. So you can see kind of the cost per minute that we factored and just monetarily what that really kind of signified in terms of just personnel costs. And then the right chart just really gives you kind of the total alarm calls for service. That's what CFS stands for, calls for service. So you can see the average response time is about I don't know if I'm reading that right, 2 hours and 59 minutes. Average response time. I may not be interpreting that right. Let me take a look. Average response time is, I believe those are minutes, so 3 minutes. Average on-scene time is 16 minutes, and average en route time is 13 minutes. And we're going to go to page 6. This is really the same chart, but this is looking at calendar year 2022. So, very similar to the same as 2023 year to date, 98 to 2% compared to 97 to 3. So the breakdown is on the right also. And then we're going to go to 2021. So that's going to be Manny, page 8. 2021, very similar to 2023 year to date, so 98% and 2% respectively. And you can see the breakdown on the right side as well. And then we're going to go to calendar year 2020, so that's going to be page 10. Same thing on 2020, 98% and 2%. So you can kind of see the numbers. As we go to another chart that has a side-by-side comparison of all the years, that is going to be on page, Manny, page 14. So this gives you somewhat of a side-by-side comparison. So you can see the total number of false alarms per year. You can see the total number of criminal cases or reports also per year. So for example, 2020, we had 3,523 false alarms. In 2022, we had 3,549. So we were roughly hovering around the same amount in 2020 compared to 2022. And 2023 was year to date, so that wasn't a complete year. So you did see a dip in 2021 of 3,200 false alarms, and then it went right back up in 2022 to mid 3,500. Go to the next page, Manny, page 15. This again just gives kind of a year breakdown, en route time, on scene time, and total time. So in 2023, total time is about 30 minutes. 2022, total time was about 23 minutes. And then next page we'll have 2020 and 2021. Same breakdown. So you can see in 2020, total time was about 20 minutes. 2021, total time was about 22 minutes. And then I'm going to finish with page 17, which kind of gives you an overview of 2020 all the way up to year to date 2023. Just the breakdown is on the left for the rows for daily average alarm calls for service, CFS. So you can see in 2020, the daily average calls for service was about 10. You can kind of see it went down a little bit in 2021, down to 9, went back up to 10 in 2022, and it stayed stable year to date 2023. So we'll provide a very similar report for, I I think we could probably do calendar year 2025 and then calendar year 2024. You can see that we see a pretty good consistency from 2020 all the way up to 23. So I'm assuming we may see kind of the same numbers, 98, 97, respectively. Any questions on this snapshot or any other maybe requests that you would like to see from the additional analysis?
Councilmember Ledesju?
Mike.
In addition to those 2 years that I've asked for, I'd like to see a map of all those calls for the alarms, by zip code, by district, because.
A heat map?
Yep, I'd like to have a heat map because it becomes really important to me from a perspective of what districts those lie in, and, you know, am I talking about seniors? Who am I talking about? And we're saying, oh, I'm going to find you X, Y, and Z. I think that's really important to me. And when I think about leveraging a process where I'm going to charge you additionally, leverage a certain level of attestation to that alarm, and we yet have not really increased how we do our work, it's problematic for me when I think about it. And I fully understand from a staffing perspective what you're saying. I get that. But I also think about the community and service to the community as well. I think it's really important. We need to have a balance. And
Yeah,
I'm gonna use myself as an example. I could remember first moving here, and our alarm went off. And even my alarm company verified, and the police department didn't come for an hour. My home was ransacked. And so when I think about that perspective of, oh, your alarm company needs to verify and so forth and on, what does it really mean when we talk about response? That's really important to me. But, you know, bar the fact of what I just gave you from a personal experience, I'm more concerned about on that heat map how many seniors I have that their alarm may go off, so forth and on, or the possibility of there having to be an additional verification. And when I talk to the seniors in my community, and I'm responsible for D3, when I talk to those seniors and the things that they say as it relates to even their fear about non-response, so forth and on, their alarms, their safety, I want to understand, who are we talking about? It doesn't matter if it's in D3, D2, 4, 6, or whatever, but whose alarms are going off? What's the age bracket? So I really want some deep demographic information about these alarms, about this 148 hours a month that I don't know how many hours you're spending right now because you haven't given me data for current year or prior year. So for those 3 years that you gave me data, you're basically saying on a monthly basis, on an average, you spend 148 hours responding to false alarms. But who are we responding to? Are they my seniors in this community? Who are they? Because that's really important to think about.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that data for you. We can determine if a property is commercial or residential, and if there is a crime where we have some data on the crime victim, then we're certainly able to ascertain that additional information. But on the other 97, 98%, where we have no additional data, I'll do my best, you know, to try to categorize
That's fine,
it. Yeah.
yes. If you give me the data, I can lock it down, because we do have demographic data. If you know the zip codes on the heat map, you can pull the demographic data, and I think we have it on one of our websites. And when I was running for office, I know how many seniors live in my district and so forth and on. So I'm sure that one of the crime analysts can use that data, the demographic data that we have in our city when we go by zip code, you know, at least give an estimate of, oh, there were 100 homes in D3 on this block. And, you know, we can do some analytics around the data just to kind of have an idea holistically where are those calls coming from, where are those false alarms coming from, what households are those? Because I think it's also important. And it's also important when I think about those households, when I think about 1 and every 3 individual in this community receive some type of subsidy, what does that mean? So I want to know, and I want to have an understanding when I think about leveraging additional fees against people right now.
Yeah, we'll find out as much as we can on the demographics. Just in my experience, the majority of false alarms usually are commercial businesses, not residential.
Okay.
But there's a blend, but we'll find out for sure.
If they're commercial, that's a different story, but I'm really looking at our homes and who lives in those homes, and really if those are our seniors, what does that mean? So.
Any other council members with any questions at this moment, this initial round?
Sure.
Councilmember Matias?
Thank you, Councilmember Matulak. So, agree 1,000% with Councilmember Letterju and the points that she raised. When this first came up, and this is also, I want to hear from the public just to get their perspectives, but when I did some initial research, one of the first things that I came across was the fact that some of these cities pulled these ordinances back, whether it was because of pushback from the community, that they felt that it was going to create some sort of delay in police response, or because of the fines associated with the program. I know for a fact this year I got multiple phone calls from business owners about getting hit with fines, and I don't know if I forwarded it to city staff to sort of see where it came from, but I do think that we have to think about what impact that has on our community if folks are getting hit with fines relative to the community that we're serving, right? So I agree with Councilmember Letterju on that point, that we really got to get into the nitty gritty of where we're getting these phone calls from. Is it residential? Is it commercial? And, because I think that that's just an important consideration in making a final decision on this. And you said you were devoting 148 hours per month. So is it just strictly police officer time, or are you incorporating dispatchers?
Yeah, that was just officer time.
That's
We did not factor in dispatcher time.
So I would want to get a general sense of like kind of who's involved in this. If it's not just the officers, it's also the dispatchers. You may have clerks writing report. Like, I don't know, but I think that that's also an important data point to factor into this. And then back to my first point, what's your response to folks who would say that implementing this type of ordinance is gonna result in a lag in response times more than the response times we have now? I mean, so going back to 14 minutes for priority 1 or to 20 minutes, what would your response be to that?
I would say that this would allow us to have 148 hours to respond quicker on the calls that we already have. You're not going to make everybody happy here. You know, you're, as a council, as a community, we're looking for options. This is one option. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying I disagree with it. It's an option. So there are benefits to this option, and there are some drawbacks. So the benefit is that we can respond to other calls that likely are not false in nature quicker. The other benefit is that we are not responding to a call that's likely false in nature, and thus utilizing very scarce resources. There are other alternatives where cities have looked at the municipal code to incentivize alarm owners to be more responsible. So there are ways to increase permitting fees. If they do get false alarms, they can take a false alarm class, kind of like a driving class, so they can learn how to be more responsible alarm handlers. It talks about how to work with the alarm companies to provide a better product, so that way it's just not a simple alarm activation with nothing more. We have so much more technology available for very cheap. A Ring camera, for example, that would not classify as a non-verified alarm when you're looking at a video of somebody breaking into your property. So the technology is already there, and it's offered at a very affordable rate. Some alarm owners choose not to use that for whatever reason, and so this does kind of compel some of those alarm owners to be more responsible and to upgrade their systems so that way we can respond more effectively.
Okay. That's all I got for now, Councilmember Matulak.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you so much. I do have some concerns, and maybe when you come back, you can probably help us with this, because those who have these alarms, it's not really sometimes their fault that the alarms go off. It's not like they're sitting there pressing a button, let me see who's going to show up, if you know what I mean. A couple of people in my district, the alarms have went off, and sometimes it was because of individuals in their community, whether it be an unhoused person, whether it be kids messing around, or sometimes criminals can test. It's kind of like the car. You get used to the alarm going off and you don't respond. We talked about that in our neighborhood watch meeting. And sometimes criminals pay attention to that, right? And, oh, well, it's a false alarm. But then they go back and they see that nobody responded, and then they break into the vehicle. So those are the things to think about. Also, the fines has been an issue in my community as well. I got a text about that, very concerned that the fees is very high, and it's almost sometimes unaffordable, especially if you are a resident. But most of the calls I get are about businesses, and they have been broken into. So I think this might be of a challenge, and I think we, as my colleagues point out, I think we would get a big pushback because these businesses get affected by it, you know. So I just kind of want to understand why we can't maybe consider the security guards, you know. Sorry, my mouth is hurting. Maybe we can consider having more resources from security guards go to these locations instead of our police officers. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And kind of some clarification questions. So alarms going off, are these alarms that are directly sent to the police department or dispatch with their alarm system? Or, because that would help clarify some questions, whether it's commercial or residential.
It depends on how the user has it set up. So if
So
it's
if
a
the
monitor
user-
alarm system, it will go to some monitoring service.
Right.
That could be a reporting party for the police department. It could go directly to the homeowner or business owner. So it really depends on how they have it set up.
But at some point, the dispatch or the police department directly through however the system is set up, they would need to be notified one way or another that there is an alarm going off for you to even have, take notice of it, correct?
Correct.
And so the verifiable portion of it is that it sounds like for the most part, a live person, unless there's cameras inside the facility, are the only way to verify that that is a verifiable burglary or robbery in progress.
Well, not necessarily. So there are other sensors. I'll give you an example. So if, let's say, you have property, it could be commercial, it could be residential, and you have sensors on your property. You have a glass sensor, you have an internal motion sensor, you have listening devices. All of those come into play. So in this example, let's say you have a glass breakage, and then you're sensing motion inside your property, and then you're hearing voices inside your property. I would say that that's a verified break-in, and we would send officers as accordingly. Now, let's say you have a video device that is a Ring camera that has all of the above. It has the voices it can capture, it can see inside, and it also has motion detection that triggers the camera to start an alert, either you or alert the monitoring service, or however it's set up for the alert. That would do the same thing as well.
And so listening to your explanation, it sounds like there's a higher level of technology in some cases that would qualify as a verifiable alarm, correct?
Correct.
And so
and
that's
it's available at very affordable rates.
Correct, and I think there's some out there. So the question I have is throwing out a couple of scenarios out there. A residential home alarm that isn't connected to the police department, and a neighbor calls up saying, my neighbor's house's alarm is going off. Where does that fall within your verifiable, unverifiable alarm?
If all they're hearing is an alarm,
correct,
then it's unverified.
Yeah, so in other words, but if they see someone walking that they don't recognize over there, does that?
I would say it would require a little bit more than just seeing somebody walking. So let's say you hear the alarm and you see a broken window. Or you hear the alarm, you see a kicked-in door. Or you hear the alarm, you see the garage door is open, nobody's
Correct.
home, the large garage door. So there's a variety of different indicators that a house is being broken into in conjunction with an alarm.
The proposed ordinance does allow verification with on-site verification.
On-site verification.
That means if somebody's there
Correct.
and sees an illegal act taking place, that's verified.
Or a next door neighbor, does that?
Correct.
So someone that visibly sees something going on.
Correct.
And I appreciate those clarifications because I asked those questions because when this first came up last year, I was actually at a few of your presentations where you talked about how it impacts the staffing. So for when an alarm goes off, the presentation I saw, if it's a standalone building, to secure the site, it's not just one officer going out there. There's actually two, ideally, for the front and the back, but ideally you have 4 or 5 officers out there to secure a facility like that. Or am I recalling a presentation that you guys did?
I mean, the larger the property, it would require more personnel, or it would require a longer amount of time with limited personnel to make sure nobody that is not supposed to be on the property is on the property. So the size does matter.
Correct, and I point that out for the fact that I do have that concern of 90% of the false alarms taking up a lot of your staffing resources that are taking away from priority 1 calls, priority 2 calls because they're investigating what they believe is based on just an alarm, an unverifiable alarm, happening right there. So I do have an understandable concern of it's taking resources away from priority 1 and priority 2 calls. I think what needs to be vetted out a little bit more is, like what my fellow council members talked about, are the residential versus commercial, because I think that's a significant part to where I think the residential customers or constituents have concerns of their own safety in some cases, or the safety of the property with, if there's no one home at the time, how is that a verifiable without if they don't have the technology that you had mentioned of the sound or the video from within. And then if they're getting fined for, right now they would be getting fined if you had officers going out there and it was a false alarm in many cases. So I think there's a vetting process that I think that's still needs to be understood by the community.
So I wanted to clarify something about the fines. So you have a current alarm
Yes.
ordinance now. That ordinance provides for fines for false alarms. On residential, the property owner gets 1 free false alarm per year, no charge. The second false alarm is $150. If there's a third, then it goes up to $250 and it caps there. For commercial businesses, 1 free false alarm per year. First alarm's $350, and then that one, I think, is $250 period capped. It's capped at $350 for every false alarm after that. Under the new ordinance, those fines actually would probably decrease because they're only fines now if somebody tries to basically fraudulently verifies an alarm. That would be a finable event. There would not be any more fines for the unverified alarms because they're not responding to them.
Thank you for that clarification. And just as a clarification, once the sheriff and CHP are involved here, are they part of this going to alarms in situations like this? Or is that strictly a VPD?
Well, if this is an ordinance, and they're in our jurisdiction, they would likely
They would be
align with our
required
ordinance,
to
correct.
address that. Okay. That's all the questions I had for this first round. Are there any speakers on this? Go ahead, Manny. Who's the?
Thank you. We have one in-person speaker, Ann Carr. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Council. Ann Carr, you haven't seen me for a while. I've actually been taking a break, but this is something that I find very upsetting. I'll fast forward to the bottom line, and that is I'm begging you and urging you to not pass this ordinance, at least not the way it's written. And I want to remind you, if you didn't already remember or know, that this ordinance is based on a policy that failed when Chief Ta had implemented it in San Jose. So it was implemented and it had 2 main results. 1, burglaries increased, and number 2, people's insurance were canceled. Insurance policies were canceled, and therefore that led to the policy being discontinued. Now, in the staff report, it says that some cities have kept this policy and others have declined. I would like to know how many cities have kept this kind of policy and how many cities have declined. And specifically, I'm talking about the need to verify a burglar alarm in order for the police to have a response. So that is the high level of what I have to say. Additional points I would like to make is I would love to know where it is that the police are responding when they claim that they're responding to burglar alarms, because from the people I hear from in District 4, which includes, of course, downtown and a lot of businesses, we don't get a response even when an actual burglary has taken place that has to be reported. and the business owners or the homeowners call it in, and the police say, well, you just need to file a report online. They never see anybody. Even, I mean, it's outrageous. So if the staff is running around responding to burglar alarms when they actually don't respond to burglaries, I'd like to know where that is. I think this kind of policy is essentially would signal to burglars, hey, come to Vallejo, because they don't think burglar alarms are important anymore and the police aren't going to respond. And we already have too much of that. There's greater value, at least from a residential perspective, of not changing this, because at least there's the hope or the shred that the police might come up, that maybe it could be a deterrent. And I think the deterrence value of having, people think that burglar alarms mean something is important. I'm curious as to how many false alarms the police have actually attended as opposed to calls. I believe they may have gotten calls, but I'd be very surprised that they actually went anywhere. So I see my time is up, but one thing I will say is I think this would clearly reduce the response time that Chief Taw gets to claim, because he'd lop off a whole bunch of work. And so in my way of thinking, it's gaming the system and gaming the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Any more speakers?
No other speakers at this time.
Thank you, Adam. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this portion of it. Are there any other council members with follow? Councilmember Ledesju?
So, Chief Taw, you made a comment about individuals being reluctant, some individuals being reluctant to use technology such as Ring cameras and so forth and on. And I think we have to remember that we live in I think we have about 6 generations at least on the earth right now. And we need to consider how people use technology and how individuals feel about technology as well. And we can't assume that just because some of us are adopters and others choose not to be adopters, or others aren't adopters for varying reasons, we need to remember that. I have a mother, and I think we've given her a really good phone by now. It took her forever. And so we just really need to think about when we have this expectation about all this different type of technology that exists, that everyone should want to adopt it. But there are lots of reasons why people don't necessarily adopt different types of technology. There are people who are IT security individuals. I live with one, and he is not interested in certain technology for a lot of reasons, and I understand it. And so when we think about that and we're talking about creating policy, we need to balance all of these different thought processes around adoption of technology. People have their alarm systems. Some of us have Ring, alarm, and 100 other bells and whistles on our houses, cameras everywhere, and others don't. And sometimes some of that is also around affordability. So, when we think about this as a city, again, when we look at the demographics, the zip codes and so forth and on, and the economic status of our community, I just talked about it several weeks ago, that there's 54,000 individuals in Solano County who receive SNAP. 20,000 of them live here in Vallejo. So we have to think about, when we're doing all these things, what does it mean, and what are we willing to help achieve if we want to do these kinds of things as well. And so I just want us to
I get, again, the 148 hours per month, whatever it is, once you bring all the data back, I understand the pull and tug on resources. And we also, as I tell the city manager all the time, we also need to figure out how we serve community, the perception of community, and that is something that I want to balance when I think about this particular give or request. And when you come back, I would like for you to have considered, what does that look like? And how do we help incentivize and how do we help educate individuals around their alarm system? And what does safety mean to people? And what is it, you know, as we have gone through this struggle, as you have personally gone through it with your team, and the backlash from it, the lack thereof, what does it mean to our community right today? And what is it that we're trying to really build in our community as it relates to safety and trust? And what does this ordinance mean and how does it speak to community when we think about it? And I'd like for you to be able to speak more about that from a community perspective as well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Matias?
Just building on that last point, do you guys know how much in fees we collected from the penalties that are currently being assessed under the ordinance? Do you have that number?
I do not know. That would be something for the finance department to tell you. If based upon the numbers Chief Taw has in the statistics, it's about 2,000 calls a year. At the cheapest fine rate, that's $300,000 a year.
Yes.
If we're in fact citing every person that has a false alarm, and I don't know if that's the case.
So I want to know what that number is. I know we've had some conversations in other respects about fees and how much a slice of it the city gets, but I want to know what that number is and whether or not it's going back. Like, where is it going towards? Is it going into the general fund?
Those fees would be all city funds. Yeah,
Going into the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to get a sense of what those fees are, what the ballpark is. And part of it is because one of the reasons why I wanted us to have this conversation was because of one of the points that the chief made. I'm not sold on this ordinance per se, but one of the points that he did make that is true is that some cities have actually made cameras available to folks to increase the adoption across the city and have that be helpful in serving as a verified response. And so, you know, what if we were to use that funding that's coming in already in our books to make those cameras available to folks throughout the city so that they can use it, those that want to can. It would be interesting to see what that number is, how much we're collecting, and whether or not we can put a program that would increase accessibility and usage across the city. I do know other cities have done this, so it would not be a new thing. But I do want to explore that at the same time that we're exploring this conversation. And then the other question I have, my final question of the evening is, I noticed that you have a sunset provision to this ordinance. Can you just speak to why you set that sunset provision of 12/31/2026?
Sure. In talking with the chief, part of it has to do with our staffing levels. We're thinking after a year that staffing is going to be better. And the other thing is to make sure that that ordinance actually works for the community, so that if it doesn't become permanent. It can become permanent if council decided before December 2026 that they wanted to extend it. That would be a simple thing to do. But if you don't, then it just sunsets and you go back to the old ordinance.
Okay. And then I know Councilmember Matulak alluded to presentations that were given maybe last year or a few years ago. I personally have never seen that presentation. And I think part of what you're not just hearing from the council, but also from the public speakers is like, and we just talked about this, it's very real fear in the community. Like, we want to be safe, right? And if we don't really know in very tangible terms, like how is this going to impact me? If we're just kind of reading an ordinance or going through pie charts, like, I can't sometimes really understand what that would mean for me, as a resident where I live, right? So I would just want you guys, when you bring this back, to really also share out what would a community engagement plan look like. And this also goes back to Councilmember Ledger's point, like, because the first thing you're gonna hear is like, they're not gonna respond to calls, right? And I think you guys talked about how there would be a response to calls. And so there is an education component to this that needs to be thought through one way or the other. If we say no, but we still want to encourage adoption of these Ring cameras and make some funding available to that, you still want to have some education component attached to this that tells folks, like, this is actually useful, not just because you'll be able to keep yourself safe, but also because there'll be a verified response component, which helps us know that we have to send police officers out to your property. So there's just one piece of this from an education standpoint that I would want to see some more thought around and the presentation to council around. Whether you just implement a program where you're making funding available for cameras and you purchase them and you share them with folks, or whether you go the ordinance route. So it doesn't need to be something elaborate, but just something that speaks to how this information would be disseminated out to our residents.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from council? Just a quick follow-up on some of the comments that have been made. Do we have an understanding or idea of which cities may have similar ordinances that have worked, and on the contrary, where they haven't worked? Do we have an understanding of where that may be in jurisdictions?
I mean, we can find that out. Every city is different. I know that when we looked at Fontana and we looked at their ordinance, they have it. They've had it for a long time. Other cities have had it for a long time. Other cities have adopted it and scrapped it, so every city is different. Every city has different needs. We are considering this because we have a violent crime issue here in this city. And if you all as leadership would like to consider reallocating some of these hours to perhaps addressing other issues, that's a possibility. If you don't want to consider it, of course, that's also an alternative. We keep things the same. I do think, though, that in my just humble opinion, if we're going to move forward with something like this, then we craft out all those other kind of caveats that you guys would like to kind of see to make the system smoother. But I think in just kind of a first basic step, when you start rolling back services, nobody's going to like it. I'll just tell you right now, it doesn't matter if you're at a 2% risk factor or a 3% risk factor, you're taking a risk. Nobody is going to want to take a risk. And so I understand that. I'm not saying I agree with this suggestion or not agree with this suggestion. It is an alternative to consider. So I'll try to provide as much information, I think, as I can for you all to make an informed decision. But I think when you really look at this, you're taking a 2 or 3% risk factor where you may not respond to an unverified call that happens to be an actual break-in. So I think that's where, how I'm looking at it from a crime and safety perspective. And then all that other stuff, that you guys had mentioned is important, but I think that's kind of over and above this overarching decision.
So this is a request you made several years ago, right? So what I would want to see from you and from the city manager is a recommendation, because we can talk about the benefits, the drawbacks, but I want folks to take positions one way or the other. So if you think that this is going to help you, I want to hear the strongest case possible as to why this would benefit your department, including all the requests that have been made this evening. And I would also want to hear from our city manager. Otherwise, it's like I'm kind of sitting in your seat, and I'm not. I mean, I'm not. But I think if we know where you guys stand on this, and you've addressed some of our concerns, and I think I'll speak for myself. I think I would be able to make a more informed decision. But if I don't know where you stand, then I'm just engaging in theoretical debate with you around it, and I don't think that's a good use for anyone else. So you requested this at a moment in
Yeah.
time, and I want to just hear next time.
Yeah. I stand with the stats. You know, we run these stats because we're trying to get these stats to guide our decision, and the stats are where I stand. So it's not perfect, it's not 100%, but the stats do tell us something very important. And if we can save some hours and reallocate those hours other places of higher need, then I think it benefits the community overall.
Councilmember Ledger?
So I appreciate data, and off the bat, I interrupted you because for me, I didn't necessarily want to even have the dialogue because you did not provide me with the last 2 years of data, because I want to see the changes. And I really respect having data. And for me, just as Councilmember Matias said, it is, how do I make a decision without seeing the most recent data? This data is old. And I want to know, what is it today before I make a decision such as that? And I think that's a really fair point for us to be able to have have the most recent data while trying to make a decision. You brought this before a prior council, and I think I've heard it before. I don't remember if I was on council or not, but I have heard it. But data does change, and if it's not changed, then that's a different story. And I think that's where that for me was, I don't need to hear this until you can give me the most recent data. And so those things are important to me when I'm trying to deliberate about how real is this? What does it mean? And being able to give demographic data is really important because this is about service. This is about a community and what a community, and having such an economically diverse community with many different challenges. It's important when you're talking to me about things such as this, because it's all about health and safety and well-being. This is part of that well-being and security for anybody who does have an alarm. And I'm not necessarily, businesses also have their alarms, but I really am speaking from the homeowner perspective, or apartment, whoever. And that's important to me, how the data is provided and presented. And generally, you guys, you have your data pretty up to date. Any safety meeting I've sat in with you.
Agreed.
Thank you for that. And just to help close this out, this sticks out in my mind as the 97% of the false alarms. But this is going under the assumption that 1, 2, 3, 4 police officers are, quote unquote, wasting their time going to this when they're taken away from potential priority 1, priority 2 calls. So going to the data standpoint, do we have that direct correlation of potentially how that ties in, whether it's the number of officers? But I also have the concern of, if for the point that was brought up, if businesses, or God forbid, homeowners are losing their insurance because of an ordinance like this, that would be a significant concern for me also. So once again, this is a first reading, so looking to get more data and more information at our next reading, so that way that can be a more informed decision, especially when we have more of a full council. We anticipate to be at that point. So is there so are there any last second questions or comments, or are we ready for a motion?
Councilmember Matulek?
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to make a suggestion, because it sounds to me like the majority of the council is not really ready to introduce this tonight. Would you rather have us go get the data and bring it back to you at a later date for introduction? Because what would happen, since there are only 4 of you here, let's say, and I don't know what the vote would be, but if you have a tie vote again, then the ordinance can't be brought back for a year. So I think you might be better and a safer option for you to have us come back after the chief has been able to gather all the data for the first reading rather than do it this evening.
So if I'm hearing that correct, if we bring it back and you bring in more data and we're not ready to vote affirmatively for it, then we lose a whole year on it?
Correct. Unless one of the no votes decides to reintroduce it or to reopen it, reconsider it rather.
I think the question was something different. So if you take no vote, if you do not vote and you continue it tonight, that's a non-issue.
Correct.
If you vote on it tonight and it doesn't pass, because you don't have enough votes to make it pass, then you're back in that whole boat we were talking about before, reconsideration, and that would have to happen tonight or at the very next meeting in order for that reconsideration to occur. So other than that, then no reconsideration means you wait a year. So I think what Mr. Reisner is suggesting is it is a safer and less potentially problematic action to just continue the item this evening. I don't know when the information could come back, Chief, whether that looks like January or later than that, depending on how much time you have to gather the data.
It's going to be at least 6 weeks.
Okay, so probably it would come back in February, and you could have the 2 meetings in February to adopt it if that is the council's choice at that point. Presumptively, there will be more members present, and that reconsideration issue would not be a potential.
Thank you for that clarification. So what is the pleasure of this council, knowing that we are missing 3 members, voting members, how would we like to proceed on this?
So, I think we should continue and just have them come back with all the things we've requested this evening, and then at that point, we'll have the rest of the team here to weigh in on this one.
So just want to offer is there an informal straw vote of continuing this? Okay, I'm seeing 2 yeses. Councilmember Gordon, are you?
Yes, we can go ahead and continue it.
Okay, so is there a motion to continue this item? Yes. Okay. Everybody vote? Matthias.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Matthias made the
Okay,
motion to
thank you.
continue. Okay, please vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Paul Mayor's absent.
Thank you for that. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9D?
Adopt a resolution approving an agreement with Flock Group, Inc. for gunshot detection in an amount not to exceed $210,000 for 18 months and installation fees of $30,000, a Flock amendment to the master services agreement, and authorizing city manager to execute same.
Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Chief Todd, do we have a presentation? Oh, it sounds like Deputy Chief Knight. Do we have a presentation?
We do, a brief one. Good evening, council. Bob Knight, Deputy Chief of Police. I know it's getting a little bit late. We have Captain Batista on Zoom. He will be giving a brief presentation on just some updates that we've been doing since we last met on this topic on October 14th. We also have representatives from Flock Safety present, one present here in chambers and one online. If there is any Flock-specific questions that come up, and just learned to be joined by Randy Risner. He's been part of this the whole way through, has a lot of historical context, and has helped us through the last couple of months where we've been doing a lot of work on this issue to get it back in front of you guys. Before Captain Batista presents, I just want to make sure that it's noted that in the packet, it does address this, but just to bring it forward from the very beginning, an incorrect version of the Flock Master Service Agreement was provided at the October 14th agenda, during the agenda item. I think that's contributed to a lot of the confusion that happened that evening. The City Attorney's Office had previously negotiated several amendments to the MSA that Flock had accepted and were in place at the time of the presentation. In addition to those previous amendments, the Surveillance Advisory Board had requested additional edits after we left here at their November meeting. In the spirit of the issues that were raised at the City Council meeting, Flock has also graciously agreed to those additional amendments. So this, you had received in your packet an amendment sheet. So that's the additional amendments to the already amended MSA, none of which are the one you saw that evening on the 14th. So that was an error that was made on the city's side. So if, Manny, if Captain Batista is online, he can, I think it's only 5 slides, guys, just to give you a brief timeline, and then it'll bring it back to me, and I'll wrap up, and then any questions?
Evening, everyone. I apologize that I couldn't be there this evening. I just had foot surgery, so I'm limited in my movement. We'll just be providing a brief Flock update presentation to you all. So for the background, on October 14th, 2025, VPD presented information on the pending Flock Raven contract to City Council. VPD currently has earmarked funds through a grant to pay for 18 months of the Flock Raven service. This grant is set to expire at the end of 2025. However, VPD will be requesting a 6-month no-cost extension. The Flock Raven 1-year beta testing started on September 6, 2024, and ended on September 6 of 2025. Although the beta testing is complete, Flock has not charged VPD for post-beta service, pending approval of the contract. Next slide, please. So during the last City Council meeting, there was some additional follow-up that was requested. One was to create an audit plan with the Surveillance Advisory Board, add safeguards to current Raven policy, policy 434, gunshot audio detection, and to change or remove language from the MSA Master Service Agreement with Flock, specifically sections 4.3 and 5.3. Next slide, please. On November 20th, 2025, members of VPD attended the Surveillance Advisory Board meeting and discussed the follow-up requests by City Council. During this meeting, the VPD and SAB reviewed the current Raven Policy 434 and made edits, which were approved by the SAB. Edits were also made to the Flock MSA, which were also approved by the SAB. Both are included in the agenda packet. VPD and the SAB are currently working together on an overall audit plan on the Flock system to be implemented at a future date. The SAB is considering seeking City Council approval for a broader audit plan beyond the Flock system. And VPD currently has audit features within our existing policy. So we have Flock representatives Ashley Haber joining us virtually, and Carrie McCormick attending the meeting in person, available to answer any questions you may have directly for Flock.
And does anyone from the vendor or anyone else part of this presentation want to present at this point?
I think they're just here to answer questions, or if there's any technical questions related to Flock, so they'll be available. And I just want to wrap it up just by saying, just going back, that we have $210,000 that is community project governmental earmarked money that was obtained for this exact technology. That is what we have to use it for, or we will have to forfeit that money. The issues that were raised at the October 14th council meeting were very important, very valid. We went back to the Surveillance Advisory Board, and I believe overcame each of those hurdles that were requested of us. And if you have any other questions related to that, but I just kind of wanted to provide a little context and some timeline. The no-cost extension is not guaranteed, so if we can get approval tonight, we will be able to move forward with paying the invoice. Because of the governmental shutdown, that did delay our ability to request the no-cost extension, so just want to make sure that everyone knows those aren't guaranteed. So I think that's it. Any questions? Or if
For that-
Randy,
for
Randy
the-
has something he wants to.
I'll speak briefly about the legal portion of this. So when we originally negotiated the original master services agreement with Flock in 2021, it was 2021, Veronica and I did make changes to both those sections, 4.3 and 5.3, made some significant changes to it. That's what was left out of your packet the last time we talked about this with City Council. Subsequent to that meeting, we had an additional meeting with Flock's legal counsel and discussed additional changes to those two sections. During the course of that meeting, they agreed to completely remove section 4.3, which is a section that deals with them using our anonymized data to help their system learn. So they've agreed to completely remove that section. It's gone. And they'll also agreed to additional changes to section 5.3, which strengthens it. So I wrote additional changes. I took those changes to SAB. SAB made some additional comments. We added those changes into it, and Flock has accepted all of those changes. And that's what appears in your packet this evening as the first amendment to the Master Services Agreement, modifying those two sections, 4.3 and 5.3.
Thank you. And Deputy Chief Knife, you mentioned, I just want to make sure we heard this clearly, is there's grant funding associated with this, and if we don't approve something, we have to give the money back? Is there a timeline associated with that?
Yes, the community projects earmarked funds were obtained in, I had that in my last presentation, I believe 2022. So we are nearing the end of that community projects earmarked. It's treated as grant money, but it's not actually grant money. It's money where we've actually asked, I believe then, Congressman Thompson to deal with our gun violence issue, and knowing that there was gunshot detection software out there, so we did get project money dedicated for that specific purpose. So we are pigeonholed into having to use it for this.
And you're saying, but I didn't hear if there was a deadline to where if we don't make a decision by a certain time that we have to give it back?
Yes, it's the end of this year. So if
End
we do not get a no cost extension, it's the end of this year.
So December 31st is our deadline for this particular item here?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to address two more legal issues too, sorry. First, the modifications to the Master Services Agreement applies to all of the Flock technology that the city uses, not just the gunshot detection system. So it applies to the ALPRs and the other systems that we're currently using. So those privacy features will apply to all of that. The other thing that council asked staff to do is to talk to the SAB or the SAB about an audit plan. We are talking to them about it. They have a subcommittee that is working on exploring how to do that. I've helped them by going out and trying to find audit plans from other cities, which there don't appear to be many, but we're working on that process. My point in telling you that is creating the audit plan is going to take some time beyond the end of this year. It'll probably be sometime in the next year, and it may even require at some point having a consultant come in and help us develop that plan. So that's some of the things that we're looking at as far as the audit of the Flock system goes. SAB also is interested in expanding that audit into other surveillance technology that the city may have and auditing all of it with one plan.
So understanding the deadline is December 31st for this item, are we needing to approve this motion in its current state strictly to avoid having to give the money back?
Well, we were, and when we came in October, we had completed the end of beta testing, so it was coming time to needing to now adopt the technology with this community earmarked money. The issues were raised. We had to go back to the Surveillance Advisory Board in November, so now we're back a little even closer to the deadline now that we've had those additional requirements. So yes.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So, Council, do we have any questions of staff at this point? Councilmember Lett, is you.
So I don't recall, but where did the $30,000 for fees come from?
So
And was that explained at the SAB?
Yeah, so I just talked to Flock regarding that. Because we were entered into a beta testing phase to use the technology and see its effectiveness, we were not charged installation fees. So we will not be charged the $30,000 for installation fees. It is just for 1 year of the use of the technology, which is $140,000, and then $70,000 for a half of a year.
So we're saying that installation fees of 30,000.
Correct.
So we're being charged 30,000.
No, we are not. I was able to confirm we are not going to be charged installation fees.
Okay, but it's on our agenda.
And so what we're doing is with that community projects money, we are exploring other ways under the reduction of gunshot technology, other ways we may be able to use that money. We may run out of time.
Yeah, I know. Okay. As it relates to the audit, it'll be interesting, at least by February, to have an update where we are with the audit work. So.
I'd hope that we can actually do it before then, so, because they're working on it right now. Their subcommittee is.
Understood. But I'd like first to have an update. I'm going to give all of you at least till February. I would expect by February that someone is coming to talk about it.
Councilmember Matias?
Just want to confirm, so SAB voted to move this forward to the council?
Yes, they had already, when we came in October 14th, they had already had a resolution to approve the use of the technology. In us going back, we also got now an updated policy with more safeguards than we previously had, although we did have a previous policy that was approved from them. We added additional safeguards, and now we've had this, now second amendment to the MSA contract, which I think is even, has more safeguards. So, yes.
Okay. The other thing I have a question about is anytime Raven sort of sends a signal and you guys respond, and there's police reports being written, are we using AI? Is AI helping with the write-out of these reports in any way, shape, or form?
No, we're not using any police report AI as of yet.
Okay. And then drones. Are you currently using drones in your department in
Yes.
connection to this technology?
Not specific in connection to this technology. It could be. It could be used. So if we have a drone operator that there's a Raven alert, a drone could be brought overhead quickly. Maybe say, as an example, you get a Raven alert and then someone calls 911 and now you have a confirmed shooting. That would be something that we could use drone technology in that type of response.
Because I know cities are starting to leverage it in that way. So I think SAB and your team should look into that as we look at other technology to supplement traditional policing. All right, that's all I got. Councilmember Matulak, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? And so my question is to Councilmember Letterju's point, is the fact that, if I heard this correctly, the installation fees of $30,000 that's listed here, but we're not going to get charged for it, but the resolution calls it out to be as installation fees. The fact, it sounds like, if I'm reading between the lines, we're reappropriating the $30,000. Does it make more sense to make this motion read, instead of $210,000, $240,000, so that we won't get semantically caught in, if we're not spending it on installation, then we're doing something wrong?
Okay, so yeah, so the 210 is what we need. That's for 1.5 years of Raven technology.
So comes out entirely, but it sounds like, but it sounds like there's money associated with that unless it's part of this motion or this amount, then we're losing 30,000.
The 210's for the contract, so the
210, correct.
30,000 is already out of that.
30,000 is already out of it.
So they would have to come back with it if they used some other kind of technology or they had some other use for the money, that actually is within the city manager's signing authority. That wouldn't have to come back. They could just use it, or they could bring it back to you if that's what you wanted them to do, to tell you what they did with it.
But I
So in
think the
other words, we're
motion
splitting
is,
two-
if you're making the motion, we're not doing installation fees of $30,000. This is the point that he's making. And so we're not going to motion that, if we read the motion exactly how it's stated, it's not true and correct. So what do you want to do with the $30,000?
I'd like to leave it out of the motion. And I can come back to council, I can come back to the city manager. If we get the no-cost extension, if we can find very good use for that money, we will absolutely use it, but I don't need it in the motion.
I think we want to make sure we're not losing $30,000 in there somewhere, that we put it towards the 210, but it sounds like that's the full contract, that's what the full contract is, so.
So while it is in the title of the item, it actually isn't in the resolution, the 30,000, unless
It isn't?
not.
It's,
No.
am I reading some, I mean, that's.
$210,000 for 18 months, an amendment to the master services agreement. That's the resolution. I agree, the title of the staff report adds
Well,
the
the title of
30,000.
the staff report, what we're using in our
And it-
agenda is there.
You
So
can
we'll
read
just
the
strike it
title
out.
from the resolution itself, which is on page 703. Here.
Okay, I have
I'll
it.
hang- You got
You
it?
have that-
Okay.
you
Yeah.
have that, does it?
No, my resolution has it.
Here. You can have mine.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so we have a,
I think what's confusing is the title of the item is different than the recommendation.
oh,
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve.
Pardon me, through the chair, we do have public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
thank you for
go ahead.
that, Manny. Go ahead and bring up the public commenters.
Thank you. We have 2 speakers in person and 1 online. 2 speakers in person, Ann Carr, followed by Daniel Boone, and then Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition online. Please approach the podium.
Good evening, council. Normally, Ann Carr again. Normally, I'm all in favor of technology, and I do believe that the license reading technology has been helpful and is helpful. With this particular technology, I'm wondering about a couple things. One is, we don't seem to have any examples of it having been used to any productive end, which is kind of interesting because when we just talked about the burglar alarm issue, Chief Taw had all kinds of information about criminals apprehended and arrested and convictions and blah, blah, and hours of staff time. And here with this, we've been in beta test with this technology, and I haven't heard anything about it having proven anything. So I'm really wondering about that. The second thing I'm concerned about is, do we have the staffing to monitor any sort of information we get about gunshots? What do we do with that data, if anything? And again, going back to the conversation we just had about burglar alarms, for Chief Taw, it's a burden to have 10 burglar alarms a day, which to me, that seems like that's a normal course of police work. If we can't accommodate what in my mind is normal residential and commercial police work, how do we have the staff to take on this additional new technology thing? And where do we pull the police officer hours for that? So I think sometimes this council and the city gets kind of dazzled by like, oh, something's cheap and something's free, and does not account for the staff time and the investment that it takes to utilize that. And it may seem dissimilar, but one example that comes to mind for me is the staff, city assistant manager Hain was all excited to buy Farragut School because the property was so inexpensive. And I raised at the time that there could be issues around maintenance and security, and like, oh no, this is so cheap, it's going to pay for itself. And in fact, come to find out, it has been a huge issue for security, and there have been significant expenses associated with that. So the initial cost, if it's coming from a grant and it seems like it's free to us, there are still staff hours that are going to be associated with that. And I'm not convinced that we have the bandwidth to utilize it, nor is it clear that it's of any particular value. So I would encourage the city to pass on this particular opportunity. If there's any way that the grant funds could be transferred to additional license readers, we seem to be able to use those well. Thank you.
Any more speakers, Manny?
Daniel Boone, followed by Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition.
It's hard to know where to begin with this. I've taken so many notes. Tonight's theme is public safety, and will all these items that you've been considering all night, will it make the public more safe? Again, here is another 11th hour, do it tonight or lose the money. Are you not sick to death of these things being brought to you at the last council meeting of the year with a December 31 deadline? Beta testing. Where's the data? All night long you've been asking for data, data, data. There's beta testing? Where's the data? We've had flock cameras on Mare Island for, I think, 4 or 5 years that we pay for out of CFDs. We have never seen one iota of data that one arrest has been made as a result of flock cameras. Technology is not a panacea for every problem that you have. And this looks to me like an 11th hour, do it or you lose the money, throw $210,000 out there and hope that it'll do some good. Do we have drones that could respond immediately to a gunfire alert? Well, if we had an operator, well, if we had a drone, but we don't have them. But just throw the money at it. The question is, what is the follow-up? Let's say you throw the money at it and you've got gunshot alarms out there. Boom, a gunshot goes off. Do you really know what happens next after the alarm? Has that been explained to you? With all the changes that have been discussed tonight, you saw one version of this in October, and then there were changes, and the one in October wasn't right, and even now, with council sitting here, there are more changes. Can even one of you say that you know exactly what is in the contract that you are being asked to vote for tonight? I don't think so. I don't think any of you can say that you know what is really in that contract. You just spent 2 minutes trying to figure it out. Don't approve this. There's everything wrong with it.
And final speaker, Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. And to uplift the previous speaker, yes, 11th hour is right for really important decisions. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to start by noting the procedural concern that was raised before. The title of the item really doesn't align with what's actually being asked of council, and I think this is important. When the title, the motion, or any underlying financial or contractual type commitments don't match, it's undermining transparency, and it makes informed decision making even more difficult. So just a few quick points. First, as has been mentioned a few times tonight, there's no clear data demonstrating that gunshot detection technology improves public safety. I've seen cities across the country that have deployed these systems often report frequent false alarms, little to no improvement in clearance rates, and diversion of resources from verified emergencies. The lack of evidence makes it really impossible to see or evaluate whether this technology will actually reduce violence or instead or increase safety here in Vallejo. Secondly, council lacks the information needed for the proper oversight that's needed for something like this. Flock and VPD stated that certain sections of the agreement were removed, yet this has not been clarified whether these sections involve VPD's role, authority, or data access. Council is being asked to approve a surveillance contract without really understanding how police involvement may have changed as a result of any deletions or anything like that. Thirdly, the cost framing remains problematic. So Flock has asked that the 30K installation fee be left out of the motion, but this doesn't eliminate the costs. Whether it's directly charged or reappropriated, it's still public money being spent. The real public investment is 240K over 18 months. And council needs to evaluate it honestly and transparently for all of us. At that level of spending, there's way more effective evidence-based ways to improve public safety, such as housing stability, youth programs, mental health response, and community-based violence prevention. Lastly, this agreement appears to be moving forward without meaningful community engagement. And this is key, particularly with residents most impacted by both gun violence in Vallejo and over policing. Public safety decisions made without this trust building that we need, the clarity and accountability, it risks doing way more harm than good. The gunshot detection detects just sound, not solutions to all of our issues here in Vallejo. So I urge council to reject agenda item D and invest instead in proven community-led safety strategies, housing for it strategies. Thank you.
Manny, are there any more speakers?
Yes, we have one more speaker. Tony Stewart, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Hi, good evening. I wanted to just quickly comment on behalf of myself, though I am a member of the Surveillance Advisory Board, and I just would have to disagree with the previous speakers, only because this item is not coming at the 11th hour. While I do agree, the way it is written in the staff report does create some confusion for the community, myself included, as I sat here and watched and asked where this extra $30,000 come from when we were presented with a resolution for $210,000. So I can understand and agree with the community feeling a little disappointed and feeling like they're being duped here when the staff report says one thing, but the council is being asked to do another. With that said, this was brought before the SAB in September. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, initially in August, and we actually rejected it because we didn't want it to be brought to us at the 11th hour, and we told the department, "Hey, figure it out," but we're not going to approve this until council to also approve it with our backs against the wall. We refuse to do that, and I'll also say that council refused to do that again in October, even though the contract was lapsed with a month late. And so I believe that the SAB took the time, reviewed the contract, reviewed a lot of the safety provisions. And I'll also say I live in District 2. I represent District 2 on this board. And I understand the concerns of over policing and not particularly getting a response. But again, that's why we have members of the community on these commissions that represent our districts to really speak to the concerns of our community. And I think anyone in the city of Vallejo who knows me would say that I'm pretty connected to the community. And so I would urge you all to move forward with this. I think, especially as we talk tonight about our staffing shortages, while I live in a community who may not always call the police for a number of reasons, I think having the gunshot detection systems in our area is helpful, and it allows PD to respond where and when times where community may not call. So thank you for hearing my comments, and have a good evening.
Any more speakers, Manny?
That wraps up speakers for this item.
Thank you for that, and so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing from for this item and turn it back to the council. Do we have any additional questions, comments, or are we ready for a motion?
I do actually. So some of these public comments actually rejiggered a thought in my mind, which I want a quick clarification to. So I appreciate that you guys ran this through SAB, that you incorporated all the changes based on the feedback that this board shared with you and that the SAB shared with you as well. But I do recall that one of the things I was concerned about when it came in October was around the efficacy of this particular technology relative to the plate readers, the ALPRs. And so can you quickly speak to that, Deputy Chief Knight? Because maybe I'm misremembering, but it seemed to me like some of the data you presented at the time was inconclusive. And maybe I'm wrong, so that's why I'm asking, because that was a sticking point for me back in October.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And I know that efficacy was a very significant topic that was discussed throughout the entire beta testing phase. We've been working on this with the Surveillance Advisory Board before we entered into the beta testing phase, while we've been in the beta testing phase, and then just prior to implementation, prior to coming to you the first time. And we've given extensive presentations to SAB about effectiveness, efficacy, how this is benefits as a response tool. We gave you guys lots of data, and what we did actually talk about is actual physical success stories. So that's one of the things I wanted to clear up a little bit of misinformation in terms of, first of the question during the beta test is, does this work, right? We had to find out, does this work? Is there this thing called false positives? We did not experience that. We did not experience any negative outcomes from any of the alerts that we received. In fact, it was an assistance to our limited staff to be able to respond to areas where there was a Raven alert where we knew that a gunshot had actually occurred. So it's a way of triaging your response to things when you do have limited resources. And at the end of the day, this has come up with SAB in the past. If you can save one life by getting to the sound of gunshots, if somebody didn't call or they don't know the right location, and you can get to a triangular location of a victim, I don't know what price you can put on that. So having community earmarked money for this, I think, is a significant feature because it's for this exact technology. And then finally, in a year and a half, it's a different conversation, right? When we talk about whether or not we want to expend general fund on this, whether or not we want to grow the square mileage of the coverage area, those are all conversations we have to have, I think, that are important to have in a year and a half. But hopefully, I know it's probably a little more than you wanted, but.
Councilmember Ledesju.
Thank you for that. So I remember we spent a lot of time, lots of discussion, and had a robust dialogue around this whole process. And I do appreciate that you came back with the things that we asked you for. And I do appreciate that you worked with the SAB. And I knew that the SAB had said yes to this request. And I do think it's important. I think what some individuals don't understand is, as the last speaker stated, communities like North Vallejo and South Vallejo, I said it before, I've said it many times, they're not going to call you, period, for a lot of different reasons. And to have this tool where there is detection is very helpful. And you did attest to how it helped you in many instances. And so the things that I was deeply concerned about was around the security of that data, how we were going to audit that data, and that's why I said you had till February to get back to me. Because if you don't know how to do it, I'm going to help you do it. So, because I know what to do. And so I believe it's a good tool, and I believe it is a tool that, just as you said, we can see in the next 12 months what have been some of the results
And I expect that we track that data. I expect that we'll be able to share that data and see how this tool has been beneficial. And in particularly in communities that are not comfortable reporting to you, to the police department. It's a big deal. And gun violence is real. And we have seen many young people lose their lives. And the gang violence here, it's not your typical gang violence, whether people realize that or not. There's some really deep family ties of different things going on. And this tool is really important in some of our communities. So I look forward to hearing about the audit piece. I look forward to regular report outs as we asked in October to really understand how this is helping us. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And just from a clarity and general question standpoint, of the flock system that's out there, what percentage of the city does that cover? 5%, 10%?
I don't think I equated it to a percentage. It's 4 square miles.
4 square.
And Vallejo is just shy of 50 square miles, so.
So with this $210,000, how much more of Vallejo would be covered with this flock?
Just the existing 4 square miles. So we've been doing a beta test for the 4 square miles for 1 year, and now this will be enough money to pay for a year and a half of that same coverage. Now, when we did select those 4 square miles, we were very strategic on where we put those sensors. We used gunshot detection data and made sure that it was in the areas that were most concentrated with the highest levels of gunshots. So because you can't cover the whole city, or if it's very expensive to cover an entire city, you really have to concentrate those in those high gunshot areas.
So it's just in the same 4 square mile area that it's currently in. It's just extending it for the contract, but also it's oh gosh, just lost my thought. Never mind. I just totally had a mind blank on that one. So are we open for, are there any other final comments or questions from council? If not, I'm open for a motion.
Can we make the motion?
Just for the edification of the public and the council, Councilmember Gordon is in the back room and she is listening. So she'll be out in 1 minute.
So we can make the motion.
You can go ahead. She has cast her vote already.
Okay.
So I'm making a motion, and that is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo approving an agreement with Flock Group, Inc. for gunshot detection technology, Flock Raven, in the amount not to exceed $210,000 for 18 months, approval of a Flock amendment to the master service agreement, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
That motion carries unanimously with the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember Palmer is absent.
Thank you for that. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9E?
Consider and possibly provide direction relating to a proposed pilot program for the city to adopt that allows for timely response to disruptions and federal benefits as a result of unforeseen cuts or other federal shutdown, and providing an update on potential impacts to Vallejo Housing Authority's Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers, or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Assistant City Manager Conley, do we have a presentation?
I do. Thank you, council members. Good evening. Melingo Conley, Assistant City Manager, here with Housing Director Alicia Jones. We kind of have a slightly bifurcated item. Part of it is action, and then Director Jones is here to provide an update and some information on the Housing Choice Voucher at the end. So just to start off, I just want to, thank you, Manny, remind folks that the last time we were here talking about sort of the government shutdown and impacts to federal programs, Council asked that staff come back with a potential pilot program for consideration that you could adopt in full or in part to address some of the ongoing challenges that our local food pantries and community-based food distribution programs we're facing in light of the shutdown and impacts of the tariffs, continued economic uncertainty, as well as the one big, beautiful bill. So next slide, please. So as I said here, that, for that ask, while the shutdown has ended, those impacts are still being felt throughout our community. I think has been mentioned several times this evening, we have approximately 20,000 residents here in the city of Vallejo who receive benefits, SNAP benefits, and so a pretty significant portion. And so while that shutdown has ended, people are still facing burdens, and there's a large burden placed on low-wage earners and households that's just exacerbating this issue. Next slide, please. So with a quick turnaround, the data that we were able to review and analyze was limited to a small sect from our community-based distribution programs, but what it showed us was that there's still a number of individuals and households that use these food pantries that increased exponentially over the shutdown period. And so what was also brought forward was that it's not only people who receive SNAP benefits, but also those who are on limited incomes, and those incomes are no longer covering basic food supplies, or they're just not lasting them throughout the month like they used to. So the situation continues to be critical for a number of residents here in the city. Next slide, please. So we did receive some information from one food distribution company called Food is Free, and they showed that they had an increase in food distribution demand directly attributable to the shutdown that occurred from October 1st through November 12th. And they reported that they've seen an increase of over 1,200 households at their Solano County Fairgrounds site, month over month, which started in October. So that means that potentially, they've seen more than 3,600 households beyond their baseline through the month of December, and it's cost approximately $100,000. Next slide, please. So with that information, the program or pilot that we're bringing forward is similar to one that the city set up to assist small businesses during COVID. And so the structure is, what we're stating is that there's a maximum allocation for each business or organization that won't exceed $25,000 per organization. The businesses must fall under a food pantry category, which means a public or private nonprofit organization that distributes food to low-income and unemployed households, including food from sources other than the Department of Agriculture. The funds will be distributed on a reimbursement basis only. Organizations will be selected by a random number generator or at City Council's direction. And that the funds will be distributed until they're either exhausted or the duration established by the council expires or City Council decides to end the pilot project. And of course, any of these stipulations could be changed or modified by council's direction. And then we also want to say that once an organization reaches that cap, they become ineligible for additional funding under this pilot. Next slide, please. So in the staff report, there outlines the exact process by which we would calculate the reimbursement. So it's the difference between a verified baseline and the increased costs that these agencies are facing. And so that verified baseline can be established in several different ways. We can look at a calendar year average for 2025. We can look at a fiscal year average, or we can look at, say, the average over the 60 days immediately prior to the federal shutdown. And then we would look at what their costs are currently against that baseline, and that's what they would be eligible for a reimbursement. So some options or additional considerations to think about is that we could allow a retroactive reimbursement, which means we can do this back to the start of the shutdown. You could not allow a retroactive reimbursement, and this could just be a pilot that you set up on a go-forward basis, or you can allow limited retroactivity. I mean, essentially, it's kind of up to the council to decide which options that you'd like to provide for these organizations. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that sort of concludes the pilot presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions and sort of work through this if you have any for me. Thank you.
I think the initial question is, so if we're supposed to have a motion move forward, is it based on what this recommendation states here in the packet that I have, which is a 2-paragraph one? Because I just heard there's options that we have to identify, which isn't referenced in this, so I'm a little confused.
So the options are outlined in more detail in the staff report, not in the PowerPoint presentation, because they're a little bit longer. So we brought an item back in November, right? Remember step 1 of the budget process?
Correct.
So that's another consideration, is how much do you want to actually allocate to a pilot project like this? So we took the step 1, which allocated a very large sum of money, and we can take step 2 of the budget process and actually allocate a specific amount of money that you want to put towards a pilot sometime in January, maybe January 13th. But for this pilot structure, council needs to give direction on what you'd like it to do. It can be a go forward, right? So like if anything happens with the allocation process in January, if Congress faces another shutdown or if they don't fully fund something, we have this pilot set up to address the needs at that point on a go forward basis. You can have this be retroactive to address the needs that these distribution programs faced because of the past shutdown from October 1st through November 12th. You can do some other sort of time-limited duration, at your leisure. You can adjust the amount of money that you'd like to cap it. We just said $25,000. It could be more than that. I didn't really have a sense of how much you wanted to fully allocate to this type of pilot, so that amount could be adjusted up. You could cap the number of participants to a defined number. You could just say first come, first serve. I mean, I'm not quite sure what you had in mind. So there are a lot of options here.
So
City
the
Attorney,
item
yeah.
before you this evening is merely direction. It is not to approve anything. So the title is correct. There is no resolution here. So the title is correct, provide direction. Step 2 of the budget, and then whatever direction you give the effectuation of that will come forward. Staff is suggesting January 6th, but sometime in January, I'm
that
assuming.
date was wrong, sorry.
That date
That
is-
should be the 13th or the second date
Oh,
in
yeah,
January.
okay, that's right.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
date
yeah,
isn't
no,
even a
yeah, I
meeting.
know, yeah.
Okay, so at one of your January meetings.
Right.
So
Staff is just looking for direction, sorry.
Yeah, and a motion could take the form of motion, city council provide direction to staff to return at the next council meeting for step 2 of the budget process to implement a pilot program with the following characteristics. And the characteristics are those things that Nalunga just described. So
Total project amount per organization, time frame, retroactive on a go-forward basis. Do you want to provide a list of organizations or have them submit information and then be randomly selected by a random number generator.
So the more we talk about this, the more confused I am, because what the final motion is supposed to be, I'm hearing several options to where there needs to be a money amount, there needs to be a time frame. So, and it's not clearly put out for us to create that motion. So would like some direction from staff of how we really want to do this and how we're moving this forward.
So, okay, so some of the elements that would define a program, and Nalungo referenced a program that was implemented to address some COVID-related or subsequent impacts, which was a small business hardening grant program. So that program, through that program, the city needed to decide up to what amount of support they would provide to a business, whether it would be on a reimbursement basis or as an advance, what time frame businesses, in this case food providers, could claim their losses for, so over what period, and ultimately how much funding the city council would like to direct to that. So Nalungo, I don't know if you have a slide in your deck that shows the different decision points, but from my note keeping, it is the amount per org, what is the time frame of the, I will call them the losses to those businesses that the city council wants to consider compensating them for, the total amount of funding, and I think Nalunga, you mentioned in the staff report that the county had been intending to provide funding of $500,000 to provide support to backfill some of the losses of federal funding. And then how, if there's an oversubscription, if more organizations apply than the funding will allow, how the funding will be disseminated. And it could be, let's say council allocates $200,000 and we get qualified applications for $400,000. Would we give every qualified business half of what they requested, or would we just give we randomly select and give all of the businesses, say $25,000 each, until we got to that cap? So those are the main characteristics and things that the staff needs direction from the city council on. And if you provide that direction, we can come back for the appropriation at step 2, which will be at the first meeting in January, with that all mapped out for city council's final approval.
But what I'm hearing is that's a step 2 portion of it, but to get to step 2, do we need to delineate and itemize each and every item you just talked about with the item itself, the budget, and time frame?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tonight?
Tonight, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Opening up to my fellow council members. Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you for this. First of all, I want to thank you all for presenting this report to us. And I want to thank the community who have stepped up. And yes, I have seen multiple lines of individuals, even as of Monday, excuse me. And there is a need, and I do feel that we should reimburse them. So what I want to make sure, and I know I apologize, but I want to clarify. So if we said, okay, 500 people applied for this, and all 5 can get it, we need to decide how much they can get to make sure everybody gets it. So 500 people, we say 5,000. Or, because I think reimbursement should be considered, for sure, because they have to replenish what they've used. And if it's more than what they're used to using, we put them in a spot. Not we, but helping our people out. So I think that was definitely something we want to consider, reimbursement. And then moving forward, Anybody who apply and they meet the standards, they should get funded. I don't think it's nice to put them in something and let's hope you win this lottery, you know, because they're still helping the people, right? The second thing is, what I hear you saying is, how long do we want to make this last? So I think that part I might need some more help on, because if my colleagues are saying, oh, we'll give $200,000, and that might last if we give 5,000 to people, right? And we determine that 5,000 to everybody applies, because I know a lot of people stepped up, and they stepped up largely, and I might add, with quality items. That was really wonderful, like the grocery outlet. You know, they also, I mean, that's a business, that's the bread and butter, and they stepped up. I'm referring to the one located on Aber and Cunningham. So, I mean, I'm not saying the other one didn't, but I just don't know about that one. So we need to think about that too, you know. So I think what I would like to say, can you just give me a small step-by-step of what we need to do? Number one, can you tell me the first thing?
So the first thing is, if you could decide your overall project amount, and I can give you some ideas. As City Manager Murray mentioned, the county was considering allocating $500,000 during the shutdown for the county, right? Vallejo was I think 36.8%, you know, a proportionate amount, and so that's approximately $175,000. So that could be your starting point for the overall program amount for this pilot, $175,000. You could do $200,000, $500,000. Remember, step one, we actually allocated a very large amount. That was, right? Almost $4 million. It was $3.9 million. And so with the idea that you were not going to spend that amount of money, because that was a month's backfill of SNAP benefits, but that you allocated, you know, you reserve that amount of money to give you the most flexibility so you can figure out what makes the most sense. So with that percentage in mind, knowing that at least one organization spent approximately close to $100,000 over the last November, December, 2 months or so, you know, maybe 175, that might be enough. It might not be. You know, you have to decide, do you want to cover the full amount or, you know, part of it, right? I mean, you know, Vallejo can only do so much. You're not necessarily required to pay it all, but, you know, you could also allocate, you know, a certain amount to that. So the amount for the overall program.
Okay.
And then to your point, do you want every qualified organization to get the same amount? So if there's a small organization that's been doing this and they've been having a sort of cost, you know, aside from their baseline, that's been an extra $1,000 a month, you know, they would probably get fully funded if you do it retroactively. But a larger organization might be faced with a $25,000 a month hit for the overage. But if we're giving them each equal amounts, it may cover more of a smaller organization and less of a larger organization. And if you're okay with that, then we can just do equal amounts.
No, I don't think that's
right? So, right? I mean, it can get a little complicated, or you can just cap it, right? So each organization can receive, like I said, up to $25,000 or up to $50,000 or up to $100,000. And know that this is all with verifiable receipts, you know, and information. So if they've only incurred $5,000 of costs, that's all that they would get as a reimbursement. But if an agency has, you know, $65,000 in costs and you've approved them for up to $100,000, then they get reimbursed for the $65,000. So you can set a cap for each organization, or you can simply say, we'll take 10 and they get equal amounts.
What was the third one?
And then the third one is the time frame. So you want it to be retroactive for you, Councilwoman Gordon. So you're saying, at the start from October, so that can be the start of the program, and we could have it until the money runs out. We can have it just through the end of December, this calendar year, and then we can pause, and if there's any money left over, we can just leave it, and then you can reactivate if something else happens in the future or with this next budget allocation in January. You could do that. You also need to decide whether or not what your baseline is going to be established from. So are we going to establish our baseline from looking at 2025, up to October, if we're going to look at the prior 90 days to the start of the shutdown, or some other time frame that you decide? What seems reasonable to you? Just to establish what their normal course of business was, right? So if they were spending $5,000 a month and suddenly it shot up to 15, then the difference is going to be 10,000, and that's the impact that the shutdown has had on that organization, and then we can refund them that money.
And, yeah, we can, that sounds great. So going to your timeline, whatever we say, okay, we'll do it till December 31st, 2025, and then depending on if the money runs out, or like you said, something else happens, we won't get caught off guard. We're going to be prepared.
Correct.
And that money can roll over.
Correct.
Okay. And so I got the directions clear. This is my colleagues. And I would like to make a suggestion, without confusion, if we can vote on each, without confusion. So we say, okay, well, number one, to my colleagues, the amount we're going to agree to, $500,000. And then the next part vote would be the retro. Do we want to start back from the beginning when all this started, and as it was suggested, like the retro, we reimburse them whatever they spent additionally. And the timeline, if we vote, do we want to go back to when this all began, and till we run out of funds? As of that last one, I like that last one, that we could roll over in case something happens, we won't be caught off guard.
Correct.
We will be prepared. Is that a good suggestion? Or thank you.
Yeah, I think we need to listen to what all options are available to us. Councilmember Ledeju, did you have something, or did you want to take public comment? Yes, Manny, do we have any speakers on this item?
Thank you. Yes, we do have two speakers online. First speaker, Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Followed by Chris's iPad.
Thank you, and good evening, council members. My name is Melvin Cowan. I also want to thank the staff for bringing up this item. It reflects a real understanding that federal instability is already impacting Vallejo residents, particularly around food access, benefits, and housing security. And as council considers this pilot, I want to briefly emphasize 3 actions that will be critical if projections of another federal shutdown in January become a reality, which is a very likely chance it will. So strengthening food response, expanding 211 triage capacity, and preparing for short-term housing stabilization. The food distribution pilot and the contingency planning around vouchers are important and necessary first steps, especially given the scale of potential SNAP, CalFresh, and HUD disruptions. I appreciate the city moving proactively rather than waiting for harm to deepen. One area I'd encourage council to elevate alongside this effort is 211 capacity. During previous federal shutdowns and major federal disruptions, the National 211 Network and United Way have documented call surges within weeks, often in the range of 30 to 60%, with calls becoming more complex, so food, housing, benefits, recertification, and crisis navigation. Even with our 211, experienced large call volumes and missing persons requests. And so this was all at once. And when our 211 lacks surge staffing and triage support, residents experience long wait times or drop calls and are often routed into far more expensive emergency systems. And so I'd encourage council to keep an eye on what happens after food systems are overwhelmed and families begin to lose housing. Vallejo has very limited bridge or non-congregate stabilization capacity, which increases pressure on emergency rooms, behavioral health systems, and ultimately the general fund. And as this pilot moves forward, I respectfully encourage council to consider directing staff to return with first a plan to expand 211 surge triage capacity during federal disruptions, and second option for short-term housing stabilization that can operate alongside this food response, particularly as HR 1 changes take effect. I want to thank you all for your leadership and for taking these risks seriously on behalf of Vallejo residents.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Manny, any other speakers?
Yes, Chris's iPad, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
I wanted to talk about the impact on the housing choice vouchers. Is that appropriate at this time, or is that coming up?
That would be part of this item. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to, and correct me if I'm wrong, mention that there are 2,200 housing choice vouchers available through the HUD program. And according to the staff report, only about 1,560 are actually being utilized right now. In other words, there's 600 housing choice vouchers that are on the table that aren't being utilized. There's two ways to explain the delta. One is the housing authority doesn't have enough staff to process the applicants on a waiting list, which is about 4,000, 5,000 people large, to vet them properly, to put them into housing choice vouchers available to them. The second explanation for that is the more likely one, which is most landlords are no longer renting to Section 8 housing, which is basically a guaranteed government check, because they can rent them out to people who are willing to pay market rate. You're about to get a presentation, I believe, on the Broadway project and where that stands, which is to say you're going to take 45 or 47 units and make them available to unhoused people. The likelihood that these people are coming from the streets who are totally unhoused is implausible to me, because you have to take them off the list as it is dictated by HUD. So you're basically putting 45 people into a housing project that cost initially $6 million, which blossoms to $26 million, and pretend like they're taking them off the street when all you're doing is pulling them off the list of people waiting for Section 8 housing. It sounds good on the surface, but it's actually just putting the city in a position of providing subsidized housing to people who are looking for housing that they can't afford. The good news is the reason that people aren't, or landlords aren't providing housing at this time, is they can rent it out at market rate to people who want to move to Vallejo, because love it or like it, Vallejo is still the cheapest place to live in the Bay Area, especially if you can afford to do so. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Placer. Any more speakers, Manny?
No other speakers for this item at this time.
Thank you for that confirmation. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any follow-up questions or comments from my fellow council members? Councilmember Ledeju?
Thanks for the work. So, as it relates to the different options, just for discussion, I'm not in favor of doing retro or partial retro. I'll use some of the different individuals who are organizations that provide food. There were lots of donations and many things that occurred. So I'm looking at where are we going in the future. And just like one caller did discuss, in January, it's highly likely that we are going to find ourselves with less funding or just many things because our federal government is not stable. So I'm not interested in looking backwards. I'm interested in looking forward. We passed that point in time. We've made that bridge, and we need to keep going. So that's really important to me. In addition to that, I'm not interested in giving funding to everyone who applies. I want to understand who you are serving and who you are, and making sure that throughout the community where there is need, we have those service providers in North Vallejo, South Vallejo, in other places that they are. If they're down here, you have someone who comes down here in D4 on Saturdays. So there are individuals who are consistently and constantly assisting throughout the city who've been doing it for quite some time. Those are the individuals who are stable, who have been reliable, who have been consistent, that I, as a council member, believe should be supported. That's very important because that is where we have seen the consistency, the continuity, and the reliability. And that's what we need to ensure. And we need, as you said, this needs to be trackable. Not just because you bring receipts to me and say, I bought X, Y, and Z. Who are you serving? Who is your base that you have consistently served before this has ever begun? That's very important to me. So I want to see the history of someone who is applying to receive additional funds. And I want to be able to look at their budget to understand, generally, during these periods of time when we were not facing the types of situations with the federal government, this was the number of individuals that you served. And as an example, when we had benefits lapsing, then we saw a major increase. This is your increase. And that's what really is at the crux or at the heart of all of this, is what is the increase? And that's what's most important. Because there is a baseline funding that nonprofit organizations who are helping individuals in our community with food insecurity that they're receiving from whomever their funders are. And so now we're looking at your baseline and what you are currently doing because we have this increase. What is that increase? And that is, these are my opinions and my perspectives of when I think about providing additional funding, providing additional support that helps our families and individuals remain food secure in our community.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Ledesju. Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. Just to clarify, that's what I was referring to. For me, like, for example, food is free, and that was the example, or like Emmanuel Temple, Emmanuel Arms. Those were the examples that I know who's been giving food throughout the years, but had to step up a little bit more because the need was much longer than normal. Thank you.
And I mean, so I would like to get some understanding of clarification. So when you say organizations are going to submit an application, is this going to be an objective or a subjective application to where there is certain criteria they've met? Because I think many of our nonprofits that I anticipate will be applying for this don't have the best administrative records to their resume. So I would be concerned about some losing out on something that they very well can do, but because of an administrative shortfalling, they may be cut out of this. So I want to have an understanding of how this whole process is, because it sounds very, could be very lack of transparency, to where I'm going to have some nonprofits saying, well, how come them and not me type of deal, and how do we justify that?
So, as stewards of public funds, right, we will have a process. And so part of that process is that they have to comply with our municipal code 3.20010. It's about purchasing, right? As we say, receipts are required for reimbursement. There's a whole outline. Invoices will not be accepted. They have to maintain a Vallejo business license or obtain a no-cost business license if they're a 501c3. They have to be in good standing with Solano County in the state of California. So we try to eliminate the majority of the barriers as possible, but still maintain standards as stewards of the public funds, right? So we can't simply just give money away. We do have to have, some way of verification. And so the application that was attached to the staff report is pretty basic. It just asks for a business license number, contact information, and then it'll ask for the information that we've talked about, like what is their baseline? So what have they been doing in the community up to this point? And that was the other ask from council is, do you want it to be based on a calendar year? Do you want it to be based on a fiscal year? Is it just 90 days prior to the time that this pilot would go into effect, right? So say we didn't have a shutdown and say you just wanted to set up this pilot and we were talking about setting it up January 1st, 2026. So then you would say, well, October, November. So you would say we would take information from October through December. So 90 days prior to the start of the pilot, that's the information that you would provide to us with regards to your baseline. Like who you were serving, right?
So even with that being said, so who has the ultimate say of, so it sounds like the application itself is there's minimal barriers there, but when it comes to them doing their administrative side of getting the receipts and all this other stuff, it's strictly on those organizations to submit their administrative and paperwork for any reimbursements for here. So, which brings me to the question of, if I heard this correctly, we need to identify an amount per organization or per program, or how?
Both. So part of this too, and I think Councilmember Ledeju asked, the direction could be that if you want a go forward program, say you decided not to do retroactive and you wanted to go forward, then we would have this application process for organizations that provide this service to the community, right? We can bring that list back. So council can then look at the list. You can decide who you want to approve to participate in this program. Or it can be randomly selected, right, by a random number generator. So we can assign everybody a number, we can put them in the system, and it spits out, if we have a certain amount of money, say $50,000, and you say we want to serve 5 organizations, give them capped at $10,000, then we just randomly select from, maybe it's 500 applicants. I don't know how many organizations would apply. Or council could say, we're going to select these 5.
The way the program has been at least tentatively designed is that this is just for organizations that are traditional food pantry type organizations. So it wouldn't be, there are a lot of nonprofits in our community that provide a lot of different services. This would only apply to a subset of those, some of which are relatively large organizations that I think have pretty substantial administrative capabilities. So I don't think, because it's not open to every single nonprofit that might provide a little bit of food assistance as an offshoot of their other activities, I think it's a smaller number of nonprofits that we're talking about, which diminishes some of the issues that we might have about who gets selected and things like that. An alternative would be to, to establish if you all wanted to make this happen on a go-forward basis, we could have a process through which organizations apply essentially to be qualified. Like, that's how we identify organizations that receive funding to put on community events. I mean, there's an application process where organizations come to the city and say, I'd like to put on Waterfront Weekend, or I'd like to put on Kwanzaa. They submit an application to receive that funding. If this is going to be on a prospective basis, we could have essentially a call for proposals that says, let us know, if you're an organization that does this type of work, let us know what your services are and what your normal criteria is, so that you're essentially pre-qualified, so that if there's another government shutdown where there's an increase in services that they need to provide, they're already signed up essentially to receive assistance from the city. So I think that decision of whether you want it to be prospective or retroactive is a big one, and that will have some implications for how much of the design decisions we need to make now.
So I'm hearing so much ambiguity built in that comment, because if we set aside so much money for food pantries, and there's only 2 or 3 applicants that qualify, so between those 2 or 3 applicants, are we the ones that determine how much goes to each individual organization, or is it, so how does that actually work?
So there's an option. You could either say, we're going to reimburse you for every additional cost you've had up to a maximum amount, right? So, or you could say, hey, tell us how much additional assistance you provided, and we'll prorate it based on, how much money is appropriated to the entire program. So let's say, council appropriates $50,000, 2 organizations apply, collectively they've spent $100,000, they each get half of what they've expended. So you could do it in different ways, but whatever direction you provide, it'll be a consistent approach that can be used with all of the organizations. You can cap it per organization. There are a lot of different ways to design it, and we're coming up with this from scratch. This isn't a very common type of program, so there are a lot of different ways to design it. I think what was expressed from council when this item was discussed previously was the city wants to do something, right? But I don't think it was clear, and there wasn't a ton of discussion about what that something looked like. So we'd love to get some initial direction from council, like how much money does the city want to put in? Does it want to be retroactive? Does it want to be prospective? And then, what types of businesses, how they would qualify. Once we have that direction, I think it'd be pretty straightforward to line out the administrative part of the program.
So you just rattled off a whole bunch of options. So for tonight's purposes, do we need to specify all these options in there? Or what's the dealio of what we need to actually approve tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, go, please.
So I'm going to do this so we can get done. I'm tired and I need to go home. So starting out, I'd like for this to be for the next 12 months, just because, again, we know that our federal government is not stable, and we know that there's going to be a lot of changes in the for SNAP, and potentially everyone's going to have to actually reapply. So that's a whole nother story by itself. So I'd like to say to our council, to my colleagues, let's do it from January 1st through 12/30/26. And if we need to modify, we can always do that. Nothing's stopping us from doing that. We then can say, we can take $500,000. I think, how many millions? There were 4 million, right?
Yep.
So we could take $500,000 and say we're going to allocate it over the 12 months. And then we can say that we can literally solicit for those providers who are providing in this community. We already know we literally know who they are, but we can have them, we can solicit, put out an RFP, and that RFP is contingent upon triggers from the federal government. Because this is what this is about. It's about the lack in federal government. It's about how the federal administration responds to us as people. So it would be triggered by the federal government taking away something, right? It's taking away benefits. And then when we're looking at these providers who are helping our community be food secure, I don't want to pay, I'm only looking at what is your normal baseline for the annual year, whatever your annual grants are that you receive to do this work that you've always done. And then I don't want to use from a data point, I don't want to look at what happened October through November, because we know that we were in a crisis, right? So that's an anomaly at this moment in time from my perspective when I think about data. That's an outlier. And if they like, you can share with us, what did your last 12 months look like? And the data analyst on our team can pluck out the anomaly. Because then that will tell me month over month for the past year what has been their experience, right? And you could use that in looking at, here's their baseline, and here's how, on an average 12 months, our 9 months literally, you could project out to the total to the total population or the total months, taking out those 3 months or 2 months that were anomaly for everybody, and use that as this is their potential overage. And then that lever, when it's pushed by the federal government, then gives us the indicator of now we can now literally disperse funds because the federal government is taking benefits away.
Okay.
And we're only going to, and then we can say of that $500 million, depending on how many qualified individuals we have that are reputable, consistent within our community, then, and you're looking at what their average overage is within a reasonable frame, then you can say, we can allocate X, Y, and Z. But it is really creating that framework based on having that data versus saying, oh no, I'm going to give you $10,000.
Okay.
You know, because it's, then let me see what that data really looks like. And then on top of that, so you already have the year, the time frame, you have a methodology to pull, actually do a request for proposal, or you could do a request, RFI, request for information, first of all. Because then you would have the data, and then we can set the thresholds if you do a RFI versus an RFP.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Matias?
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, what I'm hearing from you guys is that you want to set something up on a go-forward basis. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, yes, I agree that we should have a program on a go-forward basis in case we have additional impacts from the federal government. But I thought that part of what we were trying to solve for was the current disruption we have in this moment. So that's one.
So can I chime into that statement? So with the current disruption that we've had, like if you look at most of our food banks, there was excessive amount of rallying for additional donations and so forth and on, and funding had come through. And so if, I'm just thinking, I don't necessarily want to go backwards because a lot of work was done to help in that what was incurred, especially when we had the October, November, you're not going to get your benefits, so forth and on.
And what am remembering, or what I'm thinking about is, in January, we expect some real changes. Because they reinstituted giving back benefits, and also while benefits were given back, there was a lot of fundraising, additional fundraising and monies given to different food banks, even within our own community.
Okay.
And that was the only reason, as it relates to food, that's the only reason I was saying, how about starting in January?
Okay. And then the second point I was going to raise is this $500,000 number that you just proposed. Okay, yeah, because for me that's too high. And that may change, right? If we see that there's a lot of stuff coming down the pike from the feds, we may need to
You can change that.
a more forceful response. But we've spent some money this year, folks, both on programs and covering for mistakes. And the tax receipts that are coming in at a lower rate than what we were projecting. Not by much, but they're coming in a little behind. So, and we have mid-year coming up.
So my number is arbitrarily, because I'm just trying to get us to have a conversation and get moving. I want to go home.
Same.
It doesn't need to be $500,000. It can be $100,000. My point is, I'm just trying to get us a process. Do a RFI, and you don't even need to set a dollar amount. Do an RFI, a request for information, so that you can create the data and the baseline. And then say, hey, here's what the average is on a month-to-month basis that we find that those who have responded are spending over. And we can say, from that, decide, oh, we only need 100K, whatever it is. So I'm not wedded to a dollar amount. I'm wedded to getting information in a process.
Yeah, no, because just a little sensitive on the finance side of the house.
Yeah,
right now.
we can do that. We can solicit the information from the food pantries and food distribution centers. And then if you wanted, we can push back step 2, right? I think to maybe later in January or potentially the beginning of February if we need to at that point.
Let's do the RFI that the council member suggested, and then just set it at, I don't know, 2. I feel like that I would feel better just setting it there, and then if you suggest something else, we can make a change, and then the rest of the council gets to weigh in on that. I do think that I just had a reaction to the 5.
So you want to set this evening a certain amount. Do you want us to come back with a step 2 budget process, or do you want us to kind of take that amount, do the RFI, see how that plays out with the information that we receive? Does that work? So we can then potentially present you with an idea of like, oh, maybe every organization gets this and it's enough to cover, or it may not be enough to cover. And then that way you can still go through the step 2 budget process to allocate either more or less.
I mean, you go through that process. We set that number tonight, right? You go through that process, and then you determine actually it should be a little bit higher,
Right.
and then the budget request comes in at the higher amount because you would have the data at that point.
Right.
So,
And then we'll do the step 2 to officially allocate that amount. Okay.
Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, I'm just concerned that we will lose time. That's my concern. Remember, had we been in the situation where the government shutdown would still be in effect, we would have already dealt with all this. So I just really want us to think about, my suggestion or my proposal would be from December 2025 to December 2026, right? Even though I do want to reimburse folks back, the ones that, like you have here, this is clear. They're used to taking the data. They're used to, okay, we went up 1,000 people prior to the 500, which I did hear a lot of data like that in the past. So whether this is an honest system, right? Because who's to say the same thing is not going to happen throughout the year that people are going to get donations. But, so we know that can still be a challenge. This is an honest system that we're relying on the community who normally do this. They're used to taking their data, they're used to showing how much they typically get. And by the way, so people know, I used to help out with Emmanuel Temple, and if I recall, they would have to also buy food to make up for the numbers from the places they get the food from. That is, I do remember that. So I worry about the time frame, but if we was to say from December to December 26th, we can always change it. We can always change it. It's a live opportunity. And because I do like the fact that reimbursement is important. Especially if it's to make sure everyone who comes to their door gets food. And I've seen that to happen. Sometimes people had to be turned away because they didn't have enough, and they typically would have had enough if we didn't have the situation that happened, right? So my recommendations to my colleagues is please think about, if you don't want to do the retro, I'll compromise. But if we do December 2025 to December 2026, because like it was said through staff, people are still living with the aftermath of what took place that was not expected to take place. So I would like for us to think about that. And I do like the fact of getting information and that people do apply with their own data. And if maybe you want to give it to them every 3 months with that data, something to think about like that too. But I think that for the timeline, December 2025 to December 2026, and because remember, we want to be ahead of the game. And if something happens in January, we will not be ahead of the game. So we want to think like that. And how much we want to give, because like you said, if I have a small pantry versus like a larger pantry, I'm going to be set, for $25,000. I'm going to be good. But if I have a large one, you're not even going to touch me. So I think we should make it case by case. That's my thought. Thank you.
So I just want to say that we're not blanketly giving someone $25K. It's about how much more are they spending over than what they normally spend in feed. And so I just want to say, even in December, it is December 16th, and there's no way, even if we said to December, that we could do anything in December. We have to collect the data for someone to even come through our bureaucratic system. And so during these 2 weeks left, wherever staff are, I have no idea, because the city manager's on vacation, and it's the holidays, and I'm sure a whole bunch of other people are on vacation. So that's why if we start at the beginning of the year, it gives the staff at least time to start working on this and getting the information out. Because most nonprofit organizations, people are closed, they're doing different things. So we have to have time to get the data to be able to start to even think about, how do we do this? So my motion is going to be that the program is from January 1, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. And also that we would do an RFI, a request for information of nonprofit organizations who actually are feeding within our community. The city staff will develop that RFI to get all the necessary data to be able to understand their baseline and what potentially is over, and they will do the data analysis and take out the anomalies, and they will come back and then say, here's what we found, and I will move that we add the 200K, and the city staff will come back based on the information that we have gathered, this is sufficient for the year to start with, or we need to consider an additional amount so we can move it to the budget step 2 process.
So I'll take that as an informal, formal motion.
Yeah.
That, did staff get all of that? Yes, how are we? Yes, go ahead. Please vote.
I have the wrong title, sorry.
Oh, yep, that's the flock one.
Right.
That's the flock one? Okay.
Yeah, and I can't get, Manny, I can't get the right.
All right, there we go.
Okay, all right. I'm missing a vote. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Paul Mayor is absent.
Thank you for that. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9F?
Well, through the chair, sorry, we have just the last little piece of that. Alicia has a quick housing update. That was the vote on the item, and she has some information to share. It'll be very brief.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Alicia Jones, Housing Director for the Housing and Community Development Department. I have a very brief update on the Vallejo Housing Authority Housing Choice Voucher Program as it relates to the recent government shutdown and the impacts to the program and also the potential impacts for future shutdowns. In preparation for discussion regarding the impacts of the Housing Choice Voucher Program during the recent government shutdown, staff prepared a contingency plan outlining the implications to the program participants, owners that participate in the program, and staffing if funding were not to continue. Since the development of the contingency plan on November the 11th, 2025, funding for the Housing Choice Voucher Program has been restored, and the voucher program and the Housing Authority has not received any notification from HUD for any future disruption of funding or any changing in the funding levels at this time. Currently, the cost to provide housing assistance payment to our current landlords is $2.3 million per month, and the number of families we assist is 1,540. At this time, there's no communication from HUD if they're going to stop the funding because we're working under a continuing resolution that's scheduled to end on January 31st. Once that continuing resolution expires and the budget has not been adopted, the need for the contingency plan will have to take place. Next slide. The Housing Authority at this time is willing to research to see if HUD will reimburse the city for any expenses that paid out as it relates to a decrease in funding. Also, we have been informed that at this time, the realistic expectation to be reimbursed is not existent. They will not, so we have been informed that HUD will not reimburse localities if they were to subsidize any payments that was stopped as it relates to a federal shutdown. So and also there's restrictions regarding rental assistance programs that conflicts with HUD federal programs, and there's requirements and guidelines that must take place or be in place because there's no overlapping of funds for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That in a nutshell, that is my presentation. I have a short, next slide. That was it. That was it. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer. In your packet, you should have a copy of the contingency plan that was drafted. I would like to state that the contingency plan was drafted in the midst of the government shutdown with the anticipation of not having future funding, which would have ended on November the 30th.
Councilmember Ledescu.
So first of all, the city cannot backfill because you will never get your money back. A housing authority is a separate legal entity, and HUD, you have to have permission from HUD to receive funds outside of your normal subsidy or them being your funder. And so I think one of the things that today, of course, CY calendar year 2025 ends December 31st, 2025. And then, as we said, in January, we have no idea if there's going to be funding. We don't know what the cuts are going to be. And so when I've talked about this for a whole year. I have been talking about this because this is what I was very concerned about. And one of the things that I want to see is when we talk about, we really needed to look at if HUD decides I'm going to only fund at, I think this year it was 97%, right? 98%. So HUD funded at 98%. And at one point last year, potentially they were only going to fund at like 88%, 90%, so forth and on. And so what we really need to be looking at, Director Jones, is if HUD only decides all the way down to half, to 50%, I can't imagine that they're not going to just fund anything. And we really need to look at the proration amount, if it's 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and determine, when you look at the composition of family sizes, what does that mean to those composition of family sizes? And what are the things that we would need to do to keep as many people housed as possible based on projected prorations that potentially could happen? And I know that CAHA in particular is looking at all of that. So it's, how do we take that potential data that CAHA is working with and do real proration work around the composition of our families? For example, if our HUD funding went down to 70%, what is the impact on our current families? We know that we could not issue another voucher. What is the current impact on our families? And anybody who has a 4-bedroom, what would it mean if we had to bring them down all the way to a 2-bedroom, just to keep you housed, right? Because there are legal standards that says that I don't necessarily have to give you a 3-bedroom for 3 people, so forth and on. So what's the least amount of number of rooms per family composition could we run down in terms of data analysis to say, here are all the potential major impacts, and here's the types of shifts that households would have to do in order to keep this subsidy, right? So I'd like to see something like that, because that's a real potential need if the federal government really decides not to fund at this level this coming year.
Through the chair. Yes, we can look into that. My understanding of the regulations and my experience in this program, which is like 36 years, when the federal government decreased funding levels on a prorated basis, and I've seen it go down to 70% before, and when the federal government decreased that funding, and with no sight of increasing it, we have to do cost-saving measures.
Right.
And there's levels to it, all the way down to terminating families from the program. And so that's what
I want to see.
Yes, you want to see our cost saving.
I want to see what are the cost-saving measures that we would have to do. Here's
here's the least impact. Here is the most impact, right? You know, and so we need to look at what do those impacts look like? Because the goal is, when this happens, we want to keep as many people housed as possible, even if that means that bedroom sizes have to go down, right? To the extent possible as it relates to the rules around family compositions, right? Because again, theoretically, yes, we can give you a three-bedroom, three people, we can give you a three-bedroom, theoretically. But the reality is, I can put you in two, if that means you will stay housed, because we don't have the funding to do so. So those are the types of cost measures that we look at. And it also, where we're not doing rent increases and all of these different kinds of things that we have to consider when we're not getting the funding, but we want to keep as many people housed as possible, because the city government cannot subsidize the program. It will never, it can make that choice and never get that money back. A city that has that kind of money can do that. But the fact of the matter is, this city does not. This city cannot pay $2.3 million every month, right?
Right,
So we
understood,
have to
yes.
look at what are our cost measures from the least impact to the most impact, depending on how the federal government treats us in this coming year. And we can say, and then we can surmise, based on what will happen this coming year as we continue this cycle, we can project out what will happen the following calendar year as well. And we need to really get ready for this work. This is really important.
Yes, through the chair, and just for clarification, the cost-saving measures, staff has started that process, and we've actually, we started this process earlier this year when I projected us to be shortfall.
Yes.
We were deemed shortfall in June, $1.3 million that we did not have enough to pay landlords through the end of the year. We received a notification from HUD on the 9th stating that we received our shortfall funding, so that's good. We were paid through the rest of the calendar year. I've started the cost-saving measures that you mentioned. Also, as far as you're speaking of the subsidy size.
Yes.
And so we completed that process already and decreased everything for we call it 2 heartbeats
Yes.
per bedroom. That's the least amount to minimize the impact on our family. The written burden is the issue, because you mentioned not processing rent increases. Our payment standards have decreased as a result of the FMRs,
Right.
which will impact families' rents, where the family will have to absorb the cost.
Yes.
So now we're looking at rent burden and
How many of our
let-
families are rent burdened?
I'm sorry?
About how many of our families are rent burdened?
We have, those are numbers I have to remember.
It's okay.
Over the 40%.
Over the 30%, right?
Over the 30%. My number may not be 100% accurate, but I know it's like 400 people.
Okay.
That's paying
So
over 30%.
unfortunately, I hear you. Unfortunately, because of where we are from the federal government and the fact that the housing authority, like all other housing authorities, have been in shortfall, and, HUD gave the shortfall dollars to many of the housing authorities, but that doesn't include us alleviating individuals being rent burdened at this moment in time, because we just don't have the funding to do so. And that generally is one of the things housing authorities really work hard at, is making sure our families are not rent burdened, that they're not paying more than 30% of their rent. Unfortunately, because of where we are federally, those are some of the choices that we have to make in order to help ensure that families stay housed on our programs as long as we possibly can without the additional funding.
Can I ask for a point of
Yes.
clarification? Okay, so I want to make sure I understand what the ask is, because you, depending on the proration factor that happens next month, or when the budget appropriation takes place, you want the cost-saving measures for the least and most impact based on those prorated numbers. Not, okay.
Yes.
So I would have to
Because
wait
I don't know
until
we don't know what it's
we
going to
don't
be.
know what it's going to be, so I
Right.
have to.
And we really need to just have a projection, because you know, CAHA is talking about it, and what are the numbers being thrown out at this moment in time? I don't know what they are. But, you know, think about, yeah, it was 98% this year. I can see it dropping pretty low this coming year based on all the conversations. So it's like, okay, we can say at 98% we'll make it, and if we get all of our funding, what does that mean? But if we don't, drop it down a couple points.
95%.
Yeah, go to 95, go to 80%. What does that mean? So that we're at least thinking about it and we're ready.
Understood.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. So I remember when I first came to Vallejo, families did not have to pay anything. It was, if you didn't have it, it was made up. Then from 2005, it went from there to 10% you had to, 20%, 30%. Now, if someone was making, I'm just going to go with a person who is have fixed income $1,210. 30% is already a challenge, particularly if their rent, let's say they're not on a tax credit, $1,600 to $1,900. The rent today in communities that are already housing a lot of fixed income are $2,500. I know I'm preaching to the choir because you already know. On top of that, we have to take consideration that, as you just mentioned about SNAP benefits, people are losing their medication. I know I'm one of them. If I want it, I have to pay out of my pocket, even though it's life-threatening medicine that I'm suffering for right now. Let's go to the heartbeat. When I first came here, I was asked to sleep in a bedroom with my son, Christopher. And my son Christopher would sleep with my granddaughter. Incest is real. And if we talked in the beginning when we thought the shutdown was happening, we said we wanted to make sure that not only were people protected food-wise, but shelter-wise as well. So if the government is only going to give, let's just say 78%, we as a city can come up with the rest. We come up with everything else. Dog park, function, we come up with everything. Incest is real. And I know for a fact that it can happen anytime, but 99.9%, there was a senator who, a congressman, I believe, passed something where that couldn't happen, where families were forced to have the opposite sex in the same room. And I think that is why we are supposed to be preparing to make sure that, yes, we have our family's house, because I heard the gentleman who is now the new director, and he even though he bragged that he utilized the service and he didn't have the restriction he's trying to put on us, he's even saying if you're VASH, if you're not 98%, you can go to work. And you have to be 100% disabled, even if you have one leg and one arm. So, but as a city, hearing that, we can better prepare for our families. And because this is something that we have to think about. And we don't want our children to suffer from anything, but we want to make sure that we don't cause long-term. And I'm trying not to cry because I know this is to be a real scenario. So I really do hope my colleagues realize I understand what you're trying to do, but that is why we get to be here, especially if you have lived experience and you get to better prepare. And if we have money to build, to host things that happen on Mare Island, we need to, like when I was homeless, I didn't get to go to Starbucks. I had to save that money. I didn't get to go do this. I didn't get to go do that. Right now, we're in a crisis. We need to make sure our family is protected in the home and out the home. So we have kids who don't want to go home because things are happening. And I'm just asking my colleagues to think about that as well. But 30% is already hard for a lot of families, especially if they have children and they have to buy groceries and they have to pay rent. They have to pay the toll cost. Just to go to the doctors, they have to pay toll. Now it's going to be from $8 to $10. Think about that for a minute. And gas. So I'm not trying to rattle on for no reasons. Some of us, we got it like that, but some of us don't. Even the middle class is struggling. I just ask us to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for this informational item. Moving on to the last action item. City Clerk Abrahamson, please, could you please announce item 9F?
Councilmember.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
Councilmember Matulik, I was gonna suggest, just so we can help people get home, because I see a member of the public has been.
Yes.
Can we do the Broadway project first?
If my fellow council members are open to that. Yep. So let's go ahead and have the informational calendar item 10, 10A, Broadway Project Monthly Update. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 10A?
I think you just did, but I will rephrase it.
Yeah.
Broadway Project Monthly Update.
Okay. Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raise their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. I guess, city manager, or yes, well, it's not Hayne, it's, is it Conley or is it?
Good evening. Assistant City Manager Hayne unfortunately is homesick this evening, so I will be doing the project. I think Assistant City Manager will be here for support and for the next item.
Thank you, Natalie.
Yes, good morning, Council. Next slide, please, for me, Manny. So as you all are very aware, this is the Broadway project. You've seen this slide multiple times, so I'm going to skip over it to the much more exciting news on slide 2 for you guys. The lease and operator agreement has been fully executed, and all of the insurance is in place. Shelter Inc. has taken over occupancy of the building and have moved their staff in. The HEP contract began December 1st, 2025, and we are still targeting a goal lease up date of the end of the calendar year. The most exciting news is Monday and Tuesday of this week, 10 individuals have received keys to their units and are beginning to move into the property. And we are planning for and have scheduled 5 tenants per day, per business day through Christmas Eve, which will get us up to 40 tenants with keys in hands before end of day Christmas Eve. After we come back from Christmas, so assuming the next working business day, we will pick up again with those 5 tenants. So that is how we are planning to reach our goal of 12/31 for full move-ins. But at minimum, we will hit that 90% occupancy before the end of the year, which is our current deadline with HCD, who is our funding partner. Out of respect for privacy for the tenants during this move-in transition period for them, we are asking that, we give them that time to move in and are planning for a ribbon cutting ceremony post move-ins. We're targeting kind of end of January, early February, so we will be reaching out to council and the community once we have that date finalized. But our most important aspect was getting individuals moved in and into their units. An update on the water line break to the manager's unit. That repair is in process. It's currently expected to be finished by 1:15. We are pushing very, very hard to have that happen before, because we do have to have the live-in manager on site as part of the program. So right now they are occupying a vacant tenant unit. As soon as they can move into their unit, that last tenant will move in. So we're really pushing for the team to get that done prior to the 1:15 date. Those are our exciting updates. I think this is the most exciting update we've been able to bring to council in a very long time on this project. But with that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, do you have any questions for staff? Oh. Seeing none, Manny, are there any public speakers? Oh.
I am so excited. I'm so excited. And happy for the families, and I can't wait for the ribbon cutting. Thank you for your patience and all that you all had to endure, negative and positive, and I just want to say thank you to everyone involved.
Thank you for that, Manny. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do have one patient speaker who's been waiting. William Baker, please come to the podium.
Thank you so much for your patience, Mr. Baker.
Whoa. Well, good morning, Council. My name is William Baker. On the eve of the opening of the Broadway project, I am, for once, not here to share my usual list of concerns. Today, I want to share a story that deeply affected me and ask you to take this opportunity to turn tragedy into hope. 1 year ago, on Christmas Eve, James Oakley was tragically crushed to death by a backhoe. Tonight, I respectfully suggest that you memorialize James Oakley's journey, which ended on Broadway, not 500 feet from this project we've all been following for the past 4 years. James Oakley was born in American Canyon. From what I gather, he spent his formative years just across Highway 29 from where the Broadway project sits today. Media accounts say James was an accomplished player on the Napa High School football team. Sometime after that, and for reasons that are not important today, James made a series of poor choices and missed opportunities that landed him eventually on the street and, without a doubt, chronically homeless. James Oakley's life could be viewed as a series of poor choices and missed opportunities. The greatest of these, I believe, is that if James were alive today, he would undoubtedly have had the opportunity to live at the Broadway project. Council, we all know about this building and the services that were promised long ago. Today, it stands almost just now starting to be filled. Devastatingly, this delay mirrors James' own life, a precious opportunity that arrived tragically late. Tonight, on the eve of the opening of Broadway Project, I respectfully suggest that James Oakley, a son of both Vallejo and American Canyon, be remembered in the building that is now open. not on the outside as a dedication to great civic deeds, but by dedicating a common space inside the building as an enduring reminder for those 47 future residents of the precious opportunity they have been given, an opportunity that James Oakley tragically missed. This building is a massive investment by the city, county, and state, an investment made with the good faith wish that every tenant makes the very best of their life from this day forward. Let James Oakley's memory be the catalyst for that wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker, and thank you again for sticking around to state your comments. Thank you.
No other speakers at this time, council member.
Thank you for that, Manny, and go ahead and close the public hearing. Back to my council members. Are there any questions or comments at this point? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Moving back to our last action item, item 9F. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 9F?
Provide notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget to appropriate up to $120,000 for the City of Vallejo's unhoused strategic plan. This is step 1 of 2.
Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Assistant City Manager Peterson, do we have a presentation?
We do. Given the early hour, I'm going to give you guys the bullet points. There is more detail in the packet, but I'm happy to have additional conversation should council members have questions. Go ahead and skip forward. Go ahead and go to the next slide for me, Manny. So a little bit of background on the unhoused strategic plan. Previous council had asked for the city to come up with a strategic plan. As this council got seated, you echoed the sentiments of the previous council that this was something that was needed. So staff released an RFP at the end of 2024. The RFP was conducted to provide services to the city, really to help us as we plan for future homeless-related projects. What is the need, kind of a goal, a mission driven on how we allocate funds, how we as a city prioritize our homeless programs. The RFP was reviewed during a panel process by city staff, individuals with lived experience, and staff from peer jurisdictions working in the unhoused field to help select our consultant for our strategic plan. Next slide. So part of that process, we selected RDA Consulting, and their scope of work is broken out into 4 tasks and general project management and communications. RDA was selected based on the work that they've done for peer jurisdictions, the amount of work that they were able to provide, the amount of lived experience that they want to incorporate into this process, as well as for what they're asking fiscally to provide this service. Next slide for me, please. So task 1 is a comprehensive review of our unhoused strategy and programs. Those are kind of all of the bullet points which are outlined in the scope, but I think just a couple of note for council is the document review will be inclusive of city and county plans, council goal process, the housing element, and the county and JPA strategic plan on addressing homelessness. The KIIs, or the key informative interviews, will include staff, city representatives, Capilano JPA, service providers, members of the continuum of care, and our faith-based organizations. The intercept interviews is for our individuals with lived experience. Currently, they have it allocated to have 50 interviews with the community working to go out into the field and gather information from people currently experiencing homelessness. They will develop a trauma-informed and culturally responsive interview guide and work with the city and our community partners to confirm outreach locations and time. We do, as part of our our proposal have a buffer of about $7,000 should we wish to invest into more or additional outreach to the community and individuals with lived experience as part of our request to council. Go ahead and go to the next slide for me, Manny. Task 2 is recommended solutions. During the SWOT analysis, that will be with key stakeholders to identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to a potential strategic plan. So what is out there that's going to help us? What might hinder us? Are there things that we need to do as a city, county, or fight at a higher level to get the additional supports we may need to move forward on these plans? Next slide. Task 3, so that will be kind of a draft strategy report. They'll sit down and work with different key stakeholders and city staff to go over tasks 1 and 2 and then come back with kind of their final proposed strategy report. Task 4 would be presentations to the community, staff, and council. A community town hall would be a presentation of the strategy to the community, and this will provide an opportunity for feedback from the larger community prior to bringing it to council, so there is some room for last-minute tweaks or input on that before we bring it to council for a final decision. And then the presentation to council would be the recommended strategy and process on how we got to that strategy for council's information. And then the general project management and communication will be conducted through the longevity of the program, which we're estimating may take about a year to get a full process. So it doesn't mean we can't work on other homeless projects while we're doing it, but this will really help us kind of set a roadmap as we look at future funding and programs to bring to the city. Next slide. So the main reason or decision point for council this evening is this is step 1 to appropriate the budget. Council may remember last year during the mid-year cycle, funds were set aside for this process. Unfortunately, as we entered the new calendar year, those funds were reallocated to other purposes. So we are before council tonight to request step 1, notice of intent to amend the budget. We've looked and we've found 3 potential funding sources or options for that: the Monsanto funds, Measure P, or the general fund balance. So we are requesting input from council on which of those funds they would like for us to bring back during the step 2 process. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, do we have any questions for staff? Seeing none, Manny, do we have any speakers? Oh. Are there any speakers?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Yes, we do have 2 speakers. I'm going to go with the person who was here in person, and her name is still on the board. Ann C., go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor. And C, we cannot hear you. Are you speaking?
Okay, hello?
There we
Can you
go.
hear me? Okay, great. Okay, thank you. I know that the issue of the unhoused is contentious, and there are great divisions of opinion on this. But I have to say, when I saw this idea for a, quote, strategic plan, my heart just sinks, because the city of Vallejo seems to specialize in producing plans and then neglecting to take action on those plans. And so when I look at this, I think, oh my gosh, with $120,000, why not have a focus on a tactical plan on things that we can do now? And I just hate to think that the city will just sit on its thumbs and wait for the strategic plan to be developed when people are on the streets. It's not good for those people who are living that way, and it's not good for the rest of the community. I look at sources of data that the city has, looking at something like the Point in Time survey, and there are numbers that jump out from that survey to me. One is something like 39% of those responded said that they have substance abuse issues. Another approximate 30%, and I may be off with that, have mental health issues. As I recall, there was 5% who were veterans, and I want to say less than 10% were young people. So if you just took the point in time survey and said, well, we're going to focus on some of the most chronic needs there, that would give us some directions for actually taking action. And something that's come up many, many times is the city has looked at these really expensive and lengthy projects to implement when there are things like what's called a Conestoga hut that would provide something almost like a tiny room with the door that would be the unit itself could cost as little as $2,500. So then, there would be additional expenses beyond that, but that's a great starting point. Another approach to this would be, well, why don't we focus on those issues that are the most entrenched, and the biggest one that is in my neighborhood is the White Slough encampment. So there are different ways of approaching this where we could actually take action. And the final thing I'll say on this is much is mentioned about the quote lived experience of the unhoused, and the rest of the community is not considered quite as thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. And Manny, next speaker.
Next and final speaker, Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. My name is Melvin Cowan. Today is, December 17th now. And I want to begin by acknowledging how long it's taken for Vallejo to arrive at this moment, the point where we are formally investing in an unhoused strategic plan. Earlier this evening, we heard about Michael, a Vallejo resident, who's no longer with us. And also, I want to lift the name of James Oakley, an unhoused resident who lost his life during a city-sanctioned encampment sweep on Christmas Eve last year, 2024. And we're now approaching the anniversary of his death, as was mentioned earlier tonight, a moment ago. And so I named them not to reopen wounds, but to ground this item and what time truly means for people living outside. For our systems, a year can pass in planning cycles. For people without shelter, a year can mean the difference between life and death. And as we approach the anniversary of James Oakley's death, I think it's important to acknowledge that Vallejo still has not designed or approved a comprehensive encampment resolution strategy with safeguards, even as displacement continues to carry life-altering and sometimes fatal consequences. And so I support the city moving forward with the strategic plan. My hope is that it does more than just analyze, that it clearly addresses the gap between crisis and housing, including short-term, non-congregate stabilization. I know I've said that a number of times at this point, but I really want to emphasize short-term, non-congregate stabilization because we have no transitional beds that are available and we are in need. And just the pressures, the system pressures that push people into emergency rooms, jails, or worse. And so as the council considers movement towards step 2, I encourage a focus on implementable actions, accountability, and timelines. So as we approach future anniversaries, we can say that this plan prevented loss, not just documented. So I really want to thank you all for your time and being up this evening and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Manny, any more speakers? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back to the council. Council members, are there any other questions, comments, or are we open for a motion at this point? Councilmember Ledesju?
I think I have a real issue with this, and I get what we're trying to accomplish a year later. And we've been talking about having an unhoused program. And I personally don't want to spend $120,000 on a consultant to tell me what to do for something that can easily be accomplished and done. And I am not impressed by their strategy. And I see a lot of stakeholders missing. And so I think when I think about the scope of the work being developed, I don't see this being done without the council. And if I think about the whole strategy, especially from a county perspective, who are all our county partners, and what those services are, including the JPA, all of that's missing in here from my perspective when you talk about scoping it out and having an understanding. Because part of this work is county work, and part of it is city work. And I really want, I've seen there have been several key RFPs that have been done, the work has been brought back, and it has missed the mark from my perspective of what this community needs. And I really don't want to get another consultant report that we pay $120K for, and it really doesn't meet the needs of the city. I spent, I think, 2 or 3 days of my own personal time working with staff, just even on encampment rules, how we were going to work with people. And I can tell you, it has not worked well at all, for whatever the reasons are. And so it really is, what do we truly hope to accomplish and be able to implement and make life really happen in a way that is meaningful, not just for our unhoused residents, but for our housed residents. This is really important. And a lot of our consultant reports really fall short. And so who's going to guide this work? Who has the experience to guide this work to make sure we get what we need from this work? That's a real question to you, City Manager.
So as you know, our office is currently structured, Assistant City Manager Conley oversees the unhoused program, so she or a designee would be overseeing this work. Yep, that's the answer to that question.
So I'm holding you responsible, not ACM Conley. I want a good product, and I do want it to be brought to the council when it's scoped so that we can look at the scope, have input of the scope, and make sure the right stakeholders are actually being tapped in this process. And I'm hoping before you guys do this work, and I know that ACM Conley and I have talked, there's been some pre-work of her own where she's trying to figure out some things. But the other most important question here is, we also need to have an individual who really has spent their life work working with the unhoused and have developed programs for the unhoused. Because you can get a consultant report, that doesn't matter. You have to have those skill sets, people who understand, who have done this work for a lifetime, much of their profession in this world, to develop and help move the program along. And I'm just being really frank, because we've wasted a lot of time, effort, and funds on trying to deal with the unhoused issues, and we have to do a better job. And I'm going to say this as a reminder, it's been 40 degrees and people are still outside. It's very cold. And part of our council is missing because they're sick. I'm sitting here in the same position and many others. It's cold outside and we got to get busy.
Any other questions or comments from fellow council members? Seeing none, I just want to echo what Councilmember Ledger's point is, and I'm going to relate this to my time on the Tripartite Advisory Board. So that is a bunch of quite a few stakeholders throughout the county that have lived experience with a lot of these issues, primarily around resources that are very difficult to attain. So to Councilmember Letterju's point, $120,000 to get a report of something, is it actionable? Are things going to change? That's the question that I have, is what is the objective? What is the outcome? And what happens when we don't get that result in the end? What did we spend $120,000 on? I would like to think it's going to be something that's going to be actionable, that's going to lead us in a direction that that not only we as a council can see, but the unhoused can see, that feel, touch, and experience in a positive way. But as a consultant, be able to do that when much of our resources and a lot of decisions that do occur here, JPA is part of that. Things outside of our control, and will this report and this consultant be able to change that, move that needle from that perspective? So that's the question I'm just posing out there, and so just to try to reassure not only this council but our constituents and especially the unhoused is what is this consultant and the ultimate report that's going to come out of this? How is that going to help their situation?
I have one last comment as well. And so I want to say this both to Natalie and to ACM Conley. I appreciate the work that you've done, and I want to acknowledge that this work is not easy, and it takes a certain level of skills that we don't currently have. And so my comments are not personally to either of you. It is an acknowledgement for us as a city leadership that it's more than having a report to get this work done. This work is hard. We also have to bring in people who have spent many, many years doing this work because it's a lot and it's a big undertaking. And we can't just have a consultant come in and do something. We have to have resources to help us implement and really know what we're talking about. So this is not personal to either of you. We are a leadership team, and we're responsible to ensure that we have the skill sets to do the work that we are demanding to be done, that's needed for our community. And that requires some additional skill sets coming in the city to help us do this work, to help you all do this work. And so that's where my comment comes from. This is not personal to you. This is to us as leadership and to the city manager, that we need more than just what we're doing to make this happen. It's not going to happen in this framework that we have today. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my fellow council members? If not, I am open to a motion.
Councilmember Matolik, if I may, the one piece that we do need if this is going to move forward tonight is what the recommended funding source is. So Manny, on that last slide, if you're able to pull it up, it was the Monsanto funds, Measure P, or the general fund balance. So when we come back with step 2, we can appropriate it to the appropriate account.
So why are we being asked? Why are we giving me, first of all, if you ask, this is not to you, city manager, you're telling me, oh, can I take it from the general fund balance? Can we take it from the general fund balance? Is the money available? And what's the impact to the budget? I mean, those are the questions when you bring that forward.
And a follow-up to that is I know we've pulled from the Monsanto fund before. What is left of that now?
So through the chair, Monsanto has about 1.4 million. Measure P has about 18 million, and general fund balance has about 24 million.
And on the Monsanto funds, if I recall, Councilmember Matias has made special requests around that funding because we've used it several other times. And he had said he wanted an accounting, and he wanted it, I think, some of those monies to be allocated to something specific. I don't remember what that specific thing was, Councilmember Matias.
I did. Talked about the EJ element. Talked about our reserves, and I just more broadly asked for that accounting because I wanted the full council to weigh in on what we were going to do with the whatever was left, 1.5, 1.4, 1.5 million. So I don't know what the timeline is to get that back to us, but that was my request. I know I've requested it several times.
And just to follow up, did you want an accounting from when it was fully, I think you received about $4 million. Did you want to see all the expenses that hit Monsanto or just?
Just one pager, Excel sheet, you know, here's what came in, here's what's been expended, and then I had asked specifically for that to be brought back to the full council because it has very much felt like anytime we've had something that needs to be paid for, that bucket is offered up as a funding source, and we haven't given any direction at all. So it has felt very reactive, and I'm just concerned because these are, if you really think about why we got this money to begin with, it was because of contamination in our waters, and so we're not even, it's like, is any of that money going for remediation? I don't know, but I want us to have that conversation as a council.
And so the fact that this is step 1 of 2, do we necessarily need to specify which funding source tonight, or that can be done at step 2 of 2?
I believe to be able to amend the budget, we would need to notice it with the line item that we're taking it from. City manager, city attorney, I don't know if we can bring 3 potential resolutions with the different funding sources at the next meeting, or what the appropriate step for that part would be.
Yeah, I think that's correct. We want to identify the funding source so it can come back with the specific funding source for amending the budget as part of step 2.
I'm sorry, so if I heard that correctly, we can come back at step 2 of 2. We
want to identify the funding source tonight so that it be incorporated into step 2.
Councilmember Leteju? You had your, So to Natalie's comment, are we able to bring back 3 motions since it doesn't, because it sounds like we're missing information from Councilmember Matias's request for the Monsanto funds, and it sounds like there was an open-ended question of how does that impact our general fund if we choose it from general fund? So
I mean, it's not going to have any significant impact on the general fund balance. I mean, we're talking about $120,000 out of a general fund balance of $26 million, and something is similar for Measure P, although it doesn't have the same amount of balance. This isn't going to have a significant impact on either of those. We're happy to provide the accounting for the Monsanto funds. They're not legally restricted to a purpose that's related to the source of the settlement funds, but I understand wanting to invest them in furtherance of a related goal, so we can provide that if the city council wants to defer the decision until a future date of what funding source, but it wouldn't have any significant effect on either the general fund balance or the Measure P balance.
And just as we've had conversations in the past, isn't Measure P funds the same thing as general funds?
Legally, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the other thing, obviously, with Measure P funds is it has to go
through the Measure P committee.
Right, so
Correct.
there's a missing step in between there.
But from a funding financial source, what this is requesting, it's basically the same pot.
They're different pots of money. They're segregated pots of money.
Right.
Say yes, that they're all the same funds. Because when you go to the voters with an initiative and you say that, voters, I want you to agree to have this tax and this is what we're going to use this money on. That money should be sitting in a different fund, period, because it really is reserved dollars that you tell your tax base that we're going to do these kinds of things with this money. This is what you're paying for.
I completely agree with that, but I think conversations on this dais that's happened in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, it's saying that it's the same funding source.
It's technically.
And that's
Let me
where I
try
want
to
the general
explain with
public
some-
to understand the difference.
There's some specificity that is needed here because I think
Yes.
the city accounts for the money separately in a separate accounting, separate fund in the budget. Goes to the Measure P committee for a recommendation, comes back to the council. That's thing number one. Number two, when Measure P was adopted, the council adopted a resolution of your expenditure intentions related to that measure. So, and that resolution still stands today. Number three, Measure P was not a special tax, it was a general tax, which does in fact mean that it legally can be expended for any purpose, but Councilmember Ledeshu is correct. Between the resolution that was adopted and the, I'm trying to put a word to this, representations made from the dais regarding expenditures, that there are expectations within the community and within your accounting structure and within your resolution structure that do not restricted the same way a special tax is restricted, but at least you have followed those guidelines in allocating Measure P funds in the past and stated your intention to do so in the future.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that for the general public's better understanding of how those are two separate funds that we are trying to decide. So, Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. Natalie, did I hear you say earlier in your presentation that there was money set aside for this already, or did I misunderstood you?
So that was done at the mid-year process last year. Unfortunately, when we did the fiscal year budgeting, that funding was not carried over, allocated specifically to this. It was reallocated to other projects, so we did have to start the fiscal process over again with this.
That's right, I do recall. Thank you for clarifying.
So at this point, what is the pleasure of the council of which fund that we would like to pull from for this 120,000 if this is moving forward?
Through the chair, I think that I would like to see what the city manager's thought was in this plan and what he thought that this money would be wise to come out of. And myself personally, as we said earlier, we have a lot of challenges coming ahead of us. I know that $100,000+ can go to a lot of other things, but we do need to know a strategy because we cannot continue to be in a situation where we're not prepared for our unhoused individuals. We need something. But myself personally, I'd rather just not even spend the money at all because it's not the time as we're approaching crucialness. But if I was to have to do this, it would be out of can you show the list of funds again? Just so I make sure I see it right. The monastery funds, because Measure P would take a long time. So I would say the MF funds. And I don't mean that in a bad word.
Any other comments or any formal motion at this point?
I think you should fund it out of the general fund.
So the chair is open to a formal motion and go from there.
So my first one that was a motion that I've made, and I hear my colleague wants to make a friendly one. Because
So I didn't realize you were making a
Yeah.
motion.
I was.
So,
That's what I said.
well, I didn't realize you were
No,
making
you were just making a
motion.
recommendation of
You
which
made a
fund.
recommendation,
When I
so
say for the word
apologize.
recommendation, I did use the wrong word. I do apologize, but I was,
So I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
that was my fault. Thank you
Okay.
for that. So I was making a recommendation that it would come out of the Montessori funds. Hope I said that right. But I'm with the majority.
So did you want to go ahead and read the
Yes,
full motion
yes.
in its entirety with the specifying the Monsanto funds as
Yeah,
the?
Monsanto, thank you. I'll read it. I like to do it what colleague did earlier, as is. The last page. I would like to make a motion to provide notice intent to amend the fiscal year, the 2020, 25, 26 budget to appropriate up to $125,000 for the City of Vallejo's Unhoused Strategy Plan. And my proposed request to come out of the Monsanto funds.
And as a further clarification, this is step 1 of 2.
Right.
Please vote.
You have another tie vote, so the motion's dead. It was approved by Councilmember Gordon and Machulik and opposed by Letijun Matias.
So as a clarification, what happens at this point with this? With it, okay, so it doesn't have to come from the Monsanto. Correct. Okay. Is there a
If I may, just a point of information, my recollection is that when it was previously funded, it was funded by Measure P. Is that correct?
No, I think it came out of fund balance previously.
Okay, sorry.
It was, I believe it was the unallocated funds or funds that were from completed projects as part of the mid-year process last year.
Oh, okay. So general fund balance.
So is there another motion on the table? Anybody willing to?
I mean, I'm not voting for it, period. So I'm a no, regardless of whatever funding option you guys present. So just letting you know.
And as a informal, so this is, no matter what, we don't have enough to even move it forward, so. Yep, so we are done for this item. And so that brings us to the next item on the agenda, item 11, City Manager's Report. City Manager Murray, do we have a report? Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Oh, yes, was there? Yes, there was an item that came in front of us earlier today and to potentially reconsider the item.
Yeah, I've actually thought about it for hours and hours and hours. I don't know how many hours since 7 o'clock. And I can't get around to voting for that or reconsidering it. I apologize, but can't. I don't know if Councilmember Letiju wants to, but I can't.
Okay, thank you. I think that puts a conclusion on that item right there. So going back to item 11 on the agenda, City Manager Murray, do you have a report?
Yeah, just very briefly, we've had positive discussions with the navigation center regarding possibly using that as a nightly extreme weather center. And so we're discussing with them the scope of work and the terms of an agreement and are hopeful that we could have something in place within the next couple of weeks. That's it.
Thank you for that. Item 12, City Attorney Report. I'm not sure if this is general public knowledge, but are we able to provide an update on the POAC?
Certainly can, I suppose. As I think many people did read in our press release, we have concluded our meet and confer with the Vallejo Police Officers Association. That means that that conclusion has resulted in their agreement to dismiss the PERB charges that had previously been filed relating to implementation of the POAC. The POAC now is free to meet officially. The dismissal is in the works at this point in time, is what has been reported to me by counsel. At this point, we are in the process of polling. Dawn is polling the POAC members for meeting in January, for 2 meetings in January. Their first meeting is anticipated to be administrative in nature. All of the things that we need to do to get them up and running, including selection of chair and vice chair and the like, will be taken at that first meeting. The second meeting will be I will call it their first real official non-administrative actions, and those actions are anticipated to include holding a public meeting to take input on a new draft policy on complaints coming out of our reform efforts with the California Department of Justice, and that will be the first of what is anticipated to be 2 community meetings on that topic.
Thank you for that. And the only reason I brought that up is because subsequent to that press release, I had quite a few members of the public come up to me asking me what was the status of the POAC. So apparently everyone did not everybody saw that press release. So thank you for that. Okay, and then moving on to item 13, second community forum. I will now ask Manny to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either signed into the electronic kiosk in the back of the council chamber or raise their hand virtually. Anyone signing up or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will not be recognized. The last community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the city council as part of the last community forum who have not already addressed the council under the first community forum may do so at this time. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again. As we wait for the timer to go down, move on to at least start the conversation on a request in item 14, a request in action for future agenda items or special projects. Do we have any requests for future agenda items? Seeing none, since we still have time to kill on this one, let me go start off with report of the presiding officers and members of the city council. Do we have any reports from this evening from any of my council members? I did.
I don't have a report. Just want to wish folks a happy holiday season and New Year, since we're not going to come back until 26. I feel like we've made a lot of progress this year, and yet there's still a lot of work for us to do. And so just really grateful to have served in this first year, and just wishing you guys can spend quality time with family and friends over the next couple weeks.
Any other reports?
Yes,
Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, thank you so much. Likewise, I want to thank my colleagues for being patient as we are learning to move our city forward. We are putting our staff and each other first, working together, getting to know each other, and I'm excited about the upcoming year. I also want you to know that if the weather permits, that we're having, I believe, our third annual toy giveaway from E40, Neptha Pharaoh through Shiloh Church in District 6 on the 20th of this month. And there's no requirement, just show up. And yeah, I'll be there passing out cookies and whatnot, hence my nickname is Cookie. But thank you so much. I hope everybody have a safe holiday, and I look forward to seeing you in January. No special meetings, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. Any other reports?
So
Councilmember Ledesju?
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to everyone. I had a, okay, you could say that. I had the opportunity on yesterday to light the menorah on behalf of the mayor and on behalf of this council. And just really want to acknowledge the tragedy that happened to the Jewish community a couple of days ago on the first day of Hanukkah. And just a reminder to us as a community, we are the most diverse city in the nation. And what that reflects is our ability to accept one another's differences. And just a reminder during this time that our light needs to shine because light dispels the darkness, light dispels fear. And I believe that this city is filled with compassion, with empathy, and with lots of love. And I just admonish us to all demonstrate those qualities that I believe exist deeply within each and every one of us. And I just want to thank the community for the opportunity to serve you this year. And I also want to thank the staff for all the work that they have done this year. And we banter and we go back and forth with each other, but I do appreciate the work that you have done. And I know that the work is hard. It's not always easy. So thank you for what you do. And on tomorrow, the District 1 supervisor, myself, Councilmember Matias at Ethnic Notions, we're collecting toys, we're collecting canned food items, and just going to give a couple updates on tomorrow from 5 to 7. And we'll have refreshments. If you'd like to stop by, come by and bring a toy, bring a canned good. And if you can't, just come by and have a bite and have time of fellowship and having a couple updates. Thank you and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. And I too just want to echo the holiday wishes. This is the time of the year that that I see the most where humanity comes out of us as a society, and want to echo and remind those that there are those out there that don't have it as well as we do, and just keep that in mind and have a kind heart out there. So there's a lot of tragedy that's actually happening out there, and just be mindful of that others may be going through some very difficult times, and to where we may not recognize that, but be mindful of that. And the fact that, thank you, Councilmember Ledesju, for bringing up Vallejo being the most diverse. I think we focus that more on culture, race, the color of our skin, but we don't talk enough about the diversity of our religious beliefs. And I'd like to make sure that we do keep that in mind and understand that. So I want once again the humanity, especially at this time of the year, that for people to recognize that and acknowledge that and be mindful of that. And with that being said, want to wish and best wishes and speedy health to Mayor Source, Councilmember Palmeris, and safe travels to Vice Mayor getting back here, and we look forward to seeing everybody back in January. And everybody have a safe and merry and holiday season. So thank you all. And with that being said, meeting adjourned at 2:18.